είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there. Keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια.
And gentlemen, please take your seats. One of my principal jobs over the course of today is to keep us to time. In that interest, I will announce at this point that we're now 17 minutes behind schedule, so I've got some time to catch up. Speakers should expect me to be strict. Okay, well, let me extend to you my truly heartfelt welcome to this, the 5th Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit. We have a fabulous program lined up with us today. We have our partner with us, PowerGame.gr, to whom we're very grateful. More from them in a second. I have some initial remarks to make, but I'm going to keep them very short because, as I say, we are quite short on time. We face a complex landscape in the world, in Greece, in Southeast Europe in general. The Eurozone economies are sluggish at the moment, and while growth rates in Southeast Europe and in Greece are outperforming the European average, we're reckoning about 2.4% for Greece in 2026, about 1.3% for the Eurozone in that period, and about 2.4% in the world as a whole. These are very modest rates by historical standards. And a slowdown in Western Europe's larger economies is casting a shadow over the region's prospects. Trade uncertainties exacerbated by potential US-EU tariff disputes add further complexity. While Southeast Europe's trade is predominantly intra-EU, shielding it from direct impacts, secondary effects, such as waning investor confidence, could dampen momentum further. Meanwhile, geopolitical risks are piling up like storm clouds. The war in Ukraine and tensions in the Middle East continue to ripple across the region. The region is increasingly a theatre for great power competition. China and Russia are intensifying efforts to expand their influence, while strains in the US-EU relationship add further uncertainty. Yet the region is also rich in opportunity. Its technology sector is growing, and increased spending on defence and infrastructure offers further avenues for growth. In conclusion, Southeast Europe's trajectory blends promise with peril. Its economies are set to grow faster than much of Western Europe, driven by domestic dynamism and strategic investments. Yet geopolitical tensions and external uncertainties demand vigilance. As we stand at this meeting point between North and South and East and West, I reflect that policymakers would be wise to look beyond their borders to allies and neighbours, prioritising energy diversification, strengthening regional cooperation and fostering political stability at home to unlock the region's potential. Today we'll be looking at this outlook in lots of detail. From a local, national and regional perspective, we'll be assisted by expert speakers and panellists from government and business, academia and the media, and from Greece, Southeast Europe and further afield. I'm looking forward to introducing our first speaker, but before I do, I'd like to hand over to our hosting partner and my co-chair for the day, Fotis Kolias from Powergain. Fotis.
Thank you very much for being here. We're now accomplishing our fifth Thessaloniki summit, and of course, together with our distinguished guests, we hope to have a thorough discussion on topics beyond what is happening right now in the world, and to discuss some more about the future rather than the past. So thank you all for being here.
Well, that was a true contribution to keeping us on time, for which I'm very grateful. Okay, I'd like to now welcome up to give us his own welcome, Konstantinas Goulekas, who's the Deputy Minister of the Interior Sector for Macedonia and Thrace for the Government of Greece. Pleasure to see you. Morning.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm very well, thanks.
First of all, let me to welcome the friends, the guests from other countries, from Europe, from the United States. Και θα ήθελα να ευχηθώ.
And I want to wish wholeheartedly great success to this institution that was launched 5 years ago. And what is it about? It's a dialogue that we desperately need in order to be able to discuss here at the edge of our country, the northern edge of the country, which of course is not the end, it's the beginning of Greece. And it's the land where many things have started, and many initiatives and many essential and prospects have been initiated for the whole country, for the Balkans and for Southeastern Europe. And I'm very glad to see among us the architect of the interior policy, Mr. Pierakakis. Minister, welcome. And we will be here tomorrow to listen to the Prime Minister the main points of the economy that will be implemented from now on. We need to say that the international context is not just complex, because unfortunately there are turmoils everywhere around us and very close to Greece. Both Ukraine and Middle East and Syria are regions that are close to Greece. And also Greece goes through a transformation period after a very difficult crisis, financial crisis, and of course the COVID pandemic that it went through together, of course, with international community. Greece now is pursuing transformations of many of the things that were wrong in the past in our country. And I say that as somebody coming from northern Greece and being in charge of the sector of Macedonia, Thrace. And I think that the government looks towards the north and looks at Thessaloniki and And it does so because it distinguishes these northern Greek regions from the rest of Greece? No. But it does so, it focuses and invests on Greece because regions like northern Greece, Eastern Macedonian Thrace, Western Macedonia are not just some Greek regions or European regions, but they are regions that have specific special characteristics and prospects for the future. I want to be very clear why the Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, focuses on the development of northern Greece. The reason is simple, because from northern Greece, all this movement of commodities and people can reach Eastern Europe. So this is not just a region of Greece, but it's an entrance gate from the south to the north and from east to west. And of course, don't forget that what is very important is that our country and our region in particular has comparative advantages which we want to get to utilize. And of course, the advantages provided by its geopolitical position must be utilized in order to be able to ensure the growth of a country. I will just mention some figures. We have 3 ports. The second largest port of Thessaloniki, of course, being the second one in Greece, and the one of Alexandroupolis. 5 universities, land borders with 4 countries. The main entrance gates are located here. I'm talking about gates towards Europe. So all these gates are located in our regions. So these are unique advantages that we try in any way to utilize. This city, Thessaloniki, is not just the capital of Macedonia. Thessaloniki is the capital of the Greek North, and it's a capital in the southeastern Europe. And this gives the possibility to us to plan and to envision the future, which is very close to the dreams we've had for many years. That's what we've been trying to do with a plan, with a strategy, in cooperation with the government. Since we're talking about a region of our country, so since we're talking about the advantages, I would like to conclude to say a few words about some characteristics. We spoke about the turmoils, the tensions, but it's very important for a country to be able to envision growth, but a prerequisite for its growth is stability, because Greece, in this area of tension, is an islet of stability and security, and therefore has all the prerequisites in order to ensure growth, and it does so through agreements that increase the power of the country, and through the upgrade of the armed forces in order to preserve safety and peace, in order for all foreign investors to know that they can invest safely in our country and be optimistic about the future. So with these thoughts, I would like to welcome you once again to Northern Greece and to Thessaloniki, and I wholeheartedly wish great success to the Economist Conference.
To invite up onto the stage the mayor of this absolutely wonderful city, Stelios Angeloudis. Stelios, please join us.
Thank you for your invitation.
You're very welcome.
Κύριε Υπουργοί,
Minister, ambassadors, deputies, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, in a period of intensifying geopolitical challenges, uncertainty, and instability, the fifth Thessaloniki Metropolitan Summit, with the participation of top speakers, underlines the prominent role that the city of Thessaloniki can play, and of course northern Greece as a whole, as a stability hub, safety hub, and a privileged reference point for promoting transit, commerce, logistics, energy flows, tourism, and innovation. Besides, these are the growth pillars that we chose to support in terms of our strategy. The paths of growth and prosperity cross here in Thessaloniki, in a city that I'm sure that you will all agree, it has all the credentials in order to become a main entrance gate of humans and commodities, destined for the broader area of southeastern, central and eastern Europe. Here in Thessaloniki, waiting for the utilization of the former military camp Gonu, for which all the processes need to be sped up. There are critical links of the supply chain. There is added value. There is development prospects for the society and the local that are being added. So in this landscape, as it emerges at an international level, the great challenge for Thessaloniki is to be a pioneer of these changes. Such changes will allow it to evolve into a modern regional, financial, economical, commercial, education, and technological center hub of southeastern Europe. A strong catalyst for the transition into this new era is the acceleration of the modernization of the large infrastructure projects that have already been set in motion, and that constitute prerequisites for the well-desired economic growth of the city, such as, for example, the launch of the fourth generation Thesintech Technological Park. This is an example of the way we can accelerate the strategy. So, accelerating the pace of the implementation of projects that have already been announced, with a focus on the maximized utilization of the port of the city through the expansion of the Pier 6 and the completion of the required road and railway connection, will benefit the development of the trade and will definitely improve the living conditions of the citizens. So in this critical international context, Thessaloniki seeks a vote of confidence in order to respond to this historical challenge that lies ahead. And it will do so by investing on its comparative advantages, on its geography, on safety, policy, and political and economical stability. So in this pursuit, which concerns the future and present of the city, the municipality of Thessaloniki is at the forefront of all the claims, based on a plan, consistency, and resolution. So the time has come for Thessaloniki, and the contribution of the conference is very important in this effort. Thank you. Thank you all for your presence. Thank you all for selecting once again Thessaloniki for hosting this conference, which is a hub of an exchange of views on very important matters.
In this wonderful city, in this extraordinary part of the world. Okay, let's move straight on then to our first full-on session of the morning. I'm really pleased, given the situation that Greece is in at the moment and its position in the world outlook, I'm very pleased and honoured actually to be able to welcome to the stage Kyriakos Pierakakis, who's the Minister of Economy and Finance here in Greece. Please come and join me.
Hello.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again as well.
Please go ahead and give us your introductory thoughts.
I mean, what I would go on to say following the introductions of the mayor and the deputy minister responsible for northern Greece is that, starting from Thessaloniki, is that indeed Thessaloniki is becoming a hub. And it's showcasing economic leadership throughout the region and within Greece. And one can tell this from the overall economic activity of Thessaloniki, from the fact that we have more tourists, from the fact that we have more infrastructural investments, but overall, from one core project which showcases, I would say, historically, the Thessaloniki Metro, which, amongst other things, underlines the fact that many things which we believed for years to be not possible to happen in this country are increasingly becoming possible after years of hardship and many hurdles. And overall, that would be extrapolating my thesis for this country, that after many years of hardship in the economic crisis, which started in 2008, 2009, I frequently mentioned one article, which was written by Tom Friedman in the New York Times, when Greece signed its first bailout, entering the IMF program after then Prime Minister Papandreou spoke at Castellorizo, and we entered the first bailout package. Thomas Friedman wrote an article saying that he wouldn't be looking at bond spreads, that he would be looking at what young Greeks do. Are they leaving the country or are they coming back? And he ended the article saying, if you see them leaving, start selling. If you see them coming back, start buying. Young Greeks have been coming back for the last years. The economic activity of the country is manifested in the macroeconomic numbers. Are there still challenges to be met? Absolutely. But are we doing better year by year in a very difficult international environment? Absolutely yes as well. And this is obvious, I would say, internationally. It's more vivid internationally. I've been serving as Minister of Finance for the last almost 6 months. And one of the most interesting, I would say, experiences for me was entering my first ECOFIN and my first Eurogroup. It was not in Brussels, the first one. It was in Poland. And the overall impression that other finance ministers have, given the current climate throughout Europe, is that Greece is a very positive story. It's a very positive story fiscally, because for many years we had humongous fiscal challenges. I mean, after all, we were one of the countries that required 3 bailout packages instead of 1. I started from extrapolating from the past, from the crisis of the previous decade. But, you know, as the quote says, after having excluded all other possibilities, we managed to get our fiscal house in order. Are we growing faster than the EU average? Yes, we are. It's 2.3%. It's more than double. Can we grow more? Yes, we can as well. We can unleash further growth. We can unleash further reform. This is what people want us to do. They want us to do even more after having experienced years of hardship. That's the only way to actually catalyze real income. It's not to go back to the recipes of the past which failed. Those who don't remember the past are condemned to relive it. It's exactly the opposite. It's to move even faster, more forward. Even if you have negative headwinds, you need to produce the positive tailwinds. And this is what this government is trying to do.
Can you be a bit more specific about what you mean about the mistakes of the past and the things you want to double down on for the future?
Well, if you look macro, because I mentioned the fiscal story which we managed to resolve. The fiscal story is there, capturing tax evasion is there, using digital means and integrating digital means in the independent tax authority is again one of the successes. But at the same time, if you look macro, where Greece was in 2008, it was a specific economic model that failed, right? We were a country which was very much based on consumption, vis-a-vis its growth model. If you looked at investments to GDP, let me go 2 numbers. Investments to GDP when we assume office in 2019, 11%. EU average, 21%. Where are we now? 15.3. So are we moving forward? Yes, we are. Are we there yet? No, we're not, but we're getting there. Exports to GDP, because we were a very introverted economy. Let's think of 2008. Exports to GDP were in the ballpark figure of 20%. Where are we now? 42%. Where is the EU average? It's 51. Should we be at 51? I would actually make a further claim. We should be at 60% given our size and status. So fiscally, we have a positive, we have a check. Growth-wise, the model is changing. It cannot change overnight. It requires time and sustainable effort. It requires infrastructural investments, reforms, removing barriers, unleashing growth in certain sectors. But we're getting there and we will get there. And this is exactly what I mean vis-a-vis achieving our full potential. This country has a huge potential to be met. Internationally, there are challenges. We had international pressures vis-a-vis inflation in the previous years, in the post-COVID environment. There is international economic uncertainty. The whole tariff discussions which we had in the previous months did produce a certain level of negative tailwinds. I would say not tariffs per se, but uncertainty even more.
Yeah.
But currently, you have a country where you have a de-escalation of public debt. I wouldn't necessarily frame it vis-a-vis this government. I would say that this generation does not have the aspiration to pass the bill to the next one, as was the case in the previous generations, in the case of this country. Even our level of debt, even if our level of debt is high, it's 153.5% as of last year. The de-escalation of our national debt is extremely quick, the first derivative, as we would say. And this is why, if you look at the 10-year bond spreads right now, Greece is performing better than France and Italy. And again, this is a manifestation of the status of the international and the European environment, but it is also, I would say, a manifestation of the health of this economy as it is moving forward.
Okay, I want to come back to that sort of national question, but before I do, just wanted to stick for a second with Thessaloniki, this region and its role in national development and in regional integration. How important is it for any government, and for your government in particular, to ensure that regional development proceeds at the same pace, with the same coherency on a regional basis as national development?
It's extremely important. And this is, I would say, vivid on a series of measures. If you look at the announcements that were made by this government last week when we visited Thessaloniki with the Prime Minister, it is obvious that a series of projects are currently taking place in the north of Greece. Now, being the Finance Minister on a Friday before the Prime Minister's speech in Thessaloniki is a very difficult position to be at. So there are a series of things that I know will be announced tomorrow that I cannot tell. But I think that the coherent narrative that you will hear tomorrow from the Prime Minister himself will also be a manifestation of this fact. You will also see, I would say, a very clear line of thinking vis-a-vis how growth should be spread across the country, in every household, and at every corner of this country. It's part of, I would say, the national narrative that we want to build. It's also part of the national capabilities. Each place in Greece has very significant capabilities. I used to be the education minister, and if you look at one of the core things that we need to invest at, reskilling, education is changing, right? From the traditional mindset of having one degree, we will have a new mindset of being continuously reskilled throughout your life. And in this regard, there are many places in Greece which have specific capabilities where those reskilling priorities can be fully met by new institutions that can create and unleash this potential. It's part of a plan that my successor now, the Minister of Education, is currently drafting, where we plan to create reskilling schools throughout the land, and I would say specifically in Thessaloniki is one of those areas that I have in mind, in a very targeted manner where we have specific capabilities regionally and even locally. So it's part of this overall growth curriculum, I would say, that we have currently in mind. Generally speaking, to make a broader point, we're growing at 2.3%. We can do even better, and we will do even better. Okay, thanks very much for that. It's true the growth rate is higher than, I mean, it's lower than other parts of southeastern Europe, but it is higher than the European average. And it has been for some time. Greece has been outperforming the continent for some time. But it's also true, and what you say about the debt, the speed with which it's come down is also obviously true. But it's also true that Greece was starting from a very low base. You know, you really were very, very
deeply damaged during the crisis 2007-2008. And so an awful lot of what your government has been able to achieve in terms of accelerating the rate of growth and fiscal consolidation is really about catching up with ground that was lost. And in many respects, you still haven't done that. So Greece is still behind the curve in some respects compared to where it was 10, 15 years ago. So what I wanted to ask is, if you get things right, if you get the right formula and you're really in a deep hole, you do come up quite quickly. But as you approach the point of leveling out, so where you catch up with where you should have been, the rate of catch-up tends to slow down. Is that something that you're observing? Is it harder now to reform, to introduce the reforms that you need to keep that growth rate going, so it isn't just a question of catching up?
I think this is a phenomenally interesting question. I agree with most of its premise. I beg to differ on one point. Catching up is never automatic. Think of Argentina.
Oh, yeah.
Think of many countries in the world where catching up was a prolonged political process where it was not a given that you would rebound very quickly. So in a sense, what you're saying is absolutely right, that we are trying to catch up a hugely lost space. Well, we faced bankruptcy, and we faced it thrice. And we had a decade where our political system could not metabolize the economic crisis well, and actually it produced the 3 bailout packages itself, rather than having one, as in the other places. So the recipe is not automatic. Are there obvious things that we should be doing? Absolutely. I mean, when you're the last country in the world which prohibits the operation of private universities, yes, there are self-evident things to do. But having said this, apart from the self-evident things, there is a very significant potential if you remove specific barriers from your economy, if you unleash the potential of places like Thessaloniki and the region of Macedonia, if you overall have a story and a very clear north in your compass. Do we have that north in the compass? Yes, we do. I mentioned the very clear metrics of exports, investment, catalyzing growth, removing barriers from the economy, the digitization of the economy. Greece was perceived to be the most bureaucratic country in the OECD. Now it's not. It has digitized 2,500 services at gov.gr. So overall, the story is there. The question is, can you do better? Because what we did was not a given. It required lots of effort, and if it was a given, it wouldn't have taken 10 years to leave the political and economic crisis cycle which we were located at, in the midst of which we were located. Now I think that we can produce even higher rates. I think that we should be more ambitious. Overall, the current discussion happening at ECOFIN and the Eurogroup and overall in Europe has to do with the Letta and the Draghi reports, has to do with the fact that there are obvious dividends to achieve further growth from, if you remove the barriers that exist between member states of the European Union, for instance. This is something that we typically preach in Europe, but we don't do. I think that Greece is an exception in this rule. Think of the UniCredit Alpha Bank deal. UniCredit made an attempt to do similar acquisitions throughout Europe, and it faced political pressures. As you can hear from the CEO of UniCredit, Greece was an exception in this rule. We were very open. We fully adhere to the point of view that we need European champions. We fully adhere to the point of view that we need to have cross-border mergers and acquisitions in Europe to further catalyze growth. This is a low-hanging fruit. Yeah. And we're not achieving this low-hanging fruit in Europe because of the fact that we're thinking nationally to a very large extent, the member states of the EU. We need to stop thinking in this traditionalist way in our national economics. So this is one point of view where you can have, I would say, further growth. Removing further barriers nationally is another one, and certainly there are certain sectors where further growth can be unleashed. Now, to go to the core of your question, is reform more difficult? It's a philosophical debate. I think no, and let me tell you why. Many people believe that reform was easier in the difficult years of the IMF conditionality packages. You had to do the reform because otherwise you would go bankrupt. Yes, but if you don't believe in it, it doesn't stick. It's something, it's a table that becomes green on an Excel sheet. But for a reform to become real, it needs to happen on the ground. It needs to happen and be fully metabolized by the political system, by the national economy, by each and every one of us. The difference post-2019 is that reforms have been happening on an ownership basis from this government. We own them, and the majority of the population want them. Criticism that this government has been receiving or has received in the last 6 years, I would say lies primarily on the fact that there are certain things which we haven't done yet. The majority of the Greek population, the majority of Greeks want more, further and deeper reform rather than the opposite. So in this sense, the demand conditions for reform are there. Our job is to produce the supply conditions. Okay. And I think that we're about and we're able to do that.
Excellent. Well, thanks very much. We've talked about domestic policy, domestic priorities, and to some degree your domestic record. Of course, you can be as wise and as successful as you like in terms of your domestic agenda, but you operate within an international context, which frequently is beyond your control. At the moment, the international context is extraordinarily complex and, above all, I would suggest, uncertain. So it's very, very hard to know how things are going to develop internationally over the coming years. In your role as Economy Minister here in Greece, how do you perceive the international context changing over the coming years? Where do you see the key risks to Greece and generally to the global outlook?
I mean, overall, what we were mostly worried about is what your question implies as the core worry, uncertainty. It's to think of the traditional way of tabulating uncertainties, the things that you don't know that you don't know. And in this regard, this instability is something which is directly affecting every national economy, every economy in the world, certainly every economy in Europe. And this is why, vis-à-vis the trade negotiations that occurred between the European Union and the United States, the position of this government, I mean, we ideally wanted a zero-tariff environment because we believe that the United States is the natural ally of the European Union and certainly the natural ally of this country. So we ideally wanted the zero-tariff zone. But having said that, what we then said is that a deal is better than no deal. Why? Because it removes uncertainty from the table, and this is why we feel that currently we have a new equilibrium in place. In this regard, there are many things that we need to do, and this is my core worry. My core worry is the things that we know that we know. Meaning that there are certain low-hanging fruits like the Savings and Investment Union, like the completion of the European Union capital markets, things where we can have further dividends to growth, and we haven't been grasping that advantage in the last years. Two positions, thinking internationally and regionally, that this government took, I think, showcase thought leadership in this regard. I mentioned the UniCredit Alpha deal. I will also mention the Euronext Athens Stock Exchange deal, which is, Euronext obtaining the Athens Stock Exchange, again, is a manifestation of the belief that we believe in the Savings and Investment Union and in completed European capital markets. Again, this can be extremely positive for Greece, it can be extremely positive for Europe. We need to further integrate. This integration will create a very positive boost. At the European level? Certainly the European level, because this is self-evident. Now, having said this, if we think about trade relations, obviously, both Europe as a whole and us, we need to start thinking about diversification of new trade routes. There is...
Well, I wanted to ask you about that. So, you've mentioned that uncertainty is the core concern. What concrete actions are you taking to future-proof the Greek economy, given what you think may occur in the global context over the coming years? What can you do?
Well, the core answer here is fiscal stability. The core element of the policy is to have your fiscal house in order, is what you see in the performance of the bonds, in the 10-year bond spread, etc. Second, you diversify. You try to diversify as much. Greeks don't watch baseball, but there is a very interesting baseball movie called Moneyball. And this specific movie sort of showcases that, you can lose a very good player, but you sort of substitute the very good player by a series of other players, and you look at the math, and you try to add up the number. And in this regard, you diversify even better your capabilities at the sport. Sports look a lot like politics on many fronts, and in this regard, diversification and starting to think about becoming anti-fragile is something that we further need to do. But again, the core element of the answer is fiscal strength.
Okay. I mean, I'm British and I'm a Liverpool supporter, so politics and sport don't look anything like each other at the moment from my point of view, but I take your point.
Vis-a-vis statistics only.
And just to reassure you, if you do feel like spilling the beans on what the Prime Minister is going to say tomorrow,
I don't.
We'll keep it to ourselves. Nobody here will reveal anything. So feel free if you choose to. I think we're just about out of time, because I'm going to ask you one last question. You talked about exports and their importance and the growing importance of exports in the overall Greek economy. That includes tourism, of course. So you mentioned diversification. I just wondered whether you have specific plans to diversify Greece's export portfolio.
On tourism. What I would say,
tourism,
I mean,
and beyond.
On tourism, I would answer with with a couple of words. Further focus on the silver economy. Overall, I would say that the quality of Greek produce in the agricultural sectors is something which we need to further focus on. And finally, to address the first element of your question, while not expected, to address the Prime Minister's speech tomorrow, I think that tomorrow you will hear a speech on reform rather than a traditionalist type speech on spending. And you will hear a speech on reform focusing on the core problems that this country is facing, and catalyzing those reforms with specific and targeted measures which do have elements of taking advantage of our budgetary capabilities, but looking at the north of the compass, which is how to strengthen further our economy and our country.
Okay, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Kyriakos Pierakakis. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. See you again. Okay. Floating around this conference and around all of us at the moment is the uncertainty that I've already mentioned, some of which arises from conflicts, very, very worrying, concerning conflicts around the world. And we're going to focus on one of those now. We're going to look for, well, the title of our panel is Hopes for Peace, Cooperation and Prosperity in the Eastern Mediterranean, but of course overshadowing this topic is the current situation in Gaza. So that will loom large, I expect, in our conversation. So to have that conversation, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Ehud Olmert, who's the former Prime Minister of Israel, and Dimitris Avramopoulos, who is the former European Commissioner for Migration, Home Affairs and Citizenship, and former Minister of Foreign Affairs here in Greece. Please come and join me.
You're our guest here.
We're short of time, so there's no time for politeness. You just need to come up and get your seat. Good to see you. Please join us.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a dark topic, but it's an absolute pleasure to have you both here with us to help shine some light on it. Mr. Olmert, if I can hand over to you first, please, and you give us your thoughts on this topic.
Well, the title that you gave to this discussion is broader and larger. Presently, the focus is on the question whether the war in Gaza will expand or will stop. The Israeli cabinet, as I understand, decided to move forward against the advice of the chief of staff of the Israeli army, saying that he thinks that presently the military operation, continued military operation, expanded, broader thrust of the Israeli army into Gaza is what he called a death trap, which means that it's likely to lose lots of Israeli soldiers, possibly also losing the hostages which are still alive, and also losing thousands of non-involved Palestinians in Gaza as a result of the military operation in the most densely populated area and the efforts made to move the Gazans away from the battle zone will not be successful or will not be comprehensive enough in order to save the lives of so many people. So the question is,
is it worth the cost? Is there any goal that can be achieved by such a military operation which is worth the cost, the lives, and the devastation, and also the possible political and ramifications for the status of Israel across the world? Most observers in Israel, outsiders of course, but in Israel are absolutely certain that it's not worth it.
That it's not worth it.
That it's not worth it. Yeah. I'm not sure, I'm not certain that the international community is fully aware of the opposition to this within the state of Israel. As of just late, most of the senior former commanders of the Israeli army, all of the senior generals, the commanders, the IDF chief of staffs, retired senior generals, commanders of Mossad, commanders of the security services, all signed a petition in which they say there is not anything that can be achieved which is worth the cost of a military operation. So the opposition is not just outside of the state of Israel, it's largely within the state of Israel. Now the question, of course, will it be successful or not? I hope it will, but I'm not certain about that, and I think it very much depends on one person, and this person is not the Israeli Prime Minister, who is a captive of the messianic groups within his own government. It all depends on one person, and this person is DG Trump. And the question is whether DG Trump is fully aware of all the complexities, of all the sensitivities, of all the dangers, and of all the prices. And I'm not certain about that.
It's almost ironic that you mentioned. I think some people are quite well aware that there's tremendous opposition inside Israel to Benjamin Netanyahu's policies, but the mechanisms available to them to make a difference. I'm puzzled as to what the route would be, what the process would be by which that opposition would make a difference to government policy. And as you put it, the real influence has to come from outside, not from within Israel, not from within Gaza, but from thousands of miles away across the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, unfortunately, fortunately, but sometimes unfortunately, Israel is a democracy.
Yeah.
So presently, government enjoys the majority in parliament due to elections which took place in entirely different circumstances. Nothing similar to what we have been going through in the last couple of years. And that a majority, parliamentary majority, gives them the authority, the power, formal, that is absolutely compatible to the basic principles of democracy, to do what they decide to do. This is one thing. However, in all of the polls that were run in Israel over the last 2 years, consistently there wasn't one time that the government or the parties of the coalition, present coalition, had substantial support. In fact, they were in a minority consistently every week, and more than 60% of the Israelis say that they don't trust the Prime Minister of the State of Israel at a time of war, which is a very, very significant and extraordinary figure considering the circumstances. Now, so what can be done, and who can do it? Now, one thing, and again, I know that you know the facts, I know that you follow the news, but perhaps you are not fully aware of the significance of the phenomenon which is taking place in Israel over the last 2 years. Every day, every single day, there are hundreds of thousands of Israelis rioting, demonstrating in the streets across country. In Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, in every corner of Israel, hundreds of thousands of people are marching, are rioting, are confronting the police, and they are protesting and demonstrating against the policies of the government. So this is, I mean, I can think of some other measure, more extreme measures which can be taken, but I'm not sure that they correspond with what we consider to be part of democracy. okay? And at certain points, it can even erode to the most extreme, to the edge, that none of us want it to happen. Because sometimes the confrontations with the police, and the police, as you may have heard, is presently run by one of the most glorious figures in Israel's history, the terrorist Ben-Gvir, who was convicted 9 times in Israeli courts for being involved in terrorist actions. He is now the Minister of National Security. And the orders and the inspiration that he gives to police are very disturbing. And they sometimes express themselves in confrontations in the streets, which are rather violent and unpleasant and non-democratic. Where it can erode to what extent it can take place, I'm not certain that I know. I don't want even to think about it. So everything that can be done within the democratic means is done. When I say that we expect, we desire, we hope to have an intervention, inspiration, influence from the outside, is because as it turned out, and I think you are fully aware of this, Israel, unfortunately, under the leadership of Netanyahu, lost every single point of influence and of dialogue with the international community. It's not just, I mean, of course, the obvious, the strong voices are of Macron, of Prime Minister Sturmer, of Chancellor Marz, of Prime Minister Meloni, of Prime Minister of Canada, and their initiatives to somehow change the narrative of the international community. But nowhere in the world can Netanyahu have someone that will listen to him. The only guy that still remains is President Trump. If President Trump will change his attitude, if President Trump will use his power of persuasion, then I think it will be very significant, and it can add that kind of the little grain that can change the tide.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's move on to Dimitris Avramopoulos. Forgive me if I'm mangling your name, I do tend to do that. Your brief is wider than Ehud's, but maybe you want to reflect on what you've heard from Ehud so far, but also broaden out. I mean, this is events in Gaza are one very important source of instability in the region, but there are others. So over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. First of all, I would like to tell you that we meet again after 30 years with Mr. Olmert, because we had been both mayors of Jerusalem and Athens when we met for the very first time. And I'm following his path in Israeli politics, and I can tell you, although I don't vote in Israel, he has been one of the best prime ministers. And if Mr. Olmert had been in this post a bit longer, what we live today would have been avoided. Let me make a comment on that, because he was very clear in describing, in depicting the situation within Israel, because this is something that we miss in the rest of the world. The public opinion right now in Israel, gave some figures before, does not agree with the policy adopted by Mr. Netanyahu. And here we have to make a distinction between Mr. Netanyahu and Israel. First of all, let me be clear. We are all supporting and standing by Israel in his non-negotiable aim and purpose to exist. But there is also another explanation of what happened in the year 2023. Yes, I understand all these criminals have to be punished because they committed awful and appalling crimes. But you cannot take revenge against the whole people, the whole society of the Palestinians. Now the public opinion and the international public opinion somehow is not standing by Israel. But we have to make this distinction. I believe that the solution there cannot be but one. The government to decide to change course. Second, to admit and accept that these two states solution is the only one, as it has been adopted by most of the European countries, and including, I believe, the Greek side. So there is a problem. But let me tell you something more. We talk about Eastern Mediterranean. Eastern Mediterranean was always the crossroads of trade, of commerce, of everything, of ideas, of civilizations, but always a crossroads of conflicts. And nowadays, there are two issues still pending in the region. The first is the Palestinian issue, the Gaza problem. The second is the Cyprus issue. I'm following the Cyprus issue as you understand. I'm a Greek, but at the same time, I've been Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Commissioner. We believe that only a united Cyprus can contribute in peace building around the area. Why? Let me be very clear, because I have to be practical. Forget all about the historical and emotional aspects of this issue. If the Cyprus issue is resolved, in other words, if Cyprus is united, the main issue in Eastern Mediterranean, which is the delimitation of the maritime zones, will be solved with a positive domino effect. Why? Cyprus, as an independent state, can immediately delimitate EEZ with all neighboring countries, including EEZ with Greece. We have not adopted it so far. But as an independent state, can delimitate EEZ with Turkey. And then the next step would be delimitation EEZ beyond Castellorizo between Turkey and Greece. So this will be the key also for the Greek-Turkish relations. And it is in the interest of everybody, of the West, of NATO, of Europe. Everybody wants to see this part of the Mediterranean Sea to enter in a new zone of stability, because this will allow, first of all, to adopt common policies on sea lines. Now they are disrupted because of what's happening in the region. The second, to do something on energy, because this is at the epicenter of the energy routes in the region. And this will provide not only with stability, with peaceful relations, and something that will be a case study for the historians of the future. How an area of conflict can change and become an area of stability, cooperation, and peace. So I believe that these two issues have to be resolved, and this is the duty of the international community. But where is the international community? Unfortunately, multilateralism is going down nowadays. Where is United Nations? United Nations do not have the power they had after the Second World War. And who are the global stakeholders? In this part, in this neighborhood of the world, they meet each other. United States, NATO, Europe, even China is present there. So let's be very, very careful. If we really want to contribute in finding a solution, first to be more pragmatic. And coming back to the initial question you asked me, I believe one of the keys is not only the Cyprus issue, but also the Gaza issue. And I believe that what Mr. Olmert said before is shedding light on the reality on the ground. That policy has to change there. Everybody has to acknowledge the right of Israel in its existence, and we are standing by Israel. We are friends of Israel, and we shall never stop being friends of Israel. But Israel is losing credit in the eyes of the international opinion, global opinion right now. So by changing all the things, I believe we can find a solution. It is up to the leaders, and we need strong and bold leaders. And now I finish with one remark. What is leadership? Leadership is not to wait and expect to be uploaded in real time, but what your decisions and your thoughts will be in the long run, in the future, assessed by the younger generations. What we shall leave behind? What's the legacy of today's leadership? Do we have strong leadership? It's up to the people to decide who are the ones that will pave the way for a peaceful world. But Europe right now is very weak. I've been commissioner. I was there for 5 years, responsible not only for migration, but also for security, for counter-terrorism on behalf of the European Union. And I was at the same time chief negotiator of the European Union in our talks with the United States on counter-terrorism. So I can tell you that my experience tells me that we have to do more. But where is the European leadership? At the national or at the European level? Compare Europe as it was 10 years ago and where it is now. Nobody is taking Europe very seriously into consideration. Only rhetorics, good wishes, and nothing. So Europe weak, United Nations weak, the global public opinion is questioning the policy of today, and the question is, the most important, where are we heading to? Are we going to enter in a new zone of historical turbulences? Because yes, it is true that the whole world is getting reshaped, and the basic standards and the norms upon which the world was built after the Second World War is at stake. Let's start from the Mediterranean to see how can we build a better world.
Okay, I did invite you to be broad in your response, and you've taken us to the whole global outlook and the global picture, so I'm grateful to you to that. We will come back to Gaza because in the midst of everything else that's happening, this is a particularly striking occurrence in global affairs. One of the things that strikes me about it is it would have been unthinkable 3 years ago when the Abraham Accords were in full flight and there appeared to be a reshaping of relations in the Middle East, that the world would have tolerated what the Netanyahu government has unleashed in Gaza, and yet the world has tolerated it. I think both of you have put the case very well that the strains are there, that global sympathy for the Israeli case is being eroded day by day, and yet the Abraham Accords still stand, so that's still a possibility. Arms are still sold to the Netanyahu government. People still question whether this should be called a genocide or whether we have a famine. So there's still tremendous amount of resilience in the global tolerance of Israel's policies. What I want to ask is, at what point does that break? And if it does break, how does it break? So will the world just allow Israel, one way or another, despite all of the words, to continue with whatever policy it chooses?
Well, if I'm allowed, Ehud, to make a comment on that. First of all, the Abraham Accords were the only way to move forward. For the ones who do not know, they were called Abraham Accords because Abraham was the father of all religions in the region, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So this cultural and historical element was found in order to build upon that the future of the world. And it was going quite well. But Hamas destroyed it for me. Hamas, from the moment they saw that we were approaching to a final solution of the Palestinian issue, they blew everything up. So they are responsible for that. But now
does it matter?
No, of course. Coming back to your question, the Abraham agreements have to be revived. And this is the responsibility of all stakeholders in the region, including the global stakeholders, because this is the base upon which they can build a better future. So I fully agree with you. This has to come back. Although it is wounded now, it's difficult to heal what happened there, but it needs effort, and my dear friend, it needs leadership, as I explained before.
I'd like to say, just as an opening statement, I'm personally a very optimistic person, and I'm sure, based on my life experience and what I've seen through the trial and tribulations of my country and the way that we had to cope with the challenges and the threats and the difficulties that Israel was part of, that things sometimes may change more rapidly and more massively than what is anticipated at a certain particular moment. And I just want to take you for a second away from the day-to-day miseries today and just remind you of something that happened 50 years ago, almost. In 1977, there was a dramatic change in Israeli politics. First time that the right wing in Israel won elections, which was in a direct opposition to everything that characterized the nature of Israeli politics for generations, even before the actual creation of the State of Israel. And Menachem Begin was made the Prime Minister of the State of Israel in an absolutely democratic election process. He won the elections dramatically. On the night of the Likud win in 1977, Washington was petrified, and Europe was devastated. And in the British television networks and then the press, everyone said a terrorist has taken over the state of Israel. Begin, the terrorist, the head of the terrorist gang before the creation of Israel. And Jimmy Carter, and that I found out later when I was quite close to Menachem Begin, and he shared it with me. President Carter called Menachem Begin when the first announcements of the exit polls devastated the whole world because no one expected the Likud to win the elections. And he congratulated Begin, but right then and there, before there were even any formal announcements about the outcome of the elections, he said to Begin, please, please, don't make an announcement tonight that you are annexing all of the territories of the West Bank and the Sinai. Had someone told Jimmy Carter, at that time President of America, or anyone in Great Britain or in Europe, that within a year time, that same Menachem Begin, the former terrorist that everyone was so scared of, will sign an agreement with President Sadat to make peace between Israel and Egypt on the basis of complete 100% withdrawal of Israel from all the territories, people would have said that he's crazy. It's insane, it's impossible, inconceivable. How can it happen? It did happen. So sometimes things can change more dramatically than anticipated. Now, what does it depend on? And that brings me perhaps closer to your question. Of course, it depends on the ability of leaders and the ability, what I say, is the ultimate test of great leadership. The ability of leaders at the right time, at the right moment, to do the opposite of everything that they have been preaching for and fighting for and defending for all their lives. Begin is one example. In a certain way, Ariel Sharon, the prime minister that I was privileged to be the vice premier of, in 2003, we started to do the disengagement process, pulling out and dismantling all of the Israeli settlements in Gaza, the same settlements that 10 years earlier Ariel Sharon himself built. Had someone said at the beginning that the day will come, a year before it actually did take place, that Sharon will be the one that will dismantle all the settlements that he built, again, the popular reaction would have been, don't be crazy. It's inconceivable, impossible. So, number one, I am an optimist. I am an optimist, but of course, what it depends on the kind of leaderships that we may have that can set the tone. And there, we have got a big problem, both in Israel and on the Palestinian side.
Okay.
Now, I just want to add to this one thing. There is a solution. There is a solution. There is a solution for the war in Gaza now. It has to stop today with the return of all the hostages, with the introduction of an interim security force made of Palestinians and soldiers of moderate Arab countries like Jordan, Egypt, the Emirates, Saudis, and so on and so forth, that will take over the military control in Gaza instead of Israel pulling out completely, bringing all the hostages back, releasing Palestinian prisoners. There is a very clear pattern to solve it. It can be done, and I believe that it can be done also with a cooperation with what has been left of Hamas, which is very little, let's face it. We are 24 months almost after the 7th of October, not what we had then, we have now. So this is one thing, and of course, there can be also the beginning of a process of negotiations between us and the Palestinians on a two-state solution, something that I've been advocating since I presented it as a comprehensive solution to Dr. Mahmoud Abbas in 2008 when I was Prime Minister. Now, how all this is related to the Abraham Accords, because you started with the Abraham Accords, and I have this habit, I know, I regret and I apologize that I normally don't answer the question that I was asked. But what I think is more important, so you bear with me, but it comes back to the Abraham Accords. How? The Abraham Accords is a landmark, but this is just part of the way towards a dramatic change which can make a dramatic turnaround in the history of the Middle East. The strategic change is the process of normalization that will include the Saudis, the State of Israel, Palestine as an independent state as part of the comprehensive solution between us and the Palestinians, Jordan, Egypt, Bahrain, subsequently Indonesia, North African countries. In other ways, we have this route which is looming in front of our eyes now that can be achieved. It has to start with the end of the war in Gaza. Then it has to move with the starting of a dialogue between the leadership of Israel and the Palestinians towards a two-state solution. Subsequently, everything will just move upward rapidly. The Abraham Accords are therefore now in a kind of a critical point. It can be the basis for larger and broader and more significant cooperation between the historical rivals that have come to terms with the realities and the demands of a change, or it may be, unfortunately, it may suffer a certain crisis. We heard in the last few days the leaders of the, and I'm familiar with, I know them all, they are absolutely impressive, serious, and very responsible leaders. I have a lot of respect for them. And they warn America that if the government of Israel will decide on an annexation of the West Bank, it will be a red line that will cross all the understanding that we have now. So we are in a critical point. There are two different routes, one which leads to chaos and one which leads quite clearly into a dramatic change. It's incumbent upon the leaders. I don't trust them. There is only one, as I said before, who can make a difference. If he understands, if he's in the right mood, if he's not in the golf court, and if he understands what he wants to achieve. I don't know.
Okay. I suspect that that final part of your answer is an answer that could be given to many, many questions that are floating around us in the world.
I told you, I warned you.
Yeah. We've got 5 minutes. I've got two questions, both of which will probably take some answering. So I'm going to ask you to try and be sort of reasonably concentrated in your answers. The first, going back to this idea of leadership, and I'm going to stick with Israel for a second. We think of political leaders, the big challenge they face is from the opposition. Quite frequently in democracies, political leaders become hostages of their own side. And this is certainly the case with Benjamin Netanyahu. So my question is, to what extent, and you know, this can be a percentage answer, to what extent is he driven by a strategic vision? And to what extent is he driven by a survival instinct? And given your answer to that, what does that tell us about how things may develop between now and elections in 2027?
I'll start with the positive.
Or 2026, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all right, Demetrius.
Keep it brief, because we don't have much time.
Listen, Demetrius is he's an old friend, as he say. We started back 30 years ago when he was in Athens and I was in Jerusalem. The two most significant capitals in the world, in my mind, with all due respect to many others. But in terms of his history, in terms of legacy, in terms of basic principles which are still guiding the majority of the Western world, which we are so proud to be part of. And we were the privilege to be at that same time mayors of these great cities. The elections in Israel, hopefully, if they will take place in the right time or before, And given the division of opinions, as we can now find out in the process of the polling taking place every day, seems to change in favor of opposition to the Israeli government. Will it be strong enough, powerful enough, bold enough, imaginative and creative enough to do what I think it should do? I'm not certain. But it will normalize the Israeli process. So it will take a step back from where we are now into something that can start a process that may have to take more time, and then another different government that will have to come after the first government that will replace Netanyahu. So there we will have to see. What we have now, you know, I can say this. Netanyahu is definitely a captive of this messianic, fundamentalist, aggressive, violent group of supporters. The names are very familiar now. They are world-renowned or notorious. Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, and they represent quite a large group of support within the Israeli public opinion, which is not a majority, which is not even close to a majority, but which dictates the mood, the attitudes, the public discourse, and the expectations for a radical turn into the annexation and the expulsion of the Palestinians, both from Gaza and from the West Bank. Now, is Bibi just a captive, or is he a willing partner? And if he is a willing partner, is it because this is what he believes in, or this is what he thinks is the only way for him to protect his political survivability? I think that the problem and the tragedy is that the political survivability of Netanyahu seems to coincide with these messianic concepts, and therefore it becomes almost irrelevant what lies behind it. The fact is that he is cooperating with them willingly and in such an aggressive manner is something that is a source of great aggravation for the majority of Israelis.
Okay.
Your question is very clear, and it will be very short because we're running out of time. What's the difference between a strategist and a political manager? Nowadays, our democracies, not only in our neighborhood but also in Europe, are crossing difficult moments because of the rise of populism, which is coming together hand in hand with nationalism. The world has suffered a lot in the past, and we have to draw lessons from the past. Because what has been said that history repeats itself is not correct. Men repeat it very simply because they don't read it. Just remember where we were at the end of the last century and the beginning of this one. After 1921, the crash in Wall Street, we had United States suffering. And the very first part of the world impacted by that was Latin American. And that's where the very first authoritarian regimes emerged. They exported this style of governance in Europe, and we had all these dictators who led the continent to the abyss. Right now, we have this phenomenon in a different scale, under different circumstances, within Europe. Populism is on the rise. And populism is the answer indirectly to what you asked before, is turning to the people, saying nice things, whispering in the ears of the citizens nice things that they will never lead the country in a long run to a better future. And that's where we stand now. So the global leadership and the national leadership should focus on that in order to prevent the unthinkable from happening. And this is explained somehow the rhetorics and the behavior of some leaders within their country. They try to be pleasant, and at the same time, they lead their countries to problems.
Okay, thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but you know, we could go on with this, I'm sure, all day, and I'm sure there are many things both of you could have told.
That's why I anticipated in the beginning talking about Cyprus, because they're going to have time to talk about it.
Excellent, excellent. Okay,
thank you.
Please join me in thanking our speakers. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Regards to Zani. I talked to him about
I will pass that along.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Take care. Thank you.
Okay, well, unsurprisingly, I suppose, that conversation was really dominated by one of the prickly issues that confronts this region. We're going to turn now to another area of tension in the region, one that has been an issue here for many, many years, that at times is quiescent, at times is directly problematic. We're going to find out now where we are with this particular relationship, which is the hugely important relationship between Europe and Turkey, and more specifically between Greece and Turkey. And to help us do that, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Egemen Bayis, who is the former Minister for European Affairs in Turkey. Please join me.
Thank you, Alistair.
Pleasure.
Do you mind if I...
Of course, please go ahead.
Kalimera, good morning. Dear friends, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by extending my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers, the Economist Impact Events Management team, for convening this distinguished forum and for granting me the honor of addressing you today. Addressing this prestigious audience in Thessaloniki carries a special meaning. This historic city, crossroads of civilizations, has for centuries been a meeting point of cultures, faiths, and ideas. It is also the birthplace of a great statesman, the founder of Republic of Turkey, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. A visionary leader, Atatürk anchored our nation upon the principles of modernization and aspired to bind it more closely with the West. In that spirit, the subject of my remarks today, Turkey's engagement with European institutions, is not merely a matter of current policy, but the continuation of a vision woven into the very foundation of our republic. I'm equally pleased to express my profound gratitude to my esteemed friend and statesman, His Excellency Dimitri Avramopoulos, whose kind support has made my presence here possible. Our friendship spans across 3 decades, and it was enriched by a unique chapter in history when he served as mayor of Athens and President Erdogan as mayor of Istanbul. Their relationship, built on mutual respect, stood as a safeguard of peace between our nations, even in difficult times. Evcharistopoli, Dimitri. I must also take a moment to honor the memory of my friend Yanis Boutaris, former mayor of this great city of Thessaloniki. He was a visionary and a good friend. At a dinner in Istanbul hosted by His Holiness Patriarch Bartolomeo at his home, Yanis once told me, Egemen, Greece is in the EU. We're partners with many nations. However, with you Turks, we're like cousins. Except for language and religion, our cultures are so similar. We have far more in common with you than with many others in the European Union. That's why we want Turkey to join. May he rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, today Europe stands at a crossroad. The economic and political certainties of the past are fading. 3 seismic events have reshaped our world: the war in Ukraine, the tragic and inhumane atrocities which can be defined as a genocide attempt in Gaza led by Prime Minister Netanyahu, the continuing consequences of regime change in Syria. Each has tested the EU's capacity not only to project influence externally, but also to maintain internal unity and cohesion. The war in Ukraine exposed Europe's dependence on Russian energy and revealed weaknesses in its defense industry. The COVID-19 pandemic had already exposed vulnerabilities in supply chains and coordination. The genocide in Gaza has revealed deep moral weaknesses of foreign policy divisions, while the situation in Syria continues to generate refugee flows and security challenges. Together, these traumatic events highlight the urgent need for a renewed vision of European security, one that bridges the gap between EU and non-EU allies and redefines Europe's place in transatlantic alliance. Europe cannot afford to be divided abroad while it's uncertain at home. To its credit, the EU has begun adopting. The strategic compass of 2022 charts a defense roadmap to 2030. The competitiveness compass of 2025 strengthens Europe's economy and resilience. Repower EU seeks to end reliance on Russian fossil fuels by 2030. The European Chips Act boosts semiconductor independence. The Global Gateway Strategy mobilizes 300 billion euros for infrastructure worldwide. Most recently, the Rearm Europe Plan and the White Paper for Defense Readiness 2030 seek to transform Europe's defense industry. The direction is clear. Defense, resilience, and competitiveness lie at the heart of Europe's future. Strategic autonomy is not a slogan. It is a survival strategy. But this raises a fundamental question, which you asked me. Can the EU truly achieve strategic autonomy without Turkey? Turkey welcomes the EU's ambition to become a robust actor in the security domain. We are ready to contribute, not only as a neighbor, but as a NATO ally, a strategic partner, and a candidate for membership. Our defense industry is strong and innovative. Turkey has NATO's second largest army, ranked 9th worldwide. Our defense export exceeded $7 billion last year. We are among the only 5 nations that is capable of producing the next generation fighter jets. Platforms from the Altay tank to Milgem frigates, from Anka and TB2 drones to Kaan fighter jet. These are not only Turkish national assets. They are potential European assets. This is why Turkey's participation in the SAFE, Security Action for Europe initiative, is not optional, but necessary. We have already expressed readiness to join joint procurement projects under SAFE. With a defense industry as capable and as robust as ours, Europe would be losing a valuable ally by neglecting Turkey. Unfortunately, some member states continue to block such cooperation. This is not only short-sighted, but damaging to European security interests. Defense collaboration must be guided by merit and shared interests, not by narrow politics. Excluding Turkey weakens Europe's defense ecosystem and undermines its own autonomy. History has shown that Turkey has been Europe's first line of defense. You never know. We might have to come to Europe's rescue again suddenly one day, as we did throughout the Cold War. A Europe that sidelines Turkey is a Europe that sidelines its own security and future. Turkey is the EU's 5th largest trading partner, and the EU remains Turkey's largest. That's why our partnership is not limited to security. We secure supply chains, strengthen critical industries, and serve as a vital energy corridor linking Europe with external resources. Turkey holds a pivotal role in Europe's connectivity in trade, transportation, energy, and digitalization. Europe's supply chain, as well as its food and energy security, have become more resilient thanks to Turkey's strategic assets, from Istanbul Airport, which is one of the largest in the world, to pipeline projects such as the BTC. Without Turkey, Europe's map of energy is incomplete. Yes, in past, we had our differences, but disengagement is not the solution, because disagreement should never mean disengagement. Enlargement today is no longer a technical process. It's a geopolitical necessity. The war in Ukraine has accelerated the EU's enlargement agenda and its need for partners. Turkey must not be left out of this momentum. Furthermore, it would be unrealistic to expect Turkey to contribute strategically to Europe's security while being excluded from its decision-making structures. You cannot ask Turkey to carry Europe's burdens while denying her a seat at the table. A fair and credible enlargement process is Europe's best investment in peace, stability, and long-term security. Ladies and gentlemen, let me close with this. Turkey's alignment with EU security and defense initiatives can only be sustainable if it is matched by renewed momentum in our accession process. Turkey does not seek to remain in the sidelines. We seek to stand shoulder to shoulder as a full member of the European family. Turkey is not Europe's neighbor. Turkey is Europe and her future. The challenges of our time demand not just cooperation, but unity. And unity demands courage. Thank you for listening to my remarks.
Thank you very much. Please come and join me here. We've got time for just a couple of quick questions. Turkey is an extraordinary place for many reasons, but one of them is in the atlas of geopolitics. The position that Turkey occupies is central to so many cross-cutting issues in the world. So clearly a tremendously important and pivotal place with a huge role to play in the development of global affairs. You've concentrated very much, and thank you for that, on Turkey's ambitions and aspirations for its relationship with Europe. But it strikes me that a couple of days ago in Tianjin, your president was at a meeting at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization alongside figures like not just Xi Jinping, but Vladimir Putin and the leader of North Korea and various other characters who Europe would consider unsavory, to say the least. So how does that mesh with the message you've just given us of an aspiration in Turkey to be part of a Western European alliance?
Very clear. Turkey should definitely be placed in the Guinness Book of Records for her resolute. Our first application to the European Economic Zone was back in 1958. No nation, no country has waited this long to join any international organization in history. We're still trying, and we're still positive it's a policy issue. But Turkey, as you mentioned, geopolitically is a very interesting country. We are the most eastern part of the West. At the same time, we are the most western part of the East. And we have always served as a bridge among countries, continents, energy resources, and supply and demand. And this bridge has to have strong legs, eastern leg, western leg, northern and southern. So Turkey's presence in that setting is an advantage for Europe if Europe knows how to take advantage of. Turkey can be and has always been a peacemaker. We are the only country where both Russian and Ukrainian delegations meet and come up with a peace plan. And if that peace plan had gone through, the cost of the war would have been much less. Unfortunately, we are all suffering. Not only Ukraine and Russia, but the whole world is suffering because of this war. That's why we would like to see a sustainable ceasefire as soon as possible. But Turkey has this very unique role where we would like to add and contribute to global peace.
Okay. Thanks very much for your frank response there. Very brief second question, follow-up. Were Turkey to become part of the European Union and fully integrated into the bloc, what do you think its influence, how do you think its influence would change domestic affairs within the European Union? In what direction would Turkey take the bloc? Very briefly.
Turkey cannot change the whole direction of EU because we would be one of the 28, 29,
every member has
most
input.
of the decisions are, as we know, based on unanimous, important decisions require unanimity. But what is at stake here is many European countries or leaders are expecting Turkey to adopt the EU decisions without even becoming a member of EU. Well, you've been trying to neglect us, isolate us since 1958, and you want us to obey all your decisions. That doesn't work. You cannot have the cake and eat it. You either treat us as an equal member, and we cooperate in every field, as long as we are at the table when the decision is made. That's what I tried to explain in my speech. Of course, once we join, we will be an important actor, and we will have some leverage, but not enough to dictate the EU. That's where many European leaders are exploiting this concept of Turkey is too big, or too Muslim, or too poor, which are against Europe's interest. Because the fact that we are Muslim, Europe will have access to 1.5 billion Muslims around the world, not only as a market, but also to exchange ideas and to influence. The fact that we're big creates a big market for European companies which are having trouble because of the aging population throughout Europe. And the fact that the claim that we are poor is not correct because we have one of the largest economic growth rates, and Turkey's dynamism is so great that European companies who have invested in Turkey have never left. We have some European companies that are older than the Republic herself, who have been investing in our country since the Ottoman Empire. And none of them have left, which means it's a very profitable country.
Fantastic. I mean, this is such an important and interesting area to explore, and sadly, we don't have a great deal of time. I hope we can have you back at some point where we have a full opportunity to dig into these issues, discuss them more fully. I'm very grateful to you for your speech, which was excellent, and for your frank answers to my questions. Please join me in thanking our guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to stick with the topic of defense for the next panel. A new defense and security architecture for Europe, which is an extraordinarily pressing issue. So I hope that we're going to get clarity by the end of it from wonderful guests. We have Florence Parly, who is the former Minister of the Armed Forces of France, Ben Wallace, former Secretary of State for Defence of the United Kingdom, and Nikolaos Panagiotopoulos, who is the former Minister of National Defence, former Minister of Migration and Asylum here in Greece. Please come and join me. Hiya. Wherever you prefer to be.
In the middle? Supporter, so do I.
Excellent. Well, we'll get on tremendously then. Thanks.
Sure.
I think maybe we should just talk about Kostas Tsimikas and leave it at that. Be a much easier, more pleasant conversation.
Spend too much on strikers, I think, rather than centre backs. But that's another story. Let's stick to defence and security.
Yeah. Let's stick with the topic. Okay. Well, in the interest of time, let's just leap straight in, and I'll hand over to Florence for your thoughts, please, on this issue of the new defence and security architecture in Europe.
Shall I go?
If you prefer, or from here, wherever you prefer.
Fine. So, I try to be a bit shorter because I know that Ben has to leave earlier. So, before diving in the topic of today and discussing the consequences for us Europeans of the new global geopolitical context, let me add a personal note. It's a real pleasure to meet my former colleagues Ben and Nikos again today, thanks to The Economist. the pleasure of working with them in the past for a more sovereign Europe was immense, and the pleasure of meeting them today is just as great. So, since I left my position as a minister in 2022, our security environment has become even more threatening and unstable. And I'm very pleased that our respective countries are continuing their efforts in this vital area. So with Nikos, I had the honor of preparing the strategic partnership signed in 21 by Prime Minister Mitsotakis and President Macron. This partnership, which includes mutual security clause, which is a bit unusual, has already resulted in a joint exercise in the Mediterranean Sea, the delivery of Rafale jets, and the launching of modern frigates. So the objective is very clear: to strengthen our interoperability and contribute to the security of a deeply unstable region, even more so since October 7, 2023, and the war in Gaza. With Ben, I can say that we would have liked to do more together. Our two countries share a strategic vision, a culture of intervention, and the responsibility of being nuclear powers. But Brexit dominated that period, and the negotiations for the United Kingdom exit from the Union created, I must say, a confrontational climate that was not conducive to strengthening our cooperation. And then there was AUKUS, which plunged our relationship into a crisis of trust. Thankfully, we have since found common ground again in our joint support for Ukraine and initiatives such as the Coalition of the Willing, a British-French initiative now gathering more than 30 countries. And soon, France and the UK will again stand together at the UN to recognize Palestine. I was also asked to say a few words about the political situation in France. I don't know, I need to spend some time on it because it's very worrying. It would have been easier for me if this panel would have taken place next week, because the Prime Minister will face a vote of confidence in Parliament next Monday. What I can say is that few believe he will obtain it, and the President will have either to appoint a new Prime Minister to try and pass a budget, or dissolve the National Assembly once again. In that case, what is pretty sure is that the far right could well increase its presence in Parliament. So, either way, political instability at home adds another challenge at a moment when Europe faces existential questions abroad. So, everyone here is aware that the rules-based order which emerged after the Second World War is being violently challenged, with the shift in the US, with the election of Mr. Trump, who values force and disregards international law. Then the rising power of China, asserting itself as a new leader in part of the world and challenging, along with Russia and others, the post-1945 and post-Cold War international order. And then, last but not least, the increasing number of conflict everywhere in the world. So let's be clear, Russia's war in Ukraine is not only a war against that country, it's a war against Europe itself, against our security, against our values, against democracy. Putin is fighting all that we stand for. President Macron reminded us, during the Cold War, Europe was the battlefield, but never the main player. The arms control treaties, INF, START, that shaped our security were negotiated without us by the United States and USSR and then Russia. And when they collapsed more recently, they collapsed without us again. So everyone knows when you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So it's up to us, Europeans, to define our own security and defense architecture. And this was necessary before February 22, and it's even more vital now, because Russia tests us everywhere, in the air, at sea, in space, in cyberspace, and even by jamming the GPS of the plane carrying Ursula von der Leyen recently, last week. So who can believe that Russia would stop at Ukraine? It's become a direct threat to Europe and to France, so we can no longer procrastinate. I will not be long. You all know that since he was elected in 2017, President Macron had a clear vision about the need to have a stronger Europe, to get more sovereign. So I would not quote his words, but they are as relevant as it used to be 8 years ago, especially since American disengagement is no longer gradual, but brutal. So I have fully supported this project of having a stronger Europe when I was in my position of minister. And I think that even if sometimes we felt a bit alone with our European partners, we have made great progress. And this will be my conclusion. My first conviction is that European defense is becoming a reality. European countries are more willing to protect themselves, to cooperate, to produce their equipment together, and to reduce their dependencies on the rest of the world. My second conviction is that NATO remains indispensable. Article 5 deters Putin, provided that the alliance's main shareholder, I mean the US, does not weaken it. In this respect, I do not believe that Mr. Trump has an interest in devaluating this alliance. It is, to me, far more simple. After burden sharing, what he wants now is burden shifting. So yes, we Europeans must do our part. We must keep the United States as close as possible while reducing our immense dependencies. But never confuse partnership with dependence. Europe cannot be reduced to financing American factories with the European money. And we must not yield to the blackmail of those who would have Europeans finance American industry, not only through tariffs, but also by forcing us to spend more on defense exclusively with American equipment, or by threatening us if we do not change our rules on digital regulation. Third conviction, Ukraine. After the catastrophic Anchorage summit, thanks to the initiative taken by the Europeans at the meeting held in Washington a few days after, it seemed that we are finally beginning to move seriously on security guarantees. Maybe we will have the opportunity to come back to the meeting that happened yesterday in Paris, so I will not comment on that. And finally, the Middle East. France's decision to recognize the state of Palestine is a strong political and moral act. I fully support it, but don't get me wrong, it will not immediately end the war in Gaza, but it can pave the way for the only credible solution discussed before, two states living side by side in peace and security. So the core of the speech was about European strategic autonomy. The question that naturally comes is, who's pushing Europeans more towards strategic autonomy, Trump or Putin? The question remains open. What is sure is that France's warnings were not unfounded, and that as Europeans we have made great progress together. But there is still so much to do, and we no longer have time to procrastinate. Europe is a power that is still unaware of itself, and it's time for it to realize it. Because the truth is simple, and as I said often, either Europe faces up or Europe fades away. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Forgive me for hurrying you along. I'm afraid we're so short of time. Ben, please, you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and it's delightful to follow Florence. The three of us were all defence ministers at exactly the same time. So it's like the Beatles, the reunion of the band getting back together. And I heard, Florence, your comments on Brexit. Look, I never saw our relationship as confrontational. It's competitive in the way brothers and sisters are competitive. And that is, and has always been, Britain and France's relationship. And I enjoyed sometimes the competition, and I often enjoyed the cooperation that we did together. And of course, as you rightly reference, Britain and France are the two European nuclear powers in NATO, and we would often be determined to work together, both in signalling to our adversaries, but also in making sure our policies are aligned as well. And on the subject of Brexit, it's going to be 10 years as of next year. And again, different people had different positions on the UK referendum. But what I would say is our adversaries don't care. I've never, in all my years fighting either terrorists as a former soldier or indeed when I was defence minister, saw ISIS say, well, actually, because of Brexit, we're going to blow up more people in London rather than we are going to in Berlin. I never saw our adversaries sit down in Russia and decide that they weren't going to cyber attack Athens because of Brexit and they were going to go somewhere else. Our adversaries couldn't care less about Brexit. What they were actually focused on is challenging our values and our citizens and indeed everything that we stood for in the world. And that's ultimately what unites us on the architecture of European security. And there is a moment in time, actually, that gives us all great opportunities in Europe, which is, first of all, the new ways of warfare that are emerging from the lessons of the battlefields of Ukraine. Those new way of warfares are developing platforms and capabilities that do not require exquisite platforms that depend on trillion-dollar budgets emanating perhaps from the United States or any other major powers in Europe. Those are able to be developed and designed and produced in countries like Greece, in countries like Britain, and all over. If we adopt the new ways of warfare, and we are brave enough to do so, I think we can also change the fundamentals of many of our defence industries and give our citizens opportunities to collaborate and grow together in technologies. And also the messaging from Donald J. Trump and the President of the United States. And it is not messaging that is actually new. It is obviously delivered in his own way. But the one thing, and I think it is probably the only thing, but the one thing that President Obama and Donald Trump agreed on over the last 10 years is that Europe must carry a greater share of its own responsibility and funding for defence. That it is no longer acceptable that the United States unilaterally, effectively funds 70% of all defence of NATO. In fact, if you add the countries outside of the EU to NATO, you discover they fund 84% of defence. That's just not sustainable, and it isn't fair to the 340,000 US troops who, should a war happen or Article 5 be triggered, have to come potentially across the Atlantic to deploy and fight on our behalf. And that is a warning that was given to all of us back in Cardiff in 2014. President Obama asked nicely, Donald Trump has asked in his way. So that is a lesson that I think we have all taken on board and we need to start doing. That involves our domestic politicians not pretending to our citizens that a bridge to Sicily is somehow defence spending, or in my government or the follow-on government of the United Kingdom claiming that broadband is somehow defence spending, or VAT receipts, sales tax is part of it, because it fools no one, least of all our adversaries. It involves real tough political decisions where we may have to cut other spending in order to fund defence and security. We don't yet see that cultural shift, either in my country or many other countries across Europe. Denmark, for example, actually cancelled a public holiday to increase its tax receipts to try and do that. And indeed, in Germany, obviously, they've raised a very large debt bond to fund it. As of yet, in Western Europe, certainly, including the United Kingdom, we haven't crossed that line. But we need to listen to the warnings from the other side of the Atlantic. And in that space, I entirely agree. I don't agree with the tariff policy. I think tariffs only damage the consumers of those countries, of the countries imposing on it. Britain and France doesn't pay the tariff in the United States. American consumers do, and it drives inflation. And you cannot rewrite the laws and rules of economics. But tariffs will have a reverse effect when it comes to us, therefore, deciding to generate our own sovereign industrial capabilities. Now, I now work in private equity, investing in defense and security tech as one of my jobs. And I see the pipeline of the most amazing companies across Europe and in the United States embracing that new technology of AI, quantum, hypersonics, etc. And if we in Europe can unlock funding for those companies and indeed work on our military leaders, our generals and our admirals, to learn the lessons of modern warfare so we fight tomorrow's war, not yesterday's, then I think there's a real opportunity for our industries. But the key word in those industries and the key words of the battlefield lessons of Ukraine is collaborate. We have to collaborate. We have to fuse and share our data, both open source and secret. You cannot, if you invest in an exquisite platform that is so exquisite it cannot speak to any other unit on the battlefield, it is a waste of time. It may be great to buy yourself a Formula One team. It may be the car you invest in, but a modern Formula One car can do 1,200 kilometers on its engine before it has to be completely rebuilt. It needs a pit team before it can actually start its engine. So we have been, for too long, living off a Formula One team type of defense, where we buy highly sophisticated, exquisite, very, very expensive platforms, often above our means, above our budgets, which is why we end up with hollow forces, forces that look good on paper, but can't actually put to sea because we can't afford the crew or can't afford the electronic warfare. And we need to learn those lessons. And if we do, I think we'll get a much more collaborative European defense policy, a much more collaborative European industrial policy. And I would just say one thing, and there are different countries, obviously, within the EU with different views on this about defense industrial collaboration. We simply individually cannot afford to do it entirely alone. There's about 1-2 countries in the world that can unilaterally develop those high-value platforms. The United States, the best example of that was the F-22 Raptor, and China. The rest of us need to collaborate. It's why one of the success stories of European defense is MBDA, the missile company. Very strong partners with France, Britain, Germany, Sweden in some types of missiles, and Italy at Leonardo. They work. We can do it. We can produce world beaters if we are prepared to collaborate. And I would just say, and I know there's a debate within the EU, if you decide to cut Britain out of some of that collaboration industrially, great, brilliant. But there aren't many people who spend 60, 70 billion pounds a year on their defense budgets. And ultimately, we are going to be a customer as well. And already we have established the new generation of fighter aircraft, GCAP, is Britain, Italy, and Japan. And I would love Germany and France to be part of that collaboration. We did the Typhoon aircraft together, Germany, Britain, Italy, and Spain. There are opportunities. And ultimately, we've got to remember that we're doing it to defend our values, which we all share, whether you're inside or outside the EU, and our adversaries don't seem to care about. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Well, I'll address the audience from my seat, if you will. First of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation. I must state my delight in having to join two very distinguished colleagues with whom I had the opportunity to work together bilaterally and also within the European context. We did many things with Florence, extending our bilateral strategic relationship between Greece and France, also breaking, I think, a very special kind of record along the way, having 6 aircraft delivered within 1 year, fully operational with their crews ready to incorporate themselves into our defense structure within 1 year from signing the contract. Also with Ben, had the opportunity to visit, apart from Paris, which I did repeatedly, had to visit London and sign with Ben on behalf of the Greek government the joint vision statement with Great Britain. What does this all demonstrate? That our countries truly share almost an identical perception of how to manage international affairs and how to work towards bolstering peace and security in Europe, in the wider region, in the world. Now, the problem is that we are living in an increasingly unstable, unpredictable, uncertain and potentially dangerous world. There's war on European soil with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and I think this is a defining point in time with respect to the new security architecture that we seek to impose in Europe. There's rising superpower rivalry all over the world. There is China asserting itself and challenging US supremacy. There's the rise of the global South, which both tends to question the hegemonic role of the United States and Europe. Actually, a few of some autocratic leaders within the global South perceive Europe without any doubt as weak and indecisive, and not a huge geopolitical entity to be reckoned with, which is a problem that Europe seems to address, needs to address as soon as possible. There's a geopolitical influx. And also there's a new US administration, adds to the general unpredictability, and in its own very, let's say, distinctive way, pushes Europe to establish its new security framework by not relying so much as it used to before in the past on the American security umbrella. So Europe needs to cope by itself, and this is a huge responsibility that falls upon the shoulders of European leaders. It seems to me that the message has been well received. Instruments have been proposed and implemented. Rearm Europe is a very ambitious project of raising some $800 billion to bolster European Union defense. Also, there's the SAFE program, which means which means the European Commission accessing the financial markets in order to raise another $150 billion to be lended to the member states in order to invest in defense projects by paying specific attention to projects of interoperability and probably joint procurement schemes. If we are to borrow 150 billion from the European Commission, we need to use that money smartly and wisely in order to jointly develop our defense capabilities. Those two tools are without doubt very useful, but they do remain tools and instruments. There's more than that if we are to achieve the objective of bolstering Europe's strategic autonomy and designing this new security architecture. European leaders must find the political will to work together. We must sometimes, they need to think out of the box in order to achieve a joint procurement scheme and do away with national antagonism between member states. When I was Minister of Defense, my two colleagues know it, I proposed a point of beginning, let's say somewhere to start from. And this would be the implementation of 3 or 4 or 5, what have you, flagship projects. Let's say the new 5th generation European aircraft, or the new European main battle tank, or the new European frigate, whereby one single member state, a leading, let's say, country in the defense industry, would claim the leadership of each project, and there would be certainly an allocation among countries. For example, France would take leadership in the fifth-generation aircraft, or Great Britain in the new frigate-type ship, or Germany in the new main battle tank, for example. I'm just stating the examples out of my mind. But if one strong European country in defense, in the defensive industry, would assume leadership of a project, the others would follow suit and state their participation in the project. And at the end of the day, we would have, let's say, a joint production scheme bolstered by the political will of member states that would think out of the box and overcome problems of antagonism between national defense companies, which up till now, and it's very natural to do so, they had to support. So in that way, I do believe that would make the best use of the tools that the European Union is offering us. However, when it comes to the design of the new security architecture, I think there are some other questions that we have to deal with. Should the new European architecture incorporate Russia in its final design, or should it happen outside or in spite of Russia? I think that's a very crucial question to address. I have stated in the past that maybe Russia felt too cornered and too threatened when NATO almost expanded in the Ukraine. And that made Putin to lash out and behave in that very aggressive manner. Of course, there's no question that we did have to support Ukraine in aiding it with military means. For us in Greece, it would be, there was no other road to take, because how would we argue against the occupation of Cyprus when Turkey invaded, when we would tolerate at the same time Putin's invasion of Ukraine? There was no other way for us. We did support Ukraine to the best of our abilities, but you know, we have now to accept how things are on the ground. Apparently the Russians have gained the military advantage, and we're still in search of a peace process initiation. Undoubtedly, this peace process starts with a ceasefire. I'm not sure everybody has those intentions.
So if you can round up your comments, that would be great.
I will. I'm putting an end to my statement. Ceasefire, the agreement on guarantees, and the very delicate issue of territories. So this is not, I wouldn't like to be in the place of Ukrainian politicians or even European politicians that have so far supported Ukraine, because the negotiation starts from where things stand in the field as we speak. So this is a very intriguing prospect, but I do believe that Europe should take advantage in a peculiar way, in an ironic way, of the situation in the Ukraine to start seriously redesigning the security architecture of the region, working with the Americans, not pushing the Americans away, but asserting its own geopolitical footprint and investing in their defense industry, which is the most basic condition in doing this.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I mean, that was such an extraordinarily rich discussion, actually, because each of you presented individually, but I think there was a lot of interaction between the words that you had to say. There is so many things I would love to ask. We barely have time for even one question, but I am going to put one to you and try and elicit very brief but very pointed answers from you. Donald Trump likes to talk in terms of who holds cards. And it strikes me that America has a pack full of cards in its hand. China has a pack full of cards in its hand. Europe has a pack full of cards, but every card is in a different person's hand. How do you bring about a situation where those cards are played coherently, without waste, and in a way that multiplies rather than divides the capability of this extraordinary continent? I think you've addressed this a little bit, but I will hand back to you in a second to do that. So I just want to, Ben, a concrete thought about what Europe can do. We all know what we aspire for Europe to do, what we would like to see. What small measures maybe, but what important measures can be taken to assure that this opportunity results in a stronger Europe with a capability to defend itself as it must?
Well, some of the things that hold back growing new companies is intellectual property challenges and export policies. And both Florence and I would collaborate on defense projects with Germany, for example. And we'd be wanting to sell somewhere, saying that I could say in France, but German export policy was entirely out of kilter with France and Britain's. And so what we could certainly do is start addressing issues like that. Also on top of that, issues around intellectual property, technology transfer. But also the one thing we do share is our military leaderships learn together, exercise together, and therefore shape effectively the future demand signals for what equipment modern militaries are going to need. And if we are going to fight tomorrow's war, not yesterday's, it is very important that we generate a new generation of military leaders who see what's going on in the world, understand the new levels of technology and what it can do, and I think they will then collaboratively produce a demand signal that means that we all have something to contribute to.
Okay.
And the new way, one of the things about new tech is it is not as manpower intensive. So one of the things that shapes our defense policy is our trade unions, right? And our jobs, right? Ultimately, it's a brave government that's going to say we're not buying lots of warships made in British yards or French yards or Spanish yards because we're actually going to go and buy a whole load of autonomous drones made in warehouses. And then you see, in the corridors of power, the social policy being shaped, or defense policy, sadly, actually, you understand the political reasons, but not necessarily for the right reasons when it comes to defending ourselves. And that's why we end up with big battleships that don't always face the modern enemy.
Yeah, understood. Maybe we should recruit a few Ukrainians if we want to understand the current battlefield.
The new way of warfare is all sitting in your universities in Greece and in Britain and France. One of the cards we hold is the best universities in the world and some of the best educated people in the world. We don't need to lose those people to America or anywhere else. We should do everything to keep them. And if you look at how Ukraine has used its own people and its partnerships to develop weapons that entirely destroy Russian so-called exquisite equipment, it's in our own remit. And I'm hoping that the Greek government, with its speeches tomorrow and everything else and next weekend, will do more to stimulate. Doesn't have to be British, doesn't have to be French. You have that power here to do a lot more with your people.
Okay, Florence.
Well, I fully agree with the question of the intellectual property, which is really a problem even more for industries that have a past, so that have assets to be protected. And so it would be, of course, easier if we had to create joint industries starting from now. So intellectual property, and what I experienced as a major problem in the attempt to have joint armament programs is that, exactly as Nico said, we need a principle which is allocate to a leader a program. Because what we faced in the past in Europe was an allocation based on the financing coming from the member states. And so I want my money back, if I may. Yeah. So that was the
Understandably.
principle. Exactly, and we were not sure to get the best technologies at the best price in the best timing. So having a leader is something absolutely key for the success of such programs. But the reality is that in my period of time, it was not possible to get that principle that had been agreed, especially between Chancellor Merkel and President Macron. It was not implemented in real. So what do we need as Europeans to get convinced that this is the only way to succeed? I think that the current situation is so threatening that we should be ready to be convinced that it's time to consider that as individual countries, we will never compete in such a worldwide competition, first. So our strength is being Europeans. And unfortunately, there is a huge market given the conflictuality we are in. So there is room for developments, for joint developments, and there is room for all these students, engineers that Europe has, and we can succeed. But it's a question of decision. How long our leaders will still consider that they have to protect first their national interest. Okay. Of course, this is our duty, but they have also to consider that Europe is our future.
This seems to me a tremendous contradiction between the needs of a unified European defence architecture and the requirement of every national government that it serves its electorate, first and foremost. You gave us some thoughts about moves that you'd made, proposals that you'd made to get Europe started on this sort of unified approach to defence. Very briefly, any additional thoughts to that?
Well, we have to start from somewhere. And we have to start, let me elaborate on what Florence said yesterday, not today. We have to start yesterday working on that. Leave the operational planning to NATO. They're better than anybody at doing the operational planning. And we've always claimed that the European Union should complement NATO, not try to substitute it with respect to operational planning, but work on establishing a solid European defense industry by homogenizing systems, looking after interoperability and a joint procurement processes. But we have to do it now. If we only engage in wishful thinking through a very specific type of rhetoric, we are in danger of coming across, even more than in the past, as fragmented, indecisive, ultimately weak to the eyes of the emerging global south, the autocrats, and on the others that are antagonizing not only Europe but the West. So we need to take action swiftly. We need to think out of the box. I'll give you a number that I think is very dramatic.
Very briefly.
If you add up the main battle tanks of France, Great Britain, and Germany, the number that will come out is much smaller of the main battle tanks that Russia lost in the Ukrainian front. Not the total number of main battle tanks Russia has, but those that were lost. So we need to zero in on specific projects, start working together. All the countries that are strong in their defense industry should take a leadership role, and also try to complement, to come up with solutions with respect to cutting-edge technologies that the modern battlefield requires. Our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has proposed a European joint anti-ballistic system, because this is very important in the modern field of warfare. But we need to start. We need to take swift action and produce deliverable results, not just rhetoric. The more we say more in a rhetoric way, the more we fall behind in our antagonisms. And then I said the world is more antagonistic than ever. And in a stage of flux, we must not lose ground now. Because this is good also for the sake of democracy in the West.
Indeed, indeed.
Not just defense and security.
It's an existential question, which is one of the things that makes it so hard to answer. Well, in the interests of swift action, I'm going to call this panel to a close. I'm going to ask you to join me in thanking our panelists, but before I do that, just to say that leading us up to the break, we have a conversation, a panel on infrastructure, where I imagine quite a lot of this defense budget is going to go, but that will be chaired by Fotis Kolias, who will come up in a second. First of all, please allow me to thank our panel. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, that was so short. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you again. Thanks a lot.
Great discussion.
So, Fotis Kolias for our next panel. Thank you, Fotis.
Λοιπόν, καλημέρα και πάλι. Μας παίζει ο χρόνος.
Good morning, everyone. On my part, unfortunately, we haven't got much time at our disposal. We are going to talk about the upgrading of infrastructure. At the moment, we are in a period of time that we have got a lot of projects under development in Greece. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Alexandros Exarchou, the Chairman and Chief Executive of Actor Group of Companies, and Christos Dimas, the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport in the Government of Greece. Thank you very much for your time and for being here. We are in a period of time that we are before the completion of the assignments of big projects in Greece. So, the question is, what's lying ahead for Greece? What is the new generation of projects? What kind of projects are we going to see? Will we see any projects that that will deal with the water supply problems? Because we are in difficult times in Greece. Because of that, thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and participate in this Economist Metropolitan Summit and to be given the chance to talk about infrastructure, getting started with water management, which is one of the biggest issues that we are facing, not only here in Greece, but across the world. One thing that I would like to make a point is that, especially in our ministry, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, especially after 2023, when we started to work on different projects that previously belonged to different ministries, and it has to do with the construction of dams or inundation protection projects. These are all very important projects. Soon enough, you will hear our Prime Minister also to present those new projects. As you can understand, the policy that is being shaped at the moment concerning the management of water supply is under the responsibility of the Ministry of Energy. But, of course, we collaborate closely with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. Now, what I want to say is that 80% of these projects have to do with irrigation projects, and only the 20% of it has to do with water supply. And this happens because of the decreased precipitation that we have had during the past years. It is because of the climate change, of course. We have signed with the Actor Group the construction of the dam of Pramiani in Crete, Lassithi. This is a rural area which doesn't have access to enough water supplies for its irrigation needs, especially in that area of Greece. So it's a project that has been undertaken by Actor. Another one is the dam construction in Corinthos and the Peloponnese, and so we're actually expecting now the completion of the studies that we first started to talk about to sign 4 months ago. And it's going to be finished within 18 months after the signing of this agreement. Again, we're talking about an area of Greece that has great needs in water supply for irrigation purposes. And at the same time, we have started again with another dam construction in Tsiknias on the island of Lesbos. So these 3 projects are very important ones. Of course, we have other projects that are on the way in different areas of the country. And you also asked me about the new projects that are about to begin in water management, but also in terms of transport and railway infrastructure. We are planning to get started with new projects. One of them is going to be in Skaramangas and Attica. And in 2026, we are going to have the extension of the metro, the subway line to Kalamaria here in Thessaloniki, and after that we're going to see how we can proceed towards the other end of the town. And in general, we have many projects that we are thinking about to get started with in the near future. What is your view, Mr. Exarchou? You are the chairman and chief executive of Actor, so you have already completed big parts of your projects, big parts of the dam constructions that have already been mentioned. So what's your perspective? What do you think that is going to come from now on? Thank you very much for having me, first of all. I've mentioned before that we are in a very strange period of time, in which Greece seems to be the best place for one to invest when it comes to infrastructure and transport. However, there is an issue here. Before we start to analyze how things are going to proceed from now on, and the truth is that we are probably running the best period of time that we have ever had in terms of construction during the past 25 years. And this is thanks to the decision-making on behalf of the government. But if we want this growth to be sustainable, we need to see some change in the way that we approach the process of assigning public works. There are a few things that have to be resolved. Actually, people from other countries working in the same field have been asking me, haven't things changed yet? Do you still do things that you used to do decades ago? No, the truth is that we haven't seen much change, and for this reason we lose a lot of time. Sometimes we actually have completely irrational delays, and at the moment, there are 4 big companies in the construction field in Greece, and what they need to have is to have enough space and freedom to proceed with their projects, whether we're talking about public works or not. Many times, the question that they ask us, why does it take so long? Because the truth is that we have to have mature studies. We have to have studies that have been completed and they are mature enough in order to go on. And then we have to make sure that we have got enough financing. So there are certain projects that finish early enough, whereas when it comes to public works, because the process is more complicated, or because the studies have not been mature enough, they take simply too long to be completed. This leads us to the point that the public sector and the government need to get started with talking about claims. But this is very annoying because in reality it simply only causes further problems. And there's a lot of complaining about that. And the truth is that we can't really say whose responsibility this is, whose fault is this. So on the one hand, of course, I recognize all of the efforts that have been made on behalf of the ministry so far. But what we need, in my view, to do for the time being is to probably wait a little bit before auctioning public work so that we can get started with this work when everything is mature enough. So how do you see things from now on? Do you believe that we are going to have some results to the public tender procedures that we have had so far? Yes. The truth is, to answer to Mr. Exarchou, in many cases we have got a lot of delays. It might have been because of the whole procedure of the allocation or other problems or technical agencies. But construction companies, on their hand, they need to understand that there might be construction problems or problems when it comes to the relationship of the joint ventures before the completion of a project. So, of course, yes, part of the responsibility lies with the ministry, but it's not just the public sector, it's not just the ministry. Mr. Exarchou is quite right in his point to say that we need to find ways in which things can be accelerated. But since we are in Thessaloniki at the moment, let's remember all those discussions about the Venizelos metro station. I think that the end result is something which satisfies all sides because a solution finally was found. I think that this is a very striking example because the truth is that because of the antiquities that were found underground during the construction of the metro, we had huge delays. Yes, that's true. Now, at the moment, we have got other tools at our disposal. And our goal is to obtain even more from now on. Yesterday only, we signed the approval of the new issue for the new submission of price quotes for the route Drama-Amphipolis, and then the following one is going to be for Thessaloniki-Edessa, that route. Things are going quite well with the area of Kalamata and Pylos in the Peloponnese, and also in the area of Pyrgos. And many more are actually underway at the moment, and they are going very well. This is the public and private partnership in all of those projects, which is proving to be fruitful. One striking example again is the area of work in Crete, where you can see that the joint venture there between the public and the private sector is already delivering some results. When it comes to infrastructure, I have to tell you that the role of our ministry has been very important because we have been very effective in making good use of all the funds that we could have access to. For example, the Daniel Fund after the natural disaster that happened in Thessaly. And of course, the increase of the program of public investments. This year, we already taken 300 million euros out of the total amount of $500 million that had been announced by the Prime Minister. So we've already received a big part of it. And another very important parameter, in my view, is the following. Exactly as the government puts its deadlines, I can understand that also the construction companies have their own deadlines and they want to be paid in time. And I feel that there has been some very positive progress towards this end, and we are able to cover the needs of the companies. Well, Mr. Exarchou, I think that during the past period of time, you have managed to actually cover a lot of gaps, like the area of Vonica or the development of the sites in Kalamata. I've seen it myself. You are moving forwards with very fast pace. The site is actually very big over there. In Thessaloniki, you are still to work with the extension of the metro line towards Kalamaria. So what are you planning to do? What's happening over there? Can you give us some insights? Well, the truth is that you always have to deal with certain issues. That's a good thing, on the other hand, because otherwise we would have remained stagnant. So yes, as you mentioned, lately we have been working a little bit more intensely. Yes, we have completed certain projects and we have developed big sites in Crete and other areas. Well, the metro of Thessaloniki now. You know how much we love this project. I can see that Mr. Tsachaos is also here, the minister who's always working on that. We have already got started with some trials. One thing that we needed to have completed was the electricity supply of the project so that trials could begin. I think that if we secure our funding, we will be able to meet this deadline. And this is, you know, a joint challenge for everyone, because it was a complicated procedure that needed to be followed for the funding of this project. And this is still going on, and everyone, all of us, is trying their best from all sides to have this project completed within the deadline. And I think that this is going to be at the beginning of 2026. There are certain procedures that have to be followed. Not everything is under our control. Probably it's going to be in February 2026 or March the latest. Okay, one last question then before our coffee break. Recently enough, you showed some interest for Malta, for the acquisition of a company over there. So how is this going on? This is another topic that I take great care about. A couple of years ago, no one could have imagined that the banks of Attica and Crete and Ceres, they are reaching that of Malta now. So a few years ago they were close to bankrupting, but now they are owning their own capital resources, which are reaching that of Credia in Malta. And this is giving to its shareholders the chance to see that the capitalization of Credia is going to give some tactile results. And I think that this is going to not only give returns, but also provide some profit. This is thanks to the fact that the government of Mr. Mitsotakis and with the help of Mr. Hatzidakis, they supported the project with the creation of a fifth pillar, and now Malta can be actually serve as demonstration of this progress. Thank you very much, both of you, for your comments.
welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. We're going to get straight on because we're short of time as usual. We have a lot to get through, a lot of really great speakers, and we want to give everybody a fair crack at the whip. So we're going to go next to Apostolos Tsitsikostas, who's the European Commissioner for Sustainable Transport and Tourism, and he's going to help us look at the issue of European connectivity at the heart of European security and growth, particularly important in this fantastic city and this part of the world. Apostolos, would you like to come and join us?
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here and participate in this conference, the Economist Conference, for one more time. This is a conference which is proof that we can have an open and structured dialogue on the shaping of strategies and strategical planning. And this is actually a need which is more relevant than ever, because everybody agrees on the fact that we are facing an era of rapid changes and upheaval, global upheaval. This is actually a time of global restructuring of the political framework. And this is becoming even more intensive because of the wars taking place in various areas, all of these tensions that exist around the globe. In other words, we are in an era when things are changing, and they are not the way that they used to be. We are changing our way of communicating. And we can see that more often than not, force is being used. War, in all of its forms, seems to, unfortunately, be one of the first choices. And this is a very worrying change, and we have to remain alert. And of course, at the same time, it requires some strategic choices and long-term planning and modernization of all institutions. We have to adapt to the new situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, under these circumstances, many things are changing, but not everything. Not everything can change. That there are certain fields that can make us feel safe enough. And this is actually what I would like to talk about to you today. One of these fields is infrastructure and transport, which can serve as a beacon of realism, common sense, and stability in a world of instability. It's also tourism, which is once more the power of connection for us all, and at a moment that many wish for division. Both of these two fields, together with infrastructure, and I am actually greatly honored to be responsible for this section in the European Union. So transport, infrastructure, and tourism can be the drive for economic growth, not only in Greece, but in the whole of Europe. And in an era of uncertainty, infrastructure and safe transportation are crucial. I'm talking about ports, airports, road systems, supply chain, tourism. All of these things are indeed a strategic point for the market of Europe and extremely important for Greece and the Greek economy, because they can affect either directly or indirectly almost 35% of the Greek GDP. So let's begin with that. The better transport infrastructure we have the more development we can have. And development, in its turn, can support the supply chain and the demands of the market. So it's something that can have direct impact both on businesses and on the daily lives of the citizens. But apart from that, transport itself can be an integral part of our economy with more than 1 million European companies getting involved that are actually offering jobs to more than 10 million people across Europe. For this reason, we want to focus on the completion of the project of the so-called TREN-TRIP, the Trans-European Transport Network. Because if we have a network like that, is expected to increase the European Union GDP by 2.5%, and it's going to create even more economic and investment opportunities by decreasing bureaucracy and the costs. For this reason, I'm waiting for the approval of the next multi-annual framework within which we are going to have the duplication of the resources, and they are going to reach up to the amount of 51.5 billion euros for the purposes of infrastructure and transport. This is not just mathematics, ladies and gentlemen. This is actually a very powerful political decision, which is proof that the European Union is at the moment investing where it's the actual need is, and it can have an impact on the daily lives of the citizens and also contribute to safety and the quality of life as a whole in Europe. Of course, the requirements are very high. This is a very demanding project. According to the Draghi report, we are going to need more than 800 billion euros for the completion of this network. But we want to support and make use of this financing, especially for the funding of inter-regional projects that will include both private and public investment. This is a very important network. So let me share an example with you. Let's focus here. Let's focus on Greece, in our neighborhoods. A few months ago, I actually invited the three ministers from Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece, and so we talked about the acceleration of these infrastructure projects, and in this way to be able to connect Sofia, Bucharest, and Thessaloniki. In this way, we will be able to see the vision of the creation of a modern access between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean come true. And this will serve the safety of transport both through the roadways and so with the use of railway. 2 months ago, as a matter of fact, I approved the resources reaching up to the amount of 270 million euros for Greece in order to proceed with this project. And I'm talking about the part of the network from Ormenio, northern Greece, to Alexandroupolis. And so within the next period of time, we're going to sign a new pact, the EU, with these three countries, and essentially we will get started with the construction of these roads. And you can understand that this, of course, is a part of the road system of great geopolitical importance for Greece and the wider area. So, for this reason, we want to highlights the importance of Greece as a central gate to the Balkans, the eastern parts of Europe, and the western part of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, good transport means combined transport as well. And at this point, it's the ports and shipping that play a very important role. And let me refer to my country one more time, and more specifically to the ports of Piraeus. We can already see the results of this investment at the ports of Piraeus, projects that have already been completed, including the new station for containers. And the port of Piraeus has become the biggest ports of Europe, the third biggest port of Europe since 2023. And when it comes to transportation of goods, in 2023, it was the fifth biggest port of Europe by having an increase of 250% in terms of volume of goods. And something similar will be happening soon enough at the port of Thessaloniki. The investment which is going to take place here will give it the chance to play a central role at the trade roads of this part of Europe, and it's going to be central. It's going to occupy a central place in this geopolitical position. So let me reassure you that Europe wants to keep investing in the ports, and ports actually serve 77% of trade between Europe and the rest of the world, and more than 35% within Europe, by developing new systems for energy and technologies so that the new supply chains can make good use of their competitive advantage. And of course, we will continue to invest in shipping as well. Shipping is also part of my responsibility as a European Commissioner. So in the European Union, now ships carry more than 3.4 billion tons of goods, and passenger ships carry more than 400 million passengers per year. And this creates more than 450,000 job positions directly and many more indirectly. And, of course, let's not forget the pivotal role of Greece in shipping. So you can see, we are working on two different strategies in Europe in parallel, one for ports and shipping and one for the railroads and the road systems, and I am planning to present them officially before the end of the year. What are our priorities now? These are competitiveness, safety, energy transition, digital transition, and of course sustainability. At the same time, we're working on the shape of the first joint strategy for tourism in the European Union. This is my next part in my portfolio. It's the first time that we are talking about a budget to be approved for the common strategy in tourism. Speaking of 20 million job positions, 3 million small and medium enterprises, and an increase of 10% in the European GDP. We want Greece to be a pioneer in tourism in Europe. Europe needs to be a pioneer anyway. Greece belongs to the 10 first tourist destinations in the world, and we need to find that sweet spots between visitors and the maintenance of our wealth and the natural environment. and we need to support small and medium enterprises towards their transition, the green transition, the digital transition, and to help their access to funding to be able to make use of new technologies and the AI, and to create a new space for data in order to be able to avoid phenomena such as over-tourism, and to support the European tourism brand in order to be able to have the positive effect and the benefits coming out of tourism to even more areas around Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, let me refer once more to the importance of infrastructure and transport in terms of security and defense. For several reasons, defense now is one of the priorities of Europe. And actually, the funding for military mobility is now increasing to 17 billion euros, because the truth is that if you want to really defend a whole continent, you need to be able to travel across the whole continent within just a few days, not within weeks or months, because this is the reality that we are experiencing at the moment. So what does this all mean? We need to have the upgrading of all of the existing infrastructure. So together with Britain and NATO and all the member states of the EU, we have mapped 4 different routes, and we have seen what the creation of new projects should be. So I'm talking about ports, airports, again, road system, the creation, the construction of bridges. Everything needs upgraded, and we need to do it now. We need to act now, and not after the next crisis. We need to decrease the bureaucratical procedures so as to make sure that access to all of these resources is going to be faster and easier for all the member states. We have already achieved the mobility of goods and people across Europe. We need to make sure that this will be true also for military forces across the European Union. We need to urgently have military Schengen that we are already preparing, and of course, who is going to benefit out of that? It's going to be the citizens, because it's going to be dual-purpose project. It's going to be both for the citizens and for the military forces. So essentially, we are talking about an investment that it's going to be beneficial in all possible ways. Ladies and gentlemen, in all of these policies and strategies, Greece has a central role. For this reason, all of these discussions are really relevant for Greece. And maybe mainly about Greece, because Greece is a pillar for tourism, for extroversion, for defense and European trade. So these are changes that we need to play a role. We want to play a role. We need to be at the decision making, at the heart of it. And this is where we have always been, historically and geopolitically, and especially now more than ever, that we are creating all of these strategies that will affect the Europe and the existence of Europe, excuse me. Greece's part is huge. We need to understand that, and we need to move forward all together with even more confidence. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll save our questions for next time, which I hope will be soon. Thanks a lot. We're going to move along, if the photographers will allow us, to our next session. So this is, we've been talking about policy, we've been talking about a European approach. Now we're going to get a lot grittier and into more local detail. And without looking too closely at the clock, we're going to address this question of the challenge of timely delivery of major infrastructure projects with Dinos Benroubi, who is the Vice Chairman and Chief Executive of METCA. Dinos, please come and join me. Good to see you. I don't know where you want to speak from, if you want to speak from your seat or...
I prefer to answer questions directly.
Okay, you want to go straight?
Yeah.
Straight to questions. Okay. Well, that was a really interesting presentation, I thought, and clearly, you know, infrastructure is central for so many reasons, not just for so people can enjoy decent lifestyles in their countries. It's also important for defense, important for economic development. And you're at the sharp end of it. First of all, just tell us briefly, I mean, probably most people already know, but tell us briefly about METCA, what you do, what your involvement is here in Thessaloniki, and if you like, draw the distinction between METCA and your parent company.
Okay, well, good morning to everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor and a privilege to be here for another year in my hometown of Thessaloniki. METCA is an infrastructure company, 100% subsidiary of Metlen. It was established in May of 2023, and it's one of the big four construction companies in Greece, the so-called seventh-degree companies. When we established METCA, when in Metlen, we decided to establish METCA, because I come from Metlen, actually. We saw that there was a need in Greece in the near future and in the midterm for infrastructure developments. Greece was lagging behind quite much in infrastructure developments. Actually, if I can give a number, Europe spends about 6% of GDP in infrastructure. Greece has been spending for decades 2% of GDP. This has created a backlog of about 80 billion euros. Nobody claims, of course, that this will be done and executed quickly, but definitely at this moment, thanks to many things, thanks to the financial situation of Greece, which is getting better and better, thanks to the RRF, and thanks to different other things, there is a lot of investment going into infrastructure. And we decided in METCA that we can be part of it. We can offer and support the country in its development of infrastructure, being one of the big four. And we had also another different, let's say, let me call it advantage, that we are supported by an 8 billion parent, which is Metlen, since the new thing in infrastructure development at this moment is that there are less public works, less works paid by the national budget, and more infrastructure developments that come from either concessions, either public-private cooperation. That's why we also formed together with METCA, we formed a company called DEM Concessions, the M stands for Metlen, and the two companies, which I see them as one, to be frank, work together to proceed in this field. We have done quite well up to now. My commitment to the shareholders when we started in 2023 was that we would double and redouble the financial result of METCA in 23, 24, 25. We are doing it. We are leading up to an EBITDA of 100 million, which is redoubling last year's 50. And then we have, as we presented in our Capital Markets Day in London, about a month ago. We are planning to have a continuous, healthy growth mid-term. Just to say and finish that most of the people, I'm sure, know that Metropolitan has already entered the London Stock Exchange, and very recently, a couple of days ago, it was announced that very soon it will be included in the FTSE 100. So this about Metka and Metropolitan. Now, perhaps the next question or something, I'll have a chance to say what projects we are doing and what's related directly to Thessaloniki.
Feel free to take us through some of the key projects that you're working on.
Okay, well, we are, when we say infrastructure, what's an infrastructure company? An infrastructure company is a heavy infrastructure company. I exclude energy, which is actually where I come from, is roads, highways, railroads, ports, airports, and irrigation and water management, waste management, and many large buildings, not housing, large buildings that exclude housing. So within these projects, we are in all of it within the 2 years that we exist. We run projects in railways. We run the main railway project in Greece at this moment, which is reconstructing the line connecting Athens to Thessaloniki. It's the main line, and I feel the whole Greece is looking at us. And also, we are in highways. We have a very important project here in Thessaloniki, which is, even in Greek, we call it the flyover. It's a new bridge that doubles the capacity of the circumferential highway of Thessaloniki. In buildings, again, in Thessaloniki interest, we are building under public-private cooperation. The previous one was also public-private cooperation. We are building 17 schools, 17 new schools in Thessaloniki. And also we are we've started building the extension of the port of Thessaloniki, which is quite a big project that will change the operation of the port.
Okay, I mean, the diversity in those projects is an interesting story in itself, you know, that Greece is moving forward on so many fronts at once, and a company like yours is really at the sharp end of making those transformations happen. So that's fascinating. You talk about public-private partnerships, which is the modality. Is it the principal modality you use for investments in Greece?
Well, in talking about infrastructure investments, we are really talking about public and private cooperation and concessions.
Right.
Both of them have in common, they have differences, but what they have in common is that there is a private entity investing. This is actually one of the main reasons that we selected to get into this type of business, because Metropolitan itself is mainly a metals and energy business. It's not a construction business. But we decided to get into the construction business because we felt that we could be a very trustworthy and strong investor, getting very good financial terms from the banks. And not only that, but the difference in PPPs and concessions is that you invest your money together with the banks. So the banks, in a magic way, put everything in order, which is not the case when you are dealing with pure public works. Public works, the minister who was here and is doing an excellent work, is always trying to find money from the state budget, which is not always easy, no matter how well you do. Here, you don't need to do that. The private entity invests, the banks finance, and this makes life easier. Because if I want to make a concluding comment that what does it take to make a good infrastructure project? Actually, it takes three things. It takes know-how, I mean, what do you want to do? You want to do something in a timely manner, in a good technological way, modern and resistant and sustainable, to make some money out of it, because we are not, we are a corporation. And what does it take to do that? First of all, you need technology. You need know-how. What is know-how in our business? In our business, because we are not an asset-heavy business, we are a people-heavy business. So really, what's know-how? Know-how is your people. So number one thing for me is to have good people and to manage these people correctly. That's the one thing that you need. We started in Metka with less than 200 people 2 years ago, engineers, our own employees, and we are in 2 years at 850 engineers. And we keep growing every day. So that's the first thing you need is know-how. The second thing that you need is money. So somebody has to provide that money. Either the state in public works, either somebody else, if you make a private project like a hotel or a shopping center, which we are very active in this sector also, or you yourself. You have to finance, and then, of course, take your money back through the operation and to that. And the third of all is, of course, to organize all that, which is that's the role of the management of the CEO. These are the three things that you need. What the state can do is, in all of these projects, is to work also seriously together with the constructor to, when you start a project, you have to have cleared expropriations, environmental, and not to wait after you sign the project to clear all that, because then it takes years and delays. And the last thing is that because all these projects are designed and built, they are not only built, they have to be very close on the design phase. So if there are changes, this change has to be effected very quickly, as it happens in a private project, and not lose years to effect these changes, because this delays the project.
Right. So you've set out what you need from government for these things to work well. Very, very briefly, because we're out of time, are you getting what you need?
If I have to answer with one word, I would say yes. We are getting, to make it more precise, we are getting a lot of effort and goodwill. Now, we have to make this huge effort made by the government, the ministry, and the goodwill really existing to make it into a quick result.
Right. Okay, fantastic. I mean, it's really nice to hear what, on the face of it, sounds like quite a success story. We're in the early stages of Metka and its story. I hope we get the chance to follow further successes in the future. In the meantime, please join me in thanking Dinos Benroubi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to pivot now to health, growth and resilience, strategic investments for Southeast Europe. So we're still in the area of regional development. We're still in the area of investment, but this time we're looking specifically at health. And to help us do that, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage the Minister for Health here in Greece, Adonis Georgiadis, and the President of the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industry, board member for the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises and board executive member for Medicines of Europe, Theodore Trifon. Please come and join me.
I will join you. I'm not sure where the minister is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. We're short one minister.
Yep.
Okay. We're going to get started with you, if that's all right, Theodore. I'm going to give you the opportunity to give us some introductory thoughts. I mean, our subject matter here is quite broad: health, growth and resilience, strategic investments, Southeast Europe. Take it away.
Well, I want to thank again The Economist and Power Game for the invitation. I think that after the situation with COVID, and of course on top of that the energy and geopolitical crisis, it became very clear that Europe must act fast, swiftly, and be able to plan and of course materialize a new policy regarding resilience of supply for critical products. Pharmaceutical is one of those, and of course growth and investment. This is something that we have seen the last 10, 15 years, independent of the Greek crisis, that there were very big issues regarding competitiveness of Europe compared to other regional competitors or areas. And unfortunately, and this is one point whereby I would give some credit to Boris Johnson, what he said yesterday, the decision-making was not fast, and a large part of the decision-making did not actually take into consideration the real problems of the European industry, I'm speaking for that, and this resulted in loss of competitiveness. So we have come at one point whereby I think now we see some signs. The question mark is this signs and this policy, how effective, to what depth, and in what time frame it will be materialized, that Europe wants to change quickly and turn pages. Of course, it has to do with the COVID, the geopolitical issues, defense issues, and the Draghi report and later report that has made a big impact in all of Europe and in its government. Also here, in every policy meeting I am present, where the Ministry of Economy and Finance is, these reports are being mentioned as benchmark reports and how we should adopt many of these policies that are being presented. So, what do we see? We see some policy making in Europe. Critical Medicines Act. This is important. It is in terms of the new pharmaceutical policy. It will adopt some measures, and we see that there is fast track going on to be adopted as soon as possible by the European Union, whereby there are some criteria and some incentives for critical medicines to be produced in Europe. Secondly, there is a problem there with the state aid and incentives, especially for certain parts of European countries, that unfortunately, although there is a large part of the population and of the industry taking part there, it's considered state aid, so many incentives cannot be materialized. So again, there is the IPCI and the incentive program of Europe that we have to make much more, I think, specific and much more tailor-made to the exact needs. Because in the end, what is the question? The question is that every euro that is invested to be able to produce real value and have real return to the economy in terms of the multipliers. This is the only criteria, nothing else, especially for a continent and countries that lag behind in competitiveness regarding other regions. The other issue that we have a problem is, unfortunately, all this fast transition to climate, all this climate change, bureaucracy, and many burdens and many financial burdens that the industry faced because of that, they have to be aligned and to be taken into consideration. So these are the basic points that we have to address in the near future. Medicines for Europe, where I'm a board member, is the Association of Pharmaceutical Industries in Europe, and we produce 70% of the European products that are used, of the products that are used in Europe. So for us, it is very, very important to have, to cover all these issues, to give answers to all these problems, to be able to continue to do that. Otherwise, we'll have many more imports from India, from China, and of course, another big issue is the APIs and unfortunately, we have a lot of dependence on the APIs from these countries.
Okay, there's lots of things there that you mentioned. A very interesting thumbnail of where we are and some of the challenges. I'm intrigued. I mean, India, Brazil, these are huge producers of generics. and it's one of the central pillars of their export policy. How do you compete with that? Greece has been quite successful over the last few years getting into this business. On what strength have you done that?
Well, coming to Greece now, first of all, for certain reasons, we have a tradition in pharmaceutical production of generics. We have had a base. At the moment now, I'm very, very proud and happy that I am president of an association that has 51 production sites in Greece. Most of them are Greek companies, but also Boehringer Ingelheim, Accord, and two funds have sites invested here. So it's about 12% of the European dynamic of production for generics. It's the largest infrastructure. And what we have been doing is that we try to be time to market, and we try to cover with investments, to cover the very big gap we had from the crisis in Greece. It is not easy. And now that many people question me about the effect of Trump tariffs on Europe and Greece, I'm saying that in 4/5 of the countries where we are present, we already face many problems and obstacles because they try directly and indirectly to support the local industries. So for us going from here to Middle East, going to Latin America, going to many countries in the CE or countries like that, or even in the Balkans, you have many policies that favor or support local manufacturing. And for example, in Turkey, the last 10 years, we need 4 years to be able to register a product. Now, whereby we have a subsidiary in the Middle East, and in Saudi Arabia, which is the largest market in the country, we need to have a production base there to be able to participate in tenders or in supply of hospital and social security systems. So you see, these are problems that we have had all these years. The Greek pharma industry has tradition. We have mainly the large family companies here who have focused on what we have been doing. And I'm very glad to say that together with the government, and Minister Georgiadis is the first that has signed this agreement, we planned, and it has been executed to a large degree, a very successful investment scheme and incentive scheme, 2019 to 2027, this is the last part now, whereby a small part, 10% only, of the discounts that we give, it is our money, we give 100 discount, 10% can be offset with investments. And the last 2 years, I think that with numbers, because we have, through this program, 10 new production sites, 14 new development centers, and also the Pfizer, for example, investment in Thessaloniki was partly supported by that. I think that this is one of the 3 most successful RRF programs in Greece. What does it show? It shows that if you can plan, if you select a sector that has a base, a tradition, especially has a production base, and you do some sectoral policies, long-term sectoral policies, and you have in this sector a steady environment of incentives, because we don't have steady environment in many other aspects, then you can see some results. And of course, every 2 years, this program was reevaluated. And every 2 years, the government renews it. So it is a good example, and this has given us the opportunity to cover some of the lost years of the decade and of the last and a very large investment gap. Mind you, and we know that very well, it was mentioned also today by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Pirakakis, that in Greece we have now 14% of the GDP is the participation of production of industry. It lags behind, 20% is the average, and this is something very, very important, especially if you focus and try to have larger companies, larger industries. They are the companies that export, that they have higher salaries, and they do more research. So we need sectoral policies, Pharma industry is one example. We need a stable environment. We need to face the issues we have with energy and other rising costs and bureaucracy costs that has come mainly from the European policies. And based on that, I think that one area that we can be competitive in the future is the production of generics and value-added medicines in Greece, but also, I believe, more also in Europe.
Okay. You've been fairly clear in the list of things that you need. How optimistic are you that you're going to get those things?
Well, of course, personally, I am optimistic because our company has an investment program that is been materialized during the last 7 years of more than 200 million. And you need to be optimistic if at the end of the month you have to pay 1,800 salaries. You cannot do that being pessimistic. And of course, based on that, I find the strength to always with arguments and the data and numbers to press for some things that are obvious but are not been done. We have a number of issues, for example, energy cost for the industry. It's something that's for the whole of the industry, but it must be resolved. We cannot have three times the energy cost that the German company has here in Greece. The second is all the incentives that you have, as I said, state aid, the incentives for R&D, the incentives now that we have with the global investment, they should be permanent. The third is all the programs that we have, and we need, again, to have a better collaboration with the state for the personnel. It's a very big issue. The demographics of Greece make this even more complex. To find the correct personnel, to train them. And of course, I am very proud that in our industry we give 30% higher salary than the average of the other industries. And this is something that is necessary to keep these people and have them there. The political stability that we have had and the financial stability in the last years have helped. However, I believe that Greece has many resources that are given and don't have a local added value. So I suggest, and we have put this forward to the Greek government, that for every program of the RRF or other programs that you have as incentives, you should have a matrix of local added value that the multinationals, foreign or local companies bring based on this program, and you should evaluate this every 6 months or 12 months. Otherwise, you should take these resources and do it elsewhere. An example is the resources that have been used for research in our country. We see that this have been, there are a number of resources, maybe not adequate, but still a large number of euro have been given, and unfortunately it has not been allocated centrally. But it has been dispersed here and there. So this is a clear example that we need to do more central planning for very, very specific and important sections like the money that is being given to research, the money that is being given to the industry as tax incentives or other kind of incentives.
Okay, I mean, you talk that's a very interesting concept of local value added, and I'm sure a lot of communities would appreciate the thought. How do you implement it? What would the measure be? And where it's not a natural outcome of a business to produce local value added, how would you impose that requirement on a business?
Well, okay, it is not easy. It depends, of course, on the specifics of the industry or of the sector that will do the investment, and also on the specifics of the geographical part of it. For example, in the pharma industry, we have now, in the last 3 years, created a new hub, Peloponnese, Tripoli. And the good thing is now that we have better incentives there than in Athens. The issue there, of course, is infrastructure, is personnel, all these things. So, if we put all the investments that the pharma industry has been doing in Tripoli, which is something like 200 million, and then you see the direct and indirect effect it has on jobs, on the local economy, also on the fact that 80% of the products that will be produced there will be exported. All this create a matrix whereby you analyze direct and indirect impact on jobs, on the local economy, on small business in the area, on import-export, which we have a problem with Greece with the payments. So all these can create some matrices, and we have seen that €1 that is invested in this area has a multiplier of 4.5. And this has been done by some studies by the Bank of Greece and also by EOV. In Athens, it is 3.6.
Right.
Because it has the effect of, for example, on small business in an area that you need to keep small businesses. It is not easy. It can be done. But in my sector, we have 20 years of lost opportunities. We have billions of euros been given to the pharma, from the state, pharma industry. 80% has been going to the multinational companies. And out of these billions, only one production side of these companies has been left in Greece. Why is that? Of course, it's not a problem of these companies, but also it's a matter of being able to sit down, present some incentives, have a medium to long-term plan, and also convince and pressure these companies if they get, let's say, 30, 40, 50 billion to give something back.
Excellent. I mean, there's so much more we could talk about, and we didn't even have the minister with us. So, one way or another, we were going to run out of time. Indeed,
it is not good, because it's one of the few times that I would say good words for the minister in front of him.
Well, there you go.
Lost that.
There you go. You'll have to find some other opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course. Thanks very much. Okay, we'll move along. Now we have a bumper bonus panel with no fewer than 6 panelists. I hope we got enough chairs. We're going to be looking at energy. We've sort of dodged that bullet a little bit so far today, but now we're going to throw ourselves into this topic full on. And we have a fabulous panel to join us. I'm going to invite them straight up. Stavros Papastavrou, who is the Minister of Environment and Energy here in Greece. Josh Huck, who is the Chargé d'Affaires at the US Embassy in Athens. Georgi Samandov, who is the Deputy Minister of Energy for the Republic of Bulgaria. Please come and join us. And we have representatives from the business sector, Dan Stratton, who is the Chief Executive Officer and Founder at RCI Holdings, Barbara Morgante, who's the Chief Executive Officer, Chief Executive at Enaon, and Maria Rita Galli, who's Chief Executive at DESFA. Hiya, nice to see you again. Hiya, good to see you. While we all display our manners and find ourselves nice places to sit,
I would love to. Absolutely.
Energy is one of those really interesting topics. I find it quite hard actually to stick on the topic of energy because it's relevant to so many other things. It's central. An awful lot of people don't think much about it, but it's right there at the middle of everything that we do. All of our strategies, all of our economic plans and growth all depend on energy, a smooth supply of it, an affordable supply of it. And that is always, and particularly now, problematic. So let me pass straight over to the Minister and give us your opening thoughts, please, on this.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for the kind invitation. And also, let me welcome Josh Huck, because I believe this is your first public appearance.
Yes, thank you.
So I had the privilege to meet Josh a few times until now, both in DC and in Athens. And I think we're very lucky that we have in the US Embassy someone who knows the region and who has a deep understanding of the complexities. So welcome. You're right. Energy is in the middle of anything. It is an everyday challenge for the households in Greece or in Nicosia or in Rome or in Portugal. It affects tremendously, hence the previous discussion you had, the competitiveness of our industry.
Yeah.
And Greece having the past summer and the past years, together with the other southern Eastern European countries, a dividing line in terms of prices with Central and Eastern Europe
in North Europe, this has become a serious drawback for the competitiveness of our industries. At the same time, energy efficiency and energy stability and energy strength is part of your national strength. It's part of your national security. And on a more international level, you see that also in the recent US-EU agreement, the energy investments, the 600 billion energy investments that they are forecasted is one of the pillars of the agreement between the EU and the US. So energy affects us in so many different ways.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it also affects our everyday life in terms of the quality of our life, in terms of the quality of the atmosphere, of the oxygen, of the place that our children will be living. So I think Greece has done collectively a significant progress in terms of its obligation to the future generations. In 2005, Greece was almost fully dependent to coal, to lignite. More than 60% of the electricity was produced from lignite. Now, close to 60% is produced by renewables. 20 years ago, 60% from coal, now 60%, close to 60%, 54, 55, from renewables. And coal has been reduced to 9%. And you would say, yes, that's a significant progress, but one should take into account that these 20 years were not any 20 years. 10 out of these 20 years, Greece had to go through an unprecedented financial crisis, which resulted in the loss of 25% of our GDP, which in no other OECD country in peacetime, any society had to suffer this loss. And at the same time, we managed to catch up and at the same time improve and amend our energy mix. Now Greece, I think, is transforming itself into an energy regional hub by investing heavily in infrastructure projects in terms of interconnection. I think we are seeing how important it is that we are interconnected with Bulgaria, Turkey, Albania, Italy, and we're even more putting ahead more projects to enhance the volumes, because this is going to transform our region. The vertical corridor, it's very important. But the vertical corridor, it's part of something which for us is a bigger discourse. Energy for us is not only a commodity, but it's something that transforms the region. Every new pipeline, every new enhanced interconnection, it's something a lot more than the standalone economic activity. I'll give you an example. I've met with my colleague Zecho from Bulgaria and his colleague more times, 8 times the last 6 months, than I've met many of my fellow ministers in Greece. Because there are so many different projects. There are so many challenges. And it transcends the economic element. It completely transforms the vertical corridor countries. So this is...
So you're talking as a sort of pipeline of peace, if you like, a pipeline of international relations.
Of peace and prosperity and development. Until now, if you go to see the map of Europe, the Central European countries, you would consider to become, if you were in Netherlands, you would become to Paris or to Brussels. It was one unit, one end. In this vertical corridor, you could see neighboring countries, but you had all these bottlenecks. When we tried to do the product for Ukraine, it showed this fragmentation I'm talking about, different countries, different operators, but there you had the possibility that the private sector and the operators and the administrators managed to find a way, so we're becoming more and more an area that energy leads to a broader cooperation and prosperity.
Right. Okay, thank you. Josh, I guess this is the sort of angle that is particularly of particular interest to the United States as a friend of the region, that the part that energy connection can play in much more than simple energy security, but social cohesion, if you like, and international relations. It's a sort of lubricant for international relations. Is that how you see it?
Yes, thank you, Alistair. Thank you for that question. And let me also just say a word of thank you to the economists for convening us all together and doing this important discussion. Thank you to the organizers. I know how much work goes into an event like this, so thank you. And of course, a big thank you to my panelists, a very distinguished group. It's an honor to be among you. I'd also just say it's wonderful to be back in Thessaloniki. Over the last 3 years, I've been in Washington serving as Deputy Assistant Secretary in our European Affairs Bureau, covering Greece and other countries in the region. But even before that, I was in Sofia, Bulgaria, actually, for 3 years, from 2007 to 2010, and had many chances to come here to Thessaloniki at that time. Of course, that was a very different economic moment in Greece. But to come back and to see the dynamism, the economic growth that's clearly taken place is just fabulous. I've always loved the city, but to come back and see it doing so well is really wonderful. I think it's a testament to the local governance at the national level, but also to the people of this region and their incredible resilience and the human capital that's present here. U.S. investment in this region has been a part of that story, and we'd be happy to talk about that. But back to the point on energy, just to say I've had a chance to be back in Washington since the very first days of this new administration, and very much we see energy security as a key and fundamental part of an overall broader European transatlantic security picture. I think one of the key lessons that we've learned over the last several years is the danger of over-reliance on Russian energy. We've seen that on the economic side with supply disruptions and all of the unpredictability that brings. I actually remember a very cold winter that I was living in Bulgaria, where the gas had been turned off by the Russian suppliers to make a political point. And I think many around the table or around this room probably have had that experience or been affected by that in one way or another. But on the political side as well, I think we've seen those negative effects of the over-reliance on Russian energy. So I think where we are now is a consensus that's emerged in Washington, in Brussels, around the region on the need to move forward with a new architecture that eliminates or mitigates those negative effects of reliance on Russian energy, which is why the U.S. is so interested in the kinds of projects that the minister just mentioned, like vertical corridor. Obviously, this is a concept, a vision that needs to emanate from the region, but it's one that the U.S. strongly supports for several reasons. Partly, obviously, because it breaks this traditional monopoly that Russia has enjoyed, where all the transmission of energy has been east to west. A counter to that, to provide additional competition going from north to south, from Greece to Bulgaria to Romania, Moldova, and on to Ukraine.
From south to north.
Oh, I'm sorry, north to south. Yes, south to north. Exactly, and this is critical. It provides that competition that's so essential, both from a political and an economic lens. Right now, but I do think it's important, and this is something the minister alluded to about the work that's been done and the meetings that have happened, because it doesn't happen on its own. It will not, right? It takes innovation, it takes partnership across several areas. I would highlight three, which is one is the infrastructure. Now, a lot of the pipeline, the infrastructure already exists, but to increase capacity, to enable us to scale it up, there are key improvements that need to be made along the route. And maybe this is something we'll hear from other panelists about, but that's a key component. But it's something that the U.S. has played a role in as well, here, particularly in Greece, where the U.S. has committed through our DFC, Development Finance Corporation, $125 million to the Elefsina shipyards to make them able to maintain and support LNG ships so that more LNG can be brought in through Revithus and into the pipeline. Of course, also the floating storage and regasification unit at Alexandroupoli, a U.S. firm, Venture Global, is the primary player there. And that's been a project we've championed for quite some time. So the U.S. is also involved in that infrastructure piece. But the second piece I'd mention is the need to harmonize both our regulatory framework and the basically tax treatment for LNG shipments all along this line. An LNG provider needs to know when they're shipping to Greece and into this vertical corridor what will be the prices and the treatment of their supplies all along the route. So that's another important piece. Work's being done on this, but we need to continue. And then the final piece is just the economic scaling up of it. We need to be able to partner effectively the suppliers on the one end with the buyers and off-takers at various points along the route. All those things need to come together. An enormous amount of work's been done, but we need to kind of continue to push and move that forward. And then just finally, I would say that we don't look at it in theory as only an energy route, but could also be a transportation route as well. That plays into exactly what you were referring to earlier. When you create those linkages from south to north, rail, road, as well as energy, you're bringing people together in a way that could really be truly transformative to the region. It's good for the governments, it's good for stability, but it's also good for the individuals and communities and businesses all the way along that route. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks very much. Let's move straight along to Georgi, Deputy Minister of Energy in Bulgaria. Your thoughts on what you've heard? Perhaps you want to tell us about some projects that are underway in Bulgaria, but in the context of not just the vertical corridor, but also the general idea of integration in this part of the world.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank to the organizers for the warm welcome and the great organization that they have made here. Dear Mr. Minister, dear Your Excellence, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, for me it's a great pleasure as a representative of the Bulgarian government to be a part of this high-valued event. And for the answering of your question, I will draw 6 pillars which are very important for the Bulgarian state. I will start with the nuclear sector. We have great ambition to develop our more than 50 years history of secure operation of nuclear power plant. So we want to build up with and to be the first in Europe which we will operate the proven American technology of Westinghouse AP1000. And that's why we are working very hard with our colleagues from US. The second project, which is very important for us, is to develop and to recover our pumped hydropower plants. We have the biggest so-called green battery in Southeast Europe, hydropower plant Chaira, and we want to develop 4 new projects, which we think are crucial for the development of the green energy sector. On the third place, it's very important to underline that the connectivity is crucial for the region. We saw this through the past years, and that's why Bulgaria is working very hard with our neighbors for development of the so-called vertical gas corridor, which provides additional security and additional sources of natural gas. The minister has told that we are meeting each other very often through this half year, I think. Also, the grid connectivity which Bulgaria has is, I think, with our neighbors, is the best in Southeast Europe. Our system operator could transfer more than 20 megawatt power to our through our high voltage lines. And we are working with our Romanian colleagues, with our Caspian colleagues through Georgia for new interconnections, which will provide us additional sources, not only for us, but for all Europe, additional sources of green energy. Also, Bulgaria is developing the PV sector and the storage sector. Till the end of next year, we are expecting to deploy 10,000 megawatt hours of battery storages, and this will be the balancing heart of, let's say, of the system operators in Southeast Europe. This is our ambition. Also, for us, it's very, very important to work for integrated market, because we saw that in the last years, the market situation was very bad for Southeast Europe, and the competitiveness of the Bulgarian, the Greek, the Romanian, and all other Balkan countries the situation was so bad, and that's why Romania, Bulgaria, and Greece we have claimed to the European Commission, and I think that the bottlenecks between Hungary and Austria, which are technical problems in the interconnectors, will be solved as soon as possible. And the sixth pillar is the investment of the security of our systems. What I mean, we should invest in drone defenses, in IT defenses, and that's why our partners from US, I think, and EU will help us because of their experience. I just want to add that the infrastructure in Greece, the terminals for Revituza and Alexandroupolis are not only, and the vertical gas corridor are not only carrying prosperity, they are carrying security. That's why we are developing this infrastructure very seriously. And in conclusion, all of these projects are possible only with common efforts and transparent procedures, which we are following. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. It's interesting what you say about security. It's one of those areas where people only notice when it's absent. Sadly, because it would be nice if people celebrated those times when there is security, but people tend to take it a little bit for granted, I suppose. Okay, well, those are our three officials that we've heard from. We've got three representatives of business, and often there's quite a contrast between the views. Actually, here in Greece, generally, people are so polite that you don't get much of a conflict. But I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak your mind on how you experience operating in the environment that these gentlemen have set out for us. This isn't a bit of misogynistic service to the patriarchy, but I'm going to go to Dan first of all. For no particular reason.
You're on the list.
No particular reason other than that his is the next name on the agenda, and it makes things easy for me. Dan, the title of this session is "Can Southeast Europe Become a Pioneer in Energy Transformation?" So far we've talked a lot about what it's doing in energy transformation. What's the pioneering bit?
Thank you very much. First of all, with the risk of repeating what everyone else said, I'm pleased to be on this panel, distinguished panel, and I have to say that the wonderful and exquisite hospitality of Nectaria and her team is really, setting very high standards. So we'll see what we can do maybe in Romania or some other place in the future, supporting the economist. Yes, actually, Alistair, my thought was that the title of this panel was linked to pioneering. I'll just set maybe a few words about who we are, so that I'm trying to set up some credibility in what we are saying. We have a history of 25 years, and we are managing projects which exceed 25 billion in CapEx, working in 18 countries. focusing purely on critical infrastructures. Our value proposition is a one-stop shop kind of approach in which we gather under one umbrella all the competencies which are needed to assist large investments in the region, starting with regulatory, covering technology, process, automation, technology, everything under an ESG very strict umbrella. What is also important is that we are having this three-horizon approach in which we are looking constantly at disruptive technologies, and we have invested, like corporate venture capital, into AI-driven technologies for critical infrastructures. These are the pillars of our activity. We bring financing to our projects. We are consultant engineers. We have very deep knowledge of energy markets. We are balancing about 80% of the Romanian electricity market. Very active in digital and innovation management consulting with regular services. And by the way, we are also active in defense for more than 16 years, working with very large companies like Northrop Grumman, among others, for the region. What I want to talk to you about as a main topic is the pioneering technologies which are having their cradle in Eastern Europe. And in a partnership that we have with remarkable technology companies, we are focusing on what I believe to be the next generation of investments for the region. And I'm talking about data centers. I very carefully listened to the Deputy Minister of Energy of Bulgaria, and I sense that in his list, he didn't speak about data centers. We are coming with something which is, I believe, revolutionary, which is not only data centers as consumers, but data centers as flexibility services providers and aggregation members. You may see on this slide that about 20% of the overall consumption in the world in about 5 to 10 years is going to be represented by data centers. You know that there is this amazing statistics by IBM in which the pace of doubling of the data at international level is absolutely mind-boggling. If you see the map, which is quite small, I apologize for that, Central Eastern Europe, South Europe is really not covered by data centers. And this is something which lacks in order to support the investments that IT companies and many other companies need to have as a precondition to invest in our region. The benefits, I don't want to insist on them, they are quite well known. I just want to put a little bit of a magnifying glass on the technology part. We have now a solution which we developed integrating the data centers. By the way, it is more than a concept. It is already implemented for Alibaba 2 years ago in China, and it is currently working for Meta in Canada, actually, the data center. It is a revolutionary technology in which we are doing cooling of the servers, and with AI-driven technology, we can mix the forecasting of weather condition, consumptions, linking all the information from the grid, from the RES production, from the batteries in an aggregation unit, and then we can use the technology to do flexibility services plus aggregation services to the grid. This is something that we believe that will be very interesting for the region. We have a lot of dynamic developers in the region and the investors. And I think that we could be a very reliable partners for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for that. I'm always slightly puzzled, just very, very briefly, by why it matters where a data center is.
It's a matter of, let's say, spreading your risk geographically on one hand. It's all about connection to the grid, and our region had, as you heard from Mr. Papastavro, had a lot of big capacities in lignite production and so on with connection to the grid facilities. So we are well positioned, let's say, to have these investments attractive in terms of capex, but also in terms of the big problems that the grid operators are facing for flexibility services and for congestion management. Because as you know, all this renewable bonanza, which is happening right now, and you know, we heard about, again, for me, mind-boggling capacities. If you look at Bulgaria, what they think to invest in terms of battery capacities, it's actually larger than the consumption of the country. And by the way, they have hydropower, they have nuclear, so all these investments, without the data centers following and increasing consumption, personally, I believe they don't have a lot of chances for the future. But I'm happy to take the Deputy Minister's...
Very briefly, because I've gone off track.
Just several words. As a government, we are working for building of conditions for deployment of such factories, and we are welcoming all the investors because, as I told, our network could carry more than 20 gigas of energy, and that kind of consumers, they have their advantages, and we as a government, as I told, we are welcoming you to directly connect to our well-developed nuclear, hydro, coal, and etc. energy sector, which is, just to say, for the last year, more than 70% built from low carbon sources. 40% nuclear, 30%, more than 30% renewables. But everything we could be possible with our partners from Greece, Romania, because we are from one union. Thank you for your remarks.
Thanks. Let's move on then. Next two speakers both represent the gas sector. Natural gas has become, I suppose, the workhorse really of the global energy mix, and it's that sweet halfway point between renewables and the very worst of fossil fuels, providing base energy when it's needed and transportable and all the rest. So tremendously important part of the mix. We have Barbara Morgante, who's from Enaon, which is Greece's sole natural gas distribution operator, and we have Maria Rita Galli, who's Chief Executive of DESFA, which is Greece's natural gas transmission system operator. So we've got high pressure and low pressure.
Correct.
Under pressure.
Let's start with you. Give us your thoughts,
Yes,
please.
thanks a lot. And from my side, thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, as well as an honor. Enaon is the distributor of natural gas currently. Natural gas in the country is the merger of three former distributors that were already present in Greece. And we are present more or less all over the country in all the regions, or at least we will be. We are investing in all the regions. The acquisition was done 3 years ago by an Italian company, the Italgas Group. And as you mentioned, gas is not seen recently as the best source of technology. Nevertheless, we are convinced that probably some of the deadlines set already at European level will not be fulfilled. The attitude is also changing because it's important from our point of view to not to see at the molecules and the electrons fighting a derby. They should work together because the main points are for sure the decarbonization that also the molecule can provide, but is security and is affordability. In terms of security, the recent blackout in Spain is something that is important in terms of lesson learned. And in terms of affordability, I also want to mention that in any case, you have to see at your business and from the political, sorry, Minister, if I, even taking into consideration which is the actual situation. I just tell you, but probably is already known, that more than 50% of the buildings in Greece have been built before the 90s of last century. And in those conditions, gas is still providing. Gas, I don't mention natural gas or green gases. We have solutions, and I will also speak about biomethane and hydrogen. Provides the best solution in terms of LCC, long cycle cost, and payback period. So it's more effective. And we are in the situation where from one side the pressure is switch or install technologies with electricity, and people that are still willing to be connected to gas. Last year we had more than 31,000 requests of connection here in Greece. I'm speaking of Greece. And this year we expect to go even further, to reach close to 50,000 requests. Italgas has recently acquired the second operator in Italy, becoming gas distributor company, becoming the larger in Europe. So we are convinced that there is future for molecules. I would like to mention also the recent law on biomethane, and also we were waiting for it, but I have to admit that in a few months the law and also the regulation from the RAE, from the authority, were published. So two very big steps, not completing all the process, but very important steps in a very short period of time. We want to invest, and our infrastructure is ready for biomethane. While for hydrogen we are checking if there are constraints in some parts of the network, because the network was constructed before our acquisition. Therefore, I think biomethane is a solution in terms of circular economy. There are many resources here in Greece that can be used to feed the biomethane plants. There are many biogas plants that can be transformed into biomethane ones. So this is an opportunity. We are there, we are here. We will also support in financially, if needed, some investments in biomethane production, because we are convinced that is the connection to the distribution network, according also to the statistics in Europe, is the most common one. And now we are waiting for the very last piece of regulation in order to understand the feasibility and also which kind of support will be given to this sector. I think the asset, the investment have been done for the network in Greece, so it's an asset of the country, and we have to develop and also to use it as much as possible with different gases, of course.
Okay, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond a little later on, but before I do, I want to move on to Maria Rita. Give us your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here today. And well, let me start by discussing a bit about how the gas industry in Greece, and when I talk about the gas industry, of course, it's not only DESFA, which is the transmission system operator, but let's say the producers that are developing gas-fired generation, the distribution company, the commercial companies have really made a significant transformation over the last few years. Just to give a few numbers, in 2022, when the gas crisis started, the country was able to re-export only approximately 2 billion cubic meters per year. And let's say through the connection with the TAP, the expansion of Revitusa, the Alexandroupolis terminal, the connection with ICGB, and the huge investment that have been done in the domestic infrastructures, now with the end of this year, we will be able to export up to 8 billion cubic meters. So this means multiplying by 4 the transit capacity of the system. And so let's say, with respect to the security of supply, the role of the gas industry has proven extremely concrete and significant. There is an element of innovation, as the minister mentioned, also with respect to these new commercial cooperation schemes that have been developed in the framework of the vertical corridor. The vertical corridor has just started delivering. There is a long way to go. But for the first time this summer, it has been possible for consumers, for traders in Ukraine to buy gas directly at the trading hub of Greece. And this is the only case in Europe where the Ukrainians can buy directly at a trading hub of a European Union country. Let me look at another dimension of innovation of the gas industry, or let's say transformation, is the role that gas infrastructure production and transportation is playing in ensuring the resilience of the gas system. The minister mentioned that we have days with approximately 50% of production coming from renewable, and this is made possible by the fact that we have a system of pipeline, LNG import terminals, and gas-fired generation that can kick in when the sun goes down and the wind stops blowing, and because we have days in which the swift between renewables and gas is more than 40% of the daily gas demand. And this is made possible by many investments that are being done in new, very modern and efficient and sustainable gas-fired generation in the country, as well, of course, in the pipelines, like the West Macedonia pipeline, and the duplication that we are going to do in the north for the gas grid that support the availability of gas for this gas-fired generation. And de facto, this is demonstrated in the numbers. We had in 24, an increase of more 20% of gas demand for power generation. And already in the first 7 months of this year, we have more than 17% increase in demand for gas-fired generation, which is electricity which is even being exported in countries where this transformation has been lagging behind. So, of course, there is a clear example of how the building block of electrification with the renewable and gas is being deployed successfully. But I would like to drive the attention to other dimensions in which gas industry can contribute to this transformation, and is very relevant for a maritime country like Greece. The first one is the use of LNG for transportation sector, both for maritime and for the heavy-duty sector, where, let's say, with our investment in the Revitusa terminal truck loading facility and a future jetty for a small-scale LNG, we will habilitate the use of LNG also as a maritime fuel, so in a strong cooperation also with the port industry in the country. But I think it's also important to look at how gas technologies will contribute to the decarbonization of the sectors which cannot be electrified. Southeast Europe is the home of the vast majority of very big industry with, let's say, which are very hard to abate emission, cement, refineries. And for this industry, the solution will not be to replace, and in some cases emission come from the process, not even from the fuel. And that's why there is a big effort that is being done in Greece, let's say, by the industry, by the ministry and by the industrial players together to develop an integrated value chain for carbon capture and sequestration, where again, as a country, we can be among the pioneers of this transformation with the Prinos storage terminal, with, let's say, the project that we are developing of a liquefaction facility for creating a hub through which the captured CO2 can be liquefied and loaded on ships and transported to the storage facilities in Greece, in Prinos, in Italy, in Ravenna, in the future in Egypt, with which we have already signed both at the government and company level cooperation agreements. So there is another dimension of transformation through gas technologies, which is happening, maturing, for which a lot of money is being given by the European Commission to facilitate this investment, and we can really not be one of the last adopters, but one of the first adopters of these technologies. So I really do think that the gas industry as a whole is substantially contributing to this transformation and to be on, let's say, on the forefront of the technological innovation.
Excellent, thank you. I was just hearing in my head while you were talking, particularly both of you from the gas industry, the end consumers, particularly in business, probably around the room, hearing the bills going up and up and up and up and up. And you have a really difficult job because you've got to balance what is a desirable and correct aspiration for a transformed energy sector, decarbonized to the extent that it can be, with the requirements of an economy that needs energy, it can afford energy that's predictable. How do you do that? Briefly, sorry.
First of all, I want to make some few remarks on
yes, please do.
Previous speakers. First of all, you were aiming for some controversy, but you didn't get it, right?
Next time.
So Rita Galli said that we moved to 8 BCM this year, even higher, compared to 1 or 2 in 2022. If you compare it to 2019 or 2020, the difference is from 0. So Greece, 5 years ago, was a mere importer of gas, period. We're a destination. Gas was coming here to be consumed. Now, 8 BCM goes up. This is colossal. This has changed the narrative. Number one. Number two, I couldn't agree more than your comment about regulatory harmonization. What we see with the first product for Ukraine is the baby illnesses of stakeholders trying to cooperate. The regulatory harmonization is key, as important as the tax. And I have to say, Greece, in that front, was visionary. In 2005, the Greek government created the energy community with all the neighboring countries. We celebrated 20 years in July, and Commissioner Jorgensen was here. And I think we've made a lot of work towards this end. And I'm certain that in the 6th and the 7th of November, when we'll have the honor to welcome in Greece Secretary of Energy from the United States, Chris Wright, and more than 400 government official and private companies representatives here from all the region, showcasing that Greece is becoming the real energy hub, that the regulatory harmonization would be one of the key aspects. Now, the price of energy for the households and for the competitiveness of our industry is the #1 priority of the ministry. This is what every day you start the day off and when you finish. And to tell you the truth, last summer was not a good summer because we saw that the energy space in Europe was a divided space. You had double or triple energy prices in southeastern Europe, in Bulgaria and Romania, in Greece, than you had in Sweden or you had in other countries. And that was not acceptable. And that brought us together. Prime Minister Mitsotakis had an official letter to the President of the Commission in January. And in March, with my colleague from Bulgaria, we insisted that we create a task force which is dedicated. And I think today, ASER will be issuing a report showing how the lack of coordination, how many countries which were not aware of the problem, were doing maintenance and repairs at the time where you needed the interconnection to bring the energy. So fortunately, this August, compared to last August, the distance has narrowed. And that has allowed for a de-escalation of the price in the month of September. And as we speak today, as I said, my Deputy Minister, Nikos Tsafos, is in Copenhagen because the task force is actually meeting now as we speak. And the whole idea is what was an ad hoc task force which was proposed by the Greek Prime Minister and supported by the regional ministers to become an institutional mechanism of Europe. Because when you have the prices being doubled, there was no one to call. There was the Henry Kissinger motto again, who you are going to call. There was no one to call. So now we are creating the mechanism that would allow this disparity not to repeat again. But there are many other technical and not technical barriers that we need to tackle with. Clearly, this is in the center of our policy. And I think the Greek industry and the everyday citizen is very, they're very correct to be aware that this is something that it affects tremendously their competitiveness. We spoke about the north. We need to speak about the south because Greece is strategizing with Cyprus for the Great Sea interconnection and potentially afterwards with Israel. This would end the alienation of the energy market in Cyprus, and even more further down with North Africa, with Gregi, a more ambitious, but maybe not so ambitious plan of connecting Egypt and lower and cheaper energy created by renewable energy, moving up into Greece and then Europe, which would allow the necessary cost, the low cost for the data centers, which is a reality. So Greece is really moving in too many directions, enhancing the interconnection to the north, being taking a leading role in the harmonization of the regulatory frameworks, an interconnector between governments and private sector, at the same time planning ahead our connection with Cyprus and then Israel and North Africa and Egypt.
Great, thank you very much. I hope you're all happy with the answer that you've been given. I certainly am. Josh, this is a kind of screeching shift in direction, but since we've got you here, I want to put two questions to you, which I'll ask you to answer briefly as good practice. The first is, an awful lot of the detail that we've been talking about assumes commitment to energy transformation, to decarbonisation, to the adoption of renewables as the prime mover in the energy mix, if you like. Is that an ambition that is still embraced in the United States with the drill, baby drill philosophy and such? How much has the US approach to this changed, and what are the implications for other parts of the world where the race is on to achieve this transformation? That's one question. The second question is, we mentioned before this intriguing idea of the shift in orientation generally in trade, in energy supply, but certainly in trade as well, from the old east-west sort of connections in Europe to this north-south, appreciation of opportunities for connectivity. What are your thoughts on that? So those two questions.
Yes. So first on taking your first question first, I mean, I think first it's important to remember the United States remains the second largest producer of renewable energy in the world. We produce vast amounts of renewable energy that we have for many years. That hasn't changed. But that said, our administration is very focused on using innovation, not regulation, to try to advance and meet our energy goals. And I think when you look around the world, and let's take this region, but really looking at the world as a whole, as much as some may wish that we could meet the current and let alone future energy demands with renewables, that's not practical. It's not going to happen if we're being honest. When you look around the world, something like 50% of the world still washes their clothes by hand, right? Something like 2 billion people in the world, they use firewood as a primary source of energy supply. The idea that we're going to be able to meet that demand, let alone data centers and the other high-end demand, in the short or even near term, it's not practical. So the United States is focused on unleashing the energy capabilities that we have, and in particular, that's gas and that's LNG, and that's why projects like the vertical corridor are so important, like interconnectors as well. Interconnectors, this is electricity interconnectors, which is sort of source of energy supply agnostic, so that provides quite a bit of additional flexibility and resilience into a regional system. So we think all those things make sense, but again, it's about innovating, it's not about regulating to reach a solution. But just on the second piece briefly, I do think that this realignment north-south is incredibly important. And having spent time in Greece, in Bulgaria, it's those linkages that we need to see that will really help create value, will help create wealth and prosperity throughout Europe in a more balanced way, right? And this, obviously, the EU will have a really important role to play in this and harmonizing those things. But we think, but across the world, I think when you see the changes that are taking place, not only in energy, but in transport, we're unleashing new markets, we're unleashing new possibilities. And that's where the United States wants to play a supporting and energizing and catalyzing role. And I think we have a really great story to tell about that here in Greece, and increasingly look to do that in other parts of Europe as well. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm very briefly going to give anyone who wants one an opportunity to add any points to what you heard. If there aren't any, I'm going to close the panel. But if anybody's got, yeah.
According to the rules. According to the rules, I just want to add the minister that on the operational level we are working very good. For example, on 1st of September, the gas operators made their tenders for capacity on a common platform which is executed by our Hungarian partners. Also, the system operators are working under the rules of ENSO-G and the integrated market provides us common prices here, the Greek exchange, the Bulgarian exchange, the Romanian exchange. I think that the operation, on the operational level, we are working very tight on, I think on the political level, we should work more because we have some gaps in the environmental area, and that's why the future is in front of us, and we should take care about these issues.
Brilliant, thank you. This is always such a fascinating panel. You've got to go very quickly because we have very little time.
Absolutely. I just want to mention that I think we should be concerned about 3 topics, additional topics. One is a coherent regional strategy, and I think this is a must for harmonizing not only regulatory environment, but also investment strategies. Secondly, I'm highlighting the fact that we are facing an aging workforce. Romania has need about 30 to 40,000 experts or workers in energy by 2030. And I'm sure, because I did due diligence here on a number of companies, it's the same thing for instance, for the VE here. And thirdly, access to capital for innovative technologies. So this is something that governments and businesses should, put resources together and their minds together in order to be a regional significant player.
Okay, I think you've just given us our agenda for next year's panel. So we'll make a note of that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yeah. We're all steering well clear of the precipice here, which is a good idea. All done. Thank you. Thanks very much. See you next time. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Alistair.
Good to see you. Okay. We were missing a minister. We no longer are. He's now with us and ready to join us here. Adonis Georgiadis, the Minister of Health for Greece. Please come and join me on the stage. Yes, please do. It's good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Take a seat. Okay, I'm sorry you missed our conversation with Theodore. It was very instructive, very interesting. You would have found it interesting, but now's your opportunity to catch us up on your thoughts.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor for me participating to the Economist Forum in Thessaloniki for the third time, I think, maybe fourth, I don't remember. But I'm very proud that this is happening to Thessaloniki now every year, and it tends to be one of the most important venues during the International Fair of Thessaloniki. So I wanted to thank you very much. You will permit me to address my speech to the Greek language for official reasons.
Yeah.
But I want you to feel very welcome to our country and to our city. Λοιπόν, θα ήθελα καταρχάς να...
First of all, I would like to apologize for this delay. As you may already know, I am on the go all the time. I wanted to visit the Papanikolaou Hospital of Thessaloniki. They actually welcomed me very warmly over there. Don't worry about anything. I'm safe and good. So when it comes to health, of course, it's a very important topic of discussion in Greece. But not only in Greece. I would say that at the moment, probably this is the biggest field of development in terms of AI on a global level. And I think that Greece can do it. Our government can do it. We can become one of the pioneers of the new era which is lying ahead. And I feel that me being here today at The Economist, this is the perfect place for me to talk about all of this because, as you can understand, this is not an easy discussion to have with labor unions, for example, or other groups of people. So, to get to the heart of the topic. So, we voted as a government back in 2019, the clawback, which allows some of the biggest investments in pharmaceutical sector that has been ever made during the past 50 years. There has been 1.6 billion euros that were invested during the past years in Greece. We have many new pharmaceutical plants across the territory. Como Rafarm, Vianex, Varam, all of them are equally important. And these are companies which are making real investment, and they will continue to do so for the 25 years to come. I think that the Greek society is not aware of that, but they need to be. We are talking about thousands of new jobs that have been created thanks to it. We are talking about the good use of the best of our brains and the best of our talents. This is something that can attract back our scientists to Greece. It's something that is growing bigger and bigger, and this is proof that Greece can have an actual presence in innovation. My second point, on a European level, when we're talking about the change of the patenting framework, Greece was actually one of the countries that supported innovation again. This was a surprise on a European level because usually Greece goes the other way, but we're not simply Greek politicians, we're also European politicians, and we want Europe to remain competitive. At the moment, we can see that Europe is losing its competitiveness because global evolution global developments are so rapid, and if we don't take action now, we will sadly be lagging behind in the near future. The third point that I want to make, we managed to have the Greek healthcare system and make it one of the most digitalized ones. Maybe this sounds quite strange to you, but I want to tell you the truth. At the moment, if you compare the UK with Greece, you can see that the UK is almost decades behind Greece in terms of digitalization. Strange as it may sound, we have achieved so much. Our patients, our citizens can have access to all of the information through their mobile phone and to have all of the necessary data in real time. This, in combination with a program that we launched last year, we have the collection of the health data of all of the Greek population in one platform only, in one application only. This is really revolutionary. Of course, it's very practical because we can save time and we can provide better services to the Greek citizens, but also it gives us the opportunity that today, in times of AI, and remember, in the health sector, we have a very special and concrete AI part. AI is being used a lot in this sector. These technologies, if we want them to be efficient, they need data. Data is the new oil. So the new portfolio that we have created is an ocean of data. We have a great wealth of it. So with the new law that we are about to approve very soon, we of course, taking always into account the GDPR regulations of the European Union. So based on this law, institutions, universities, health sector investigation centers can also make use of this data. And again, I repeat, this is always taking into serious consideration the GDPR regulations imposed by the European Union. So I am pretty confident that in this way, Greece will be able to attract big investments in the near future in the health sector. This is already happening, and foreign investors have decided to do so because, for example, UAE investors have seen themselves that Greece is moving forward very quickly. This is a great opportunity for Greece. This is a great opportunity for us to take the leap forwards. I know that people are concerned about the AI, and this does hold waters, but I can reassure you that we will be here to support you, and we have decided that we don't want to simply follow the trends. We want to be pioneers in that. and this will be creating the perfect environment for investments.
Okay, I saw something about
you have nothing to worry about. Okay, there are lots of questions. I'm not going to put them to you because we're really short of time, but I know that Theodore was very keen to be up on stage with you and missed the opportunity. So I'm going to open the floor to you, Theodore, if you have a question that you'd like to put to the Minister. You may need a mic. There we go.
Yes, thank you. I will not come up to the podium again. I think it will be boring for the audience. I will switch to Greek as well. Okay.
I think that what the Minister has mentioned already, everything is very important, of course. It's really important the fact that there's already a plan based on which Greece will be able to face the challenge of inadequacies. The problem of shortages, and I'm talking about raw material, end products, and many other shortages. And see how foreign investors can come here. It's very important to see how this can be important with structural measures, such as, for example, the assessments of new technologies, how these are integrated, how new medicines are integrated, and see, of course, all of this can move forward from 2026 on. Another point that I wanted to mention is the following. The funds that we dispose of at the moment, they are not too many of them, actually. It's important to prioritize them and send them to sectors that are a priority for Greece. We need to see where the investment gap is and give the chance to local industry to participate more in the national GDP. So we have to support those industries. And at the same time, through European regulation, since we've seen what globalization is about, we can see we need to find a way in which Greece will create a network of added value, both for Greek and for foreign companies. Also, use these few funds for research, scientific research, and make good use of them. We need to have a way in which the allocation of this money is done correctly. We have to have a team that will be able to show us the way. How can we do it more efficiently? If we manage to have that, Greece will actually become a hub. The investment clawback that was mentioned previously by the Minister, he was the very first one that signed that, and thank you for this. And it has proved to be one of the most successful schemes that have ever been signed in RRF in Greece. And also, when it comes to the joint venture between the public and the private sector, and from how things are moving on so far, this is again proof that things can be accelerated. I hope that we will continue like that, that things will continue like that in Greece.
Όσον αφορά τον τρόπο διαχείρισης των χρημάτων της έρευνας, ο Τάκης.
As regards this subject, I think Takis is more competent, and we'll talk from the competent ministry. As regards the way in which we evaluate the new therapies, the new treatments, as regards the recompensation schemes and the way we evaluate the new medication is the most advanced. We copied the legislation that was stipulated by Italy. We stipulated a law. There will be announcements on this, and our goal is to give easier access to the citizens without burdening our budget. And we will do that in a way that favors development in Greece, because this is a bet for the future, not just for the future of Greece. No investment scheme will be able to bear the weight without this.
Wonderful. Thank our speaker, please. Thank you. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Minister. It was good to, albeit a little later than you had hoped. We talked earlier on about the defence architecture in Europe as a way of expressing the European Union's autonomy in an important strategic area. We're now going to talk about that same topic from a different angle. We're looking now at critical raw materials and growth, and the importance, once again, of the European Union achieving strategic autonomy in this area. To help us talk through this theme, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Minister of Development in Greece, Takis Kakis. I really mucked that one up, I apologise. And Yanis Maniatis, who is a member of the European Parliament, Vice President of the Party of the European Socialists and Democrats, and former Minister of Environment and Energy and Climate Change. Hi, welcome. Apologies for the name. We've met 4 or 5 times, and I've never screwed it up that badly before, but never mind. There will be future opportunities to get it right, I hope. Let me hand straight across to you, Minister. This area, critical raw materials and growth, particularly sensitive at this moment. So, Minister, please give us your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eros, for the invitation and your question.
Ladies and gentlemen, the subject that we will discuss today is of great importance given the developments, the international developments. We live in an era of geostrategical transformation, undoubtedly. Unfortunately, there are 2 large wars that are still underway, the one in the heart of Europe, and despite the hopes that we had a few weeks ago that this will be de-escalated, we still have a long way ahead, I'm afraid. And of course, we also have the critical, also the war developments in Gaza, the conflict. So all these cause uncertainty, and at the same time, Europe goes through productivity and competitiveness crisis. Of course, the French economy goes also under very difficult times. Therefore, the image of Europe is extremely difficult. So ahead of all these difficulties, it is of strategic importance for the integration of the European economy and the role of the European Union and each member state to have a strategy for autonomy that will have to do with security, defense, and of course that's where the role of the critical raw materials lies. There is a relevant EU regulation, and there are small regional economies currently, like the Greek one, have the possibility and is called upon to play an essential role. It's not by accident that Greece supports through an initiative of the Ministry of Development strategic investments such as the investment in Yous Nikolaos in Viotia that is done by the Metlen company in order to produce gallium. Gallium is a critical raw material that is used for microchips and for new technology systems. So this investment of 300 million euros will be an emblematic investment, and the Ministry of Development will make a proposal to the ministerial committee to support it. 50 tons of gallium will be produced, which of course is sufficient to fulfill the needs of the Europeans. Therefore, the Greek economy, which until 7 to 8 years ago was the black sheep in Europe, because we were close, so we were on the edge of the bureaucracy, on the bankruptcy. We had a financial crisis, and in the last 6 years, thanks to a very stable process, we managed to have growth rates of over 2%. That is a double compared to the European average. And of course, the contribution of the country to strategic investments related to safety and autonomy are also important. The same thing goes for investments. In the aluminum, 30% of the necessary supplies will be provided. It will be produced in Greece, and also as for the security of Europe also requires also the development of defense and military sector, and that's what Greece is doing right now. It is a sector that the government funds through investments made by Metlin in Volos, Macanesia region, where there are large quantities of materials that are produced for tanks. And of course, I'm sure that the Prime Minister tomorrow will make, will talk about this.
Earlier today, if you want to give away what the Prime Minister is going to say tomorrow, we'll all keep it to ourselves. We won't tell anyone. So don't feel free if you want to reveal the Prime Minister's scoops. We're happy to take them. Let's move along then to Yanis Maniatis, member of the European Parliament, and former Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change, an incredibly important portfolio, and one that has seen a great deal of change, is at the heart of a great deal of change at the moment in Greece and the wider region. Your thoughts, please, on this area of strategic autonomy for the EU.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. If you allow me, I will speak in Greek.
Thank you for the invitation. The topic that we were invited to talk about is to what extent we will have a strategic autonomy. And when we talk about strategic autonomy, there are 4 pillars: defense, energy, fossil fuels, and AI. If we don't manage to have autonomy in these 4 pillars, that will mark the end of Europe. This is my first introductory remark. The second one, and I'm afraid I will be very honest, because I will speak the truth according to what I experience in the Parliament, the European Parliament. So we have one of the worst European committees and the least successful in the last 10 years, led by Ursula von der Leyen and the majority of the commissioners that have been appointed by the governments. Therefore, at a political level, Europe is currently governed by European Commission, where out of the 27 the commissaries, 21 come from conservative governments. Europe is led by a European Council of Ministers with the same proportion politically, and is also led by the European Parliament, where the majority comes from the European the EPP, which of course in the past had some alliances with the socialists. We are the second party, but despite of that, it opts for collaborating more with the extreme right rather than with us. These are my first introductory remarks. Now, when it comes to the critical raw materials, the Minister made a nice introduction. So in order to have a green transition, energy transition, AI, defense, and energy, we need to have available 34 fossil fuels. The famous 34 critical raw materials. 17 out of them are controlled to up to 90% by China and some other countries, and Europe has no share in this market. So, since 15 years, China has taken over 80% of the mines in Africa and in Latin America, which of course produce critical raw materials. Europe has a very long delay, and that's one of the critics of the points for which we criticize Europe. And only in 2024 it set up the Critical Raw Materials Act. That is the first law, the first act on this matter. But of course, China and USA had already taken over the vast majority of these raw materials. So what do we do as Europe? Always with regard to the strategic autonomy, because we cannot import all these materials from this country. So in the European Parliament, we try to raise awareness of the European Commission, which, despite of the Draghi and Rigoletta reports, is still falls asleep, is asleep. Just a few words about Greece before we run out of time. Greece has quite good critical raw materials. In 2014, that is 11 years ago, we handed over to Syriza government, Cyprus, made up of Cyprus and Kamenos, we handed over the only full record of all the regions in the country where there are interesting fossil fuels and a program for tenders. And that was in 2014. Now we are in 2025 and nothing has been done in this regard. And we're talking, of course, about the public mining sites where, of course, the public, the state is entitled to do tenders. We are pleased to have among the 60 strategic plans for materials, one which is the one of Metlen in Aspraspetia for the production of gallium, and we hope that all the companies will follow track. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that we have to do to make the first step, we have to do what is imposed by the relevant law, and the coordination centers for the reporting that is required to the European Commission.
Minister, I want to hand straight back to you to respond to what you've heard. I mean, there's underlying that message, there's I think, a question about government policy towards exploiting the natural resources that are identified and available in Greece. How do you respond?
First of all, I want to be clear that I fully agree with the criticism raised by Mr. Magnati regarding the delayed mobility and the new perception on behalf of the European Commission on the matter of energy autonomy. And of course, I would say that also in the reindustrialization of the European Union.
Δυστυχώς η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση έχει καθυστερήσει.
European Union is running late in this regard, and it is obliged now to do it now amidst adverse conditions that impose, that put pressure on Europe. And in my perception, between the United States and China. And Europe is right in the middle, and also, I repeat, that it suffers all the consequences of all the conflicts on its territory, which create the new needs, both in the field of defense and the military industry. That is a first remark regarding this overall image. The second thing that I want to say to Mr. Magnatis is that, in my view, there is a new situation that is being created in a clear way in the last months. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that in the public debate, there is now talk about the need to shape a new productive model, a new urgent transformation of the new economy. This is and I believe that all the productive forces have this all support, and we had the representative of the Greek pharmaceutical company that took the floor before, which really now has a great performance in the last years. The Greek pharmaceutical industry is doing great things, and it is supported by the chambers as well. And I think that also the political position speaks about the need for the production, the transformation of the production model. Recently, I also heard Mr. Tsipras, who also refers to this. Therefore, we could speak in Greece about that this is a national need, a need for a national plan that can unite not only the production forces, but also the political forces that can reduce the toxicity and the intense moments. And of course, the acuity, if I may say. And of course, this consists of enhancing the role of industry and applied research, and also a modern strategy for AI, which of course is running very fast. It must become part of the Greek economy, because we are among the countries that go to one of the 7 AI factories in Europe. We will sign tomorrow with an MOU tomorrow with OpenAI in order. And of course, the Prime Minister will present this initiative in the field of education. And I think that, okay, I don't want to take more of your time. A lot of work has been done in the field of green transition in the country. Unfortunately, there is a long way ahead. I hope that we can say more about this in the future. Thank you.
This is such it's such a neuralgic question at the moment in the global picture, There are people out there, which I'm sure you're aware of, all around the world who are hearing alarm bells around Europe and around Europe's potential role, how close it is to achieving that role, and the dangers that Europe's failure to achieve that role spell for the world as we know it. I don't want to over-dramatize, but I think it's important to make that point. In the meantime, you'll be very pleased to know it's lunchtime, and I think everybody's earned their lunch. So I'm happy to invite you to go and enjoy lunch. But before you do, please join me in offering profound thanks to our two excellent speakers. Thank you both, gentlemen. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ross.
Sorry, there's none.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα, από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Είμαστε οι πρωτοπόροι της ανακύκλωσης. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out. It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before, because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're refreshed, revived, raring to go with the afternoon session. We continue with a very full but very varied program. That said, for our first session, we're going to stick with energy and natural resources. This time we're really going to be looking at how we ensure that we use those resources as responsibly as possible. And I'm delighted to be joined on stage by four very, very good speakers, most of whom I've met before. First, Dimitris Fourlaris, who is the Vice President of the Regulatory Authority for Energy, Waste and Water. Next, Alexandra Zdoukou, who is the spokesperson for New Democracy in her latest manifestation. She's held many jobs before. The next is Agis Papadopoulos, who is the chairman of the board at EYATH, and then Nicolas Farantouris, who is the MEP for Budget, Environment, Security and Defence at the US-EU Committees, Jean Monnet, Professor of EU Energy Law, member of the board at the Spinelli Group. You're a busy man.
Thanks for coordinating.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Come and join us, please. I'm going to try and drink my Coca-Cola quietly. It's a noisy drink, but I'll do my best. Without it, I might not last the afternoon, so do forgive me. Let's jump straight in. I mean, again, this is after the last session before lunch. This is another different focus on a really, really important topic at any time, and particularly at the moment in this moment of shifting global forces. So let me start off with you directly, Mr. Fourlaris, and your thoughts, please, on driving sustainable growth and strategic resilience in the current climate.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking wholeheartedly the Economist and for the opportunity to participate in this panel. The energy and the natural resources topic is in the core of each policy. The energy safety and accelerating transition into cleaner forms of energy is not just a challenge, but it's also has to do with the stability and the sustainability per se of our future. In the last years, Greece has invested on large-scale infrastructure projects that go beyond the domestic market and reach the energy market. The connectors, the hydrogen projects that are being implemented or planned will safeguard the country and increase the EU competitiveness. Through these projects, Greece doesn't serve only as a recipient of the developments, but shapes the developments, and of course it creates new possibilities for economic growth. This infrastructure, however, to be planned and built, require a just and reasonable regulatory environment that will have the expected results for the consumers. Therefore, I will comment on this, and then I will we'll talk about this. As regards electric connections, now we have the connections, the already existing connections with Bulgaria, with Italy, and of course this will be upgraded, and we will have a second line between Greece and Turkey, the second between Greece and Albania, and the second with Italy. And said recently that it doesn't agree to integrate this project and that there is a disagreement between the two national regulatory authorities. We consider this to be essential, and the Italians say that they want to do it after 2040. We'll see how things will evolve. Then we have upgrade of the two lines with North Macedonia, and then, of course, we will have the GSI, as you know, and the main, the project between Greece and Egypt. As regard electrification, I would like to say that we hope really that the Balkans will join the European Union. I would explain to you, if I had more time, as the ministers explained, that the prices had increased in the future and the task force had some results. Indeed, the highest price was 800 euros per kilowatt hour. But of course, the weather conditions were not favorable. And then today, this year, 400 euros. Of course, therefore, we had a good result. The weather conditions, of course, were different. Now, as regards the natural gas and the natural gas infrastructure, since 2020, we have the TAP, the TAP and the SIFA, the liquefied gas in Alexandroupolis, and the second, the IGB interconnector with Bulgaria. And as Mrs. Ritagali said, there are DESPA projects that increase the export capacity from DESPA to 8.5 dB per year. This is due to projects that are being carried out in the interior. At the same time, the works between Greece and North Macedonia have been launched in order to start operating the connector, expected to be finalized in 2027. We hope that this will reach Serbia. The RAI has already started from DESPA all these pipelines to be hydrogen pipelines. Also, with the full support of RAI, we have included in the PCI projects the first hydrogen project in Southeastern Europe, such as the Hydria project of DESPA, which will be the backbone of hydrogen projects in Greece. Very recently, as Mrs. Morgante mentioned, RAI approved all the modifications of the secondary law that will allow the infusion of methadone in this network, and also the balance between the energy transition and supply chain is achieved through regulatory interventions, through which the conditions for development and long-term competitiveness increase. The approval and oversight of the plans, the 10-year plans of the ESFA, the cost distribution and the regulated income of the systems, the safeguard of access and competition with equal access and participation of suppliers, and cooperation with European and regional partners. To conclude, I would like to say that the energy connections and infrastructure are not just technical projects, they constitute the strategic tools. And if they operate in a proper environment, they reinforce the supply safety, they accelerate energy transition, and they create the conditions for increasing competitiveness. Thank you.
I'd like to come back to you at some point on I'd like to explore a bit more the area of hydrogen and its potential here in Greece and wider. But let's leave that for the moment, see where we get to with time. Alexander Zduku, spokesperson for New Democracy. What's your reflection from that point of view as spokesperson for the party?
Thank you, Al. How many minutes we have? 5 each?
About that, yeah.
Okay. I always like setting the big picture first, and I want to focus at this first round about how we see Europe's energy future and what are the challenges Europe faces today. So I'm going to very briefly talk about 10 points, 10 challenges. Number one, what's the first challenge we are talking in Europe? The discussion is how we will put an end, obviously, to Russian natural gas. I think that it's already an achievement, obviously, that Russian gas today is now less than 19%, if I remember well, of total European Union's gas imports. I also see the commitment of Commissioner Jorgensen, who said that European Union will not return to Russian gas. He actually said that this is the most difficult task of his tenure. Irrespective of whether there will be peace or not, we will not go back to that. So let's see how by 2026, 2027, I think, this is going to be terminated. So that's challenge number first. Challenge number second is, and Mr. Fuller has talked about that, tackle high energy prices and also inflation. So what do we have here? We have the European Union that has already taken, I would say, a very ambitious plan, which is the Affordable Energy Action Plan. The aim here is how we will cut energy costs, obviously, via market reforms, investments, or even crisis readiness. And here I would say the challenge lies more in execution. It definitely sends the right signal that in Europe we must have lower energy prices. I'm curious to see this model that Commissioner pushes. It's called Green Tripartite Agreement. So this is something new. It's an agreement between government, clean energy producers, and industries in order to provide more energy price stability and more investment security. Number three, and I'm sure here that there are a lot of people coming from the business sector, how we will maintain industrial competitiveness, not as a wishful thought, but something more tangible. We all know that Europe today is not, I would say, the most attractive place or the cheapest place to run, especially an energy-intensive factory. So when we talk about steel or chemicals or heavy industry, they face a structural handicap, I would say, compared to US or Asia. Therefore, affordable prices is indeed the foundation of competitiveness. And the point for me here is that industry needs clarity now, not in 5 years, let's say, from now. So how quickly will, for example, Europe deliver, let's say, 100 gigawatt by 2030 in renewables, which is the target, or how quickly we will electrify the industry, how quickly we will expand grids and interconnections. That's a second challenge. The fourth one is completing the the energy union. So what is this exactly? What the energy crisis revealed, I would say, is something that we all knew, but we didn't take it for granted, which is the fact that Europe was not truly as an energy union. And when we witnessed that, when the energy crisis came up with Russia, and then when we had the cut supplies, so in that case, I would say that we have made a progress during the last couple of years, because now every European country has access of at least 2 sources. We have new interconnections like Poland and Lithuania, or Greece, Bulgaria. I think that that's a huge step forward, but I think that we are only halfway there, because a real energy union is not just pipes, it means upgrading our cross-border electricity grids. If we want to have a freely flow of renewables, it means also pooling gas storage. So one country's reserves can back up neighbors in a crunch. It means also coordinating emergency plans. So we need to finish this job when we talk about completion of energy union. Number 5 is renewables. We have invested record, I would say, sums, around 110 billions just in 2023. And renewables have, for the first time, overtaken gas in electricity generation. I think that's historic. But again, we need to double it by 2030, which means how we will cut red tape, how we will accelerate permits, and keep investors confident.
Just to let you know that your time is nearly up and you're halfway.
Just headlines. The 6th is grids and storage. The 7th is the energy security versus climate goals. A lot of discussion here, if they are contradictory and how they can complement each other. Geopolitics, I would say, of course, as number 8, from OPEC, let's say, cuts to the possibility of tariffs under Trump administration. I think that global energy shocks, they can hit Europe overnight, and we should always have this in mind. The 9th is financing. I think that's very important, because the recovery funds, they gave us, of course, a big push, but they are already allocated. Also, we now need fresh capital, private capital, public capital, green bonds, whatever, because otherwise, the best targets, I would say, they will remain toothless. And the last one, for me, is also very important, is supply chain and innovation. At the moment, we import too much of the clean tech we need. So it's good that we have the Net Zero Industry Act. It's good that we have the Critical Raw Materials Act, but we must produce more things locally here in Europe. So to sum up, I think that if we can move on all these 10 challenges in Europe, Europe won't just survive the energy sector, but it can definitely lead on that.
Thank you. That's a really intriguing list, and of course a lot of them sort of overlap and feed into each other, so maybe it isn't 10 separate tasks, it's a coherent policy approach. You've given us material there for another full day conference, so we'll bear that in mind maybe for next year. Thank you. Let's move along then to next speaker, Agis Papadopoulos, Chairman of the Board at EYATH. Your thoughts, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me start with...
Είμαι ο πρόεδρος, λοιπόν, πρόεδρος της ΕΙΑΔ, αλλά επίσης δουλεύω και στο σύστημα των ΑΠΕ. Το δεύτερο θέμα είναι ότι επειδή εργάζομαι με τις ΑΠΕ, μην με παρεξηγήσετε, γιατί αν ξεκινήσω από αυτά που είπε ο προηγούμενος ομιλητής, νομίζω ότι κανένας δεν αμφισβητεί ότι θα πρέπει να κινηθούμε προς την ενεργειακή μετάβαση, αν θέλουμε να επιβιώσουμε σε αυτό το πλανήτη και να πετύχουμε τον στόχο των 2 βαθμών Κελσίου. συμπεριλαμβανομένης και της πυρηνικής ενέργειας, φυσικά, για να είμαστε ειλικρινείς.
The International Renewable Energy Agency, the IRENA, has estimated that we will need 33,000 gigawatts of photovoltaics, of wind generators, of hydropower by 2040 to reach this 1.5 to 2 degrees goal. Now, the problem lies in the fact that 3/4 of those systems, in the best case, are produced in China. Nothing against the Chinese, but they are produced in China. And it's not a simple outsourcing. Anyone who's in the field knows that by now the Chinese have excellent technology on these fields. We are lagging behind. And if we want to dig at a layer deeper, this was in the previous session by Mr. Maniatis and Mr. Theodorikakos, more than 80% of the critical raw materials needed for renewables, for photovoltaics, for wind generators, for battery cells, they are also outside the reach of the Western world, if I may pick up on where Boris Johnson yesterday stopped. So it's a very nice idea to move towards the energy transition, but we have to deal with 2 points. A, who will bear the cost? Because it's an upfront investment. The regulatory framework is very nice to promote renewables, to promote energy efficiency, but at the end of the day, someone will have to put up close to 2 trillion euros to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050. And this someone cannot be someone from outer space. At the end of the day, it will be asked by the consumer to pay it, either directly or indirectly. And the second question is, do we want to have carbon neutrality at the cost, for example, of not producing any energy system in Europe? Greece is a quite interesting example. We have been for years, for decades, the leader in solar thermal systems. We were the biggest producers. Now we're number 2 behind Germany, obviously, economies of scale. And if we look at the national plan for the energy and the climate change, I think Ms. Duku was in charge of it when she was vice minister, we speak a lot about the electrification of the economy. We have some small part about the thermal energy aspect, and that's not only in Greece, that's everywhere in Europe. We are trying to, I'm very much afraid that we will reduce carbon emissions to a very low level by reducing our industrial activity. And I'm not really sure if we want this to happen. On the other hand, it's clear that we cannot proceed as we used at a very slow and low pace for the decades before. Climate change is threatening us. A company that manages water resources is very aware of how sensitive we are to the impact of climate change. At the same time, we have reduced our carbon footprint as EIAF by 65% over 3 years by using renewables, substituting electricity and natural gas. But this comes at a cost. We do it very consciously, and we try not to pass over the additional cost to the consumers, but this comes at a cost that in the long term we have to face it. And in order to wrap it up and not to take too much of the time, leave for Nikos Faradoulis, who I'm sure will say something very interesting afterwards. We have to find a balanced way. We need to manage the energy transition, but we have to do it in such a way that will keep Europe as an industrial area alive, not necessarily in energy-intensive activities, but in developing and producing energy systems that will allow us to achieve the goal of carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. I have to say it's excellent and useful to hear an uncompromising summary of some of the contradictory imperatives that we're chasing. There are too many sort of interests in Europe and globally who focus on their particular imperative as if no others existed. And in fact, you know, there is a question that we should probably approach at some point, which is, can this circle be squared? Is there a solution that allows all of those ambitions to be met? So maybe we'll come back to that. But let's move on to Nicholas Farantouris. Nicholas, every time I meet you, you've got more responsibilities and you've widened your portfolio. At least Alexandra, when she leaves a job, she leaves it behind and she moves on to the next one, but you just seem to accumulate them. So speaking from your vast range of roles and responsibilities. Give us your thoughts, please, on this topic.
Let me speak predominantly in my capacity as a legislator since last summer. And a big thank you to all of you, especially the organizers, for the honor of being here and of having me once again in a summit that has turned to be a major geopolitical, I would say, business, but also political event. Let me address this enthusiastic audience in Greek, as I can see the vast majority is Greek-speaking and Greek friends and colleagues. Αγαπητοί φίλοι, πριν από 4 χρόνια,
4 years ago, dear friend,
μεγάλο project.
We were talking about a large project that would diversify the energy sources across Greece, through our country, Greece. For those who do not remember, ISMET is locked in a drawer, and I don't think it will come out anytime soon, as a large project that had been supported by all parties. And unfortunately, it was put in this drawer 3 years ago. Another project risks to be also be closed in a drawer, and it's a project that would ensure the security of Greece, so the connection between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel, according to the different the recent developments, and we are offended at an international level, and there is an unwillingness and a very problematic conflict, if I may say, between the Greek and the Cypriot governments. So 2 projects in a drawer, 2 projects that would definitely contribute to a reduction of the energy prices, which are still at a very high level. Of course, it's nice to hear all these nice things in conferences, but this is the reality. So it's time for a coherent policy without prejudices, and that will be made up of people that have good knowledge in the field. I don't want only to criticize, I also want to make proposals. The energy safety and the resilience of networks and infrastructure, and I'm not referring only to energy, but also to water infrastructure. And for any critical infrastructure to operate, we need planning. And I'd like to announce to you from this hospitable venue of the Economist Conference, and I'm inviting everyone to join our forces with me, is to have escape clause for the security of infrastructure and networks. Just like the European elite, the European institutions, and every single one of us agreed on escape clause and reduction of austerity on security and defense matters after COVID pandemic, where this was achieved. I now invite you to join forces for something that is very important, is crucial for the cohesion, for development, for security. So I do invite you openly to join forces in the budget of 2026. The first thing that I will propose in Strasbourg is precisely an escape clause for safety and for the safety of infrastructure. The second thing, I have already, in cooperation with distinguished partners, we have elaborated a plan for the reconstruction after natural disasters. I'm referring to each kind of networks and infrastructure. We have a comprehensive study in this regard. I want to present it, not fully, but I just wanted to make it available to you. It has to do with water, infrastructure, energy. So please have a look at it. It's at your disposal. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, every one of those invites an event in itself. I think there's an awful lot of material there to discuss, and sadly, we don't have time to discuss all of it. So let's focus in. Let's try and find the sort of common ground here and the points that emerge in common from everything that's been said. One of them is certainly this idea of conflicting imperatives. An imperative means that these are things we have to do. We don't have a choice, we have to do them, but they are intrinsically contradictory. So it's hard. It's the job of policymakers to figure out how to bring these changes about. One of them, it strikes me, is the imperative of transforming our energy systems so that they are more sustainable, less damaging to the environment that we all depend on, which I think generally is a pretty agreed position these days, though there is some sort of movement, some pushback, I think, against it at the moment, certainly in my country. And on the other side of that coin, we have the requirement, moral and political, that our businesses and our consumers can afford the energy prices that we're loading onto them. In the UK, energy prices have shot up. I mean, they're so high, they make your eyes water when you get your electricity bill at the moment. And there's only so long that you can ask citizens to change their budget to provide so much more of their resources for this one particular use. So I want to go back along the line in the order that we started out with for your reflections on, is it possible to achieve what we feel we need to achieve in terms of the energy transition without the pain becoming politically too great to withstand? And what role does each of you consider is yours in that process? So you're from the regulator. Give us your response to that.
I think that the energy transition that was presented in August, we have the cost of the energy transition, the renewable resources, and their cost. So whether this contribute to the price of the drop of the price. In August, while the demand was quite high, for 10 days, from 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, due to the increased the production of renewable sources, we had zero consumption. So as a result, we have a reduction of day-ahead market, and as a result of the day-ahead market is reduced for the whole month. So from the Greek reality, we saw that even though it was a hot summer in terms of prices, not in terms of temperature. Despite of the hot summer in August, were de-escalated. So the renewable sources of energy are the reason for that. So we consider that with the batteries, during the day, they will be loading during the day, and I told you what the cost is. So with the batteries, this peak will be reduced, and the energy of the cost will fall. So therefore, we do not yet have the results that we desire for the consumers, but in the long run, this will be achieved. That is the drop in the prices. So the other thing that I want to say, we as a country that used to produce lignite, we now have natural gas units. The natural gas currently, as we know, it's close to 33, 32, 31 euros per megawatt hour. And according to the futures, the prices will remain low. We also see that all the warehouses are full with natural gas, up to 75%, and the traders are not so willing to rush to storing the warehouses, and there are still some empty space. So yes, maybe the renewable sources will contribute, but they will contribute to also reduce the prices of the fossil fuels.
We're very short of time, so I'll have to ask our next three speakers to a minute each, if that. What's your thought here?
I will switch it to Greek.
Of course.
If you don't mind.
Not at all. My Greek is perfect.
So in the first round, I mostly spoke in the field of energy. Now I will speak mostly in my capacity as a spokesman of New Democracy, because Mr. Faradouris attacked the government, speaking about the projects that are now locked in drawers. He represents Syriza, a political party, and of course the Syriza party cannot talk about a successful energy policy, because during the governance by Syriza there was a failed energy policy. I'm sure that you enjoy speaking about these graveyards of projects and projects being locked in drawers. And I'm sure that you enjoy speaking about the gloom picture in the country, but the reality is very different. Both the project of the GSI that you think that it will also be in a drawer. No, it's a project that will continues to be alive, and you should also support it. So it has it's a project with a great European value. It is supported by the Greek government. Of course, you are fully aware of the complexity of the projects, and therefore we continue as a government to solve in cooperation with Cypriot to implement this project. As for the East Med, of course, the conjunctures were completely different back then when it comes to cost. But of course, in the last 6 years, under the governance of New Democracy, the energy policy that was implemented by the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, aims at increasing energy safety. We are among the top hubs, energy hubs. We have large infrastructure for LNG, natural gas, and of course for the energy transition. The fact that in the last 5 years we didn't penetrate into the renewable sources years, and lately there has been a big increase in the renewable resources and in technology related to them. No, all these make, as a result, the projects speak for themselves. I don't need to say anything else.
For your response to that, Nicholas, in a second, it would be good if we could address the question rather than have a political back and forth, which I'm quite happy to have, but in other circumstances. Agis, your thoughts, please.
You'll allow me to switch into Greek too.
Of course.
Just to prove that I can also speak. Δύο πράγματα νομίζω. Το πρώτο είναι ότι
The first thing is that we're not honest with ourselves and we're not honest with the next generations. If somebody has read the Stern review in 2006, it is really horrifying because it talks about the cost of the measures that need to be taken in order to avoid a climate change, which is much higher. So Lord Stern said that the situation is much worse now compared to 2006 when he drafted this study. Therefore, the cost of not doing anything is great. The cost of doing something is high, but we need to find a balance because if not, the conditions, the situation for the next generations will be destructive. Now, as for the way of putting a square in the circle, I think that no side can succeed if they seek radical solutions. So if we become drill, baby, drill, there's no future in the planet. We need to find a compromise that will be accepted by the larger part of the population, because in the end, the people are those who will have to bear the cost.
But I have to ask you to resist that temptation. And just, I'll give you 1 minute after which all the mics will go off. So could you just give us your thoughts, please, on what that compromise is that needs to be achieved between satisfying the political requirement, satisfying the sustainability requirement with energy?
Δεν επρόκειτο ποτέ να καταχραστώ.
I will never abuse this venue in order to speak in political terms. Those who do it are trying to seek the ultimate refuge. I just spoke about the two projects because I was deeply involved in the first one. And besides, this project is connected with the legal proceedings that we actually won, and it amounts to 300 million that we gave back to the market, and as a result we dropped the prices. Yesterday there was a demand to the European Commission in order to accelerate the connection between Greece and Cyprus, and the Prime Minister said that he will move forward when the conditions allow it. We think that the conditions do allow it, and we ask him to proceed. And we think that in this international context, the energy policy in conjunction with the foreign affairs policy would require a more patriotic leader, let's say.
You're my witnesses that I tried. Okay, so here we are. I think we've just, we've scratched the surface on what is, I apologize, it's such a fascinating and deep area, and it's really hard to get our teeth into it in such a short time. But you have been very successful in bringing to light some of the issues here, and we can get into those more deeply perhaps on future occasions. In the meantime, I just want to thank you very profoundly for your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. There we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. See you again.
So much.
See you in your next job.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Nicholas.
Thanks for coordinating.
Okay. See you soon. Okay, let's move straight along. quite a change of topic here on the surface of things, but actually this is a topic we've been talking about obliquely and sometimes directly for much of the day. And that is, simply as it's put here, higher education as a catalyst for economic growth and development. But this is really about matching the knowledge base in the population to the requirements for skills, special knowledge in the economy. And if you don't match those two things together, then you have a great deal of difficulty in growing. So in order to help us understand this area, I'm delighted to welcome Sofia Zakharaki, who is the Minister of Education, Religious Affairs and Sport here in Greece, up to the stage, and Gerasimos Siassos, who's the Rector at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens and a Professor of Cardiology. So if things get too hot, we've got the right man on the stage. Come and join us, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we sit over here?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, I'm really pleased that we're having this session because this is an area that often gets talked about indirectly, but it's really good to address it full on, head on, what the role is of higher education in assuring that an economy is peopled with the right skills for what's required. So why don't you take us off, Minister, and give us your opening thoughts on the topic.
Καλησπέρα και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και για τις...
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. It's actually a very nice opportunity for us all to meet within the framework of the economist conferences taking place here in Thessaloniki over the past few years. And at the same time, the International Fair of Thessaloniki is about to begin. So it is a very nice coincidence. We're here to talk about something really very interesting, in my opinion. It's also a great honor for me to be working for the Ministry of Education, Religious Affairs and Sports. It's a ministry that I really love. It's a great honor for me to be here, to be talking with the rector of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And I want to congratulate him on his latest successes. The truth is that over the past few years, we can see that there has been a great effort for some significant improvements on all aspects of education. We are here to talk about higher education in specific, but in this way, I think that we will be able to put Greece and Southeastern Europe at the very central points in this framework. This is all based on some pillars that if we take a closer look at, I think that everybody will agree that yes, Greece and in specific Thessaloniki can play this role. We can see that already. How? Because we can see that there is a great effort on behalf of the public universities to become more extroverted and to do even better in terms of academic performance. At the same time, we can see that the public universities of Thessaloniki can offer undergraduate and postgraduate studies in the English language, which means that it can attract a lot of hundreds or thousands of foreign students. And at the same time, we can see some great efforts taking place in the improvements of the infrastructure and the scientific committees that work for this university. So this is just a few things that we can see of all the ones that are taking place in this towards this end. So I'm focusing on the Greek public university because I can see that thanks to the internalization of it and its extroversion, thanks to those English language undergraduate and postgraduate studies which are being offered, and the joint degrees, we can see Columbia University, for example, or Rutgers, and many other big educational institutions working together with the Greek public universities. We can see that, we will see that in the near future. So that's a great time for us. This is proof that Thessaloniki and Greece can play this role, can be the place that will attract foreign students from across Europe. And we can all meet there while we're trying to do all our best.
Those words. Thessaloniki, what a fantastic place to come and study. I wish I'd known when I was a student I would have come here instead of gone to Manchester where it rains all the time.
I was born in Thessaloniki, so I love it.
Well, you probably don't know what a special place it is if you were born here. So tell us, how Thessaloniki is a university town. You can feel it as soon as you walk in to the city. How does the education sector here, your university in particular, which I know is in Athens, but as an example of the university sector, how do you ensure that you are up to speed with the requirements of the economy and that you're matching, you're teaching the skills that the economy needs? You may have other things you want to talk about, in which case, please just go ahead.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ πολύ τον Economist και το Power Game γιατί...
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much to the Economist for having me, for giving me this great opportunity to be here in Thessaloniki, in this beautiful town. This is my town, as a matter of fact. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share this panel with the Minister of Education. She is actually a person that has studied in the Greek public universities. So let's get started with some more specific points. Let me tell you a few things about Greek universities, which are also, of course, true about our own National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. The first point is that universities are the machines of knowledge. This is where innovation is born, the future is born. A second point is that universities can shape the social values and the human capital of a country. We're not simply creating people that have studied at university. We're creating citizens that will shape the future of a country. A third point is that all of the new things that are created within a university will return their value back to the society in terms of services, policies, or other things that can change our daily lives. So it's actually universities that are the drive of progress. Before getting to the point of the challenges that Greek universities are being faced with at the moment, that have to do with many things, with the crisis, the geopolitical situation, the pandemic of the previous years, but before getting into that, please let me mention a very striking example with you here. And this will show how important universities have always been for the society. Let's go back a couple of centuries ago, after the Greek Revolution, when we didn't have any state, we didn't have any schools, any universities, any courts, or any hospitals. It was actually the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, the very first institution that helped the creation of the Greek state, that shaped the personalities of the people that created the Greek state as we know it today. My second remark is that no one can do things on their own. It's not just the university alone that can bring the change. It's not even the state that can bring the change on its own. We do need collaboration. We do need all different institutions to be working together towards the same goal. We do need also the participation, the active participation of the government. So, what are the things that we have done so far? Things that have also been done here at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. At the moment, we are carrying out 305 9,000 investigation programs with more than 9,000 scientists working on that. You can imagine how important these figures are. Let me tell you that every single euro which is invested towards investigation and research is immediately returned, multiplied towards the society. This is something that has given the universities the necessary autonomy to make use of the necessary freedom to create their own hubs. As a result, the National Kapodistrian University got the opportunity to create its own spin-off. We created the Center for Research and Innovation. Its name is actually Archimedes, which function as a bridge between the research sector and the society. It helps students to move on and leave their laboratory and actually put it into practice while they are in the market. We also created the offices for the transport of technology. That is to say that we are talking about the creation of a team that will be able to support every single student doesn't really know what they need to do if they want to participate in research programs. So these teams offer their support. And when it comes to internalization, we're really happy to share with you that, thanks to the help of the minister and the previous ministers of education in Greece, that we were given the opportunity to found our own departments in outside Greece. Yes, also we do have those English-speaking programs. We have 3 of them actually in undergraduate studies in the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, 33 of them at postgraduate studies for international students. And in total, I can tell you that we have almost 8,000 foreign students, international students in our university. And as you can understand, this is not just a number, it is actually those people that can spread the word about our country and can attract investment.
For some questions. So let's launch straight in. I have one particular issue which I would like to both of you to address. It's quite hard to shape this right, so I'm going to ask about AI in particular, not because it's the next big thing and everybody's talking about AI and it could replace us all, not for that reason at all, but because it seems to me there's something new, a new challenge is being presented to us with AI. And that's not just because of its capability as a new tier of technology, it's because of the pace of change. It's not long ago at all, 3-4 years, when the number one piece of advice you felt you could give to a young student was learn to code. If you can code, you can work forever. And it's also great for your logical thinking and all the rest of it. But you wouldn't give that advice now. In the space of 2.5 years, we now understand that coding really isn't going to be a job for humans for much longer. They will have a role in it, but as a sort of mass industry, it no longer exists. You're dealing with this, I mean, energy companies invest in oil deposits that maybe won't pay off for 10, 20 years. You're investing in people who maybe from an economic perspective won't pay off for 5, 10 years, you know, into their careers. And yet you've got to make these decisions about what you favor in terms of education policy and what you favor in terms of your curriculum, about what skills you're going to train into these people. How do you do that And are you comfortable that you can do it? So let's start with, I'm sure you are comfortable that you can do it, but I phrase it in that way to give you an opportunity to.
Δεν θα το έλεγα ότι πάντα αισθάνομαι.
I wouldn't say that it is always easy to keep pace with what is happening, but when it comes to the AI, probably this will help students to adopt new skills, and this will help students to keep pace with what is going to happen in the near future. It's going to help them to be more resilient, more adaptive, to be more ready to do so. But let me go back a little bit. Can we talk about AI if we haven't actually dealt with more basic problems when it comes to matter of survival for a young student? So yes, of course, on the one hand, we do want to focus on what is going to equip young students with the necessary tools in order for them to be able to face up to the challenges of the future job market. But at the same time, we also want to focus on more traditional aspects of higher education. We want to improve infrastructure. We want to be able to provide young students coming from families with low income to be able to actually attend their studies and support them financially. So I'm talking about the more day-to-day, let's say, aspects of the life of a student. And many institutions in Greece have already tried to adapt their curricula according to the new demands that have been posed by AI and new technologies. And we can also see that in the curricula of secondary education curricula. And they are actually very popular with young people, with students and people that are preparing to go to the university. You can see that these faculties, this type of studies are becoming more and more popular. This is thanks, of course, to the efforts of the rectors and the administrations of all the universities to spread the word about those programs that exist at the moment, but also thanks to the legislation that gives universities the necessary freedom to develop those programs. Now, another thing which is important is that a student, while they are completing their studies, are also given the opportunity to be in closer contact with what is actually happening out there, out in the market, to be dealing with startups, for example. And for this reason, we are supporting financially the new technologies and the new equipment that is necessary in all Greek universities. I need to tell you that we have enhanced our financial support by 30%. And we also want to help with the approval of certain new programs and also focus on cybersecurity, because this is another burning issue. In a few hours, there's going to be an announcement made by the Prime Minister of Greece concerning AI, and this is not only going to be about tertiary education. It's not going to be about higher education, but about education as a whole. And maybe this is going to teach us a new way of how we can learn things from now on.
Very briefly.
Is it the same question or?
Same question, okay. But you've only got, she had about 5 minutes, you've only got one.
One,
so,
oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for that.
Να πούμε ότι η AI, η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη...
AI, it's not the future. AI is the present. It's here, and it's here to stay. It's something that we have already discussed deeply in our committee of rectors and with the ministry, and we are trying to find ways in which we will be able to integrate the AI into our curricula and our everyday way of working. So we have already launched a partnership with Google, which gives us the opportunity to provide training to our staff and our professors on AI. But again, we want to give priority to the students. You know, medical knowledge, because I am a professor at the medical school, so medical knowledge used to be duplicated every 2 years. This now happens every 3 months. Every 3 months we have the duplication of medical knowledge. So AI is a tool that we all have to be fully aware of. It is a tool that everybody needs to be in position to make good use of it. We need to teach them how they will be able to use these tools in a more human way.
Two great answers. Thank you to our panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. See you again. Okay. Now comes the important part of the day.
Keep Kakatis to 6 minutes because Papadanasis has arrived and then Cyprus will be here. We'll have a problem. So please, you have to be very brief.
Yeah. We're moving on to the topic, the culmination of all human activity, football. So I'm delighted to invite onto the stage Chrysostomos Gakatsis, who is the president of the Hellenic Football Federation. Please come and join me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I sit here?
Yes, of course. So sports as a driver of economic growth, social cohesion, and international visibility. That's quite a theme, but you've only got 3 or 4 minutes to talk about it. So take it away, please.
Thank you very much. Καταρχήν να πω ότι ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση στον Economist, γιατί είναι...
First of all, I want to thank The Economist for having me. This is a great opportunity for me to be here and to be given the chance to talk about football and sports as a whole, as a drive for economic growth and international visibility. Sports and football can be a means that can actually mobilize resources, strengthen social cohesion, and promote our country on an international level. On an economic level, it can actually also fuel tourism and even cultural economy. From infrastructure development to the organizing of international events, we can have multiplied benefit because every match, every tournament, every big event can leave a footprint that goes far beyond the pitch. The value of sports, it's not just economic, it is social, because within a stadium, within a football club, you can see the establishment of cooperation, of discipline. There, it's the place where a young generation can learn how to share values, how to support democracy. However, we are very, very aware of the fact that conditions are not always ideal. The cost of living crisis has affected also the sports world, and on an amateur level, we can see that things are becoming worse and worse if we compare them to the past. However, hundreds of thousands of people still like to participate in amateur football and other sports, and this shows that probably sports is still a vital cell of our social life. And equally decisive is the contribution of volunteering. Thousands of citizens support these events with a lot of dedication. And this highlights how society can be united around the values of solidarity and participation. Now, on an international level, sports are probably the most powerful means of promoting a country. We had some glorious moments in Greek football, for example, the Euro 2004 or the Conference League, the UEFA Conference League in 2024. And if we come to the present, in a few hours from now, our national men's team is going to play against Belarus for the World Cup qualifiers. And it's a big event, a major event that will be co-organized by the United States, Canada, and Mexico. This is proof that football can actually keep our hearts warm through the passion and the enthusiasm. At the same time, every major event is a very good opportunity for people to visit the country, to get to know our places, our monuments, our cuisine, our hospitality. Our country actually has all of the guarantees, all of the skills that it takes for a country to become a major meeting point for big sports events. Progress, however, cannot come only from the field. It comes through innovation, it comes through sustainability, the use of digital technologies that are used to enhance the experience of the fans. Thessaloniki, it's my town, as a matter of fact, it is a very typical, a very striking example that has this dynamic. It's very characteristic of Thessaloniki to be a place of regional cooperation, and it can be so for the years to come, both for the Balkans and Southeast Europe. Presence of major clubs with long histories and very passionate fan base has actually shaped a very specific sports culture here. The fans, the football fans that live here in Thessaloniki are an integral part of its identity. So, ladies and gentlemen, sports is a force that can mobilize economy, bring societies together, and enhance our country's international image. Its value can go far beyond statistics, of course, and it can have an application to everyday life. So I want to stress that the value of all of these discussions is not simply a theoretical analysis. It can have a direct reflection in our everyday lives for all of us. This is our duty. We need the people of the sports world, of the football world, to contribute in this dialogue and shape the future, a future where sports can be a strong catalyst. Thank you very much.
One very, very brief question that I'm sure everybody's got on their mind. Is Greece going to win the qualifier tonight? What's your forecast?
Well, today it's the first match. The first of the 6 which are going to take place for the qualifiers in the World Cup. Yes, I do believe that we are going to win this match because we need to make a very dynamic start. And in this way, we will be able to admire, enjoy the play of our national football men's team next year in the World Cup.
Thank you. Whoops. Okay, excellent. Well, on that good piece of prognostication, with which I fully agree, we'll move on to our next panel. And this is about business and innovation in what this region of Greece hopes to be an emerging investment hub. And to help us talk about this topic, we have Nikos Papathanassis, who's the alternate Minister of National Economy and Finance here in Greece. Lukia Saranti, who's the President of the Federation of Industries of Greece. Panagiotis Mourgos, who is the Managing Director at Texan Environmental Management. And Christos Balaskas, who is the Vice President of Commercial Growth and External Relations at Eldorado Gold and the President of Hellas Gold. And Andreas Andriadis, who is the Chief Executive and Co-Managing Partner at San Icos Group. Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to the stage. And we have, at this late stage of the day, another absolutely fascinating and really important topic. They've been like that all day, and they will continue to the end of the day. So thank you for your presence. I'm going to hand straight over to Mr. Papathanasis and let you give us your thoughts, your initial thoughts on this area, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I suppose I'll speak in Greek as the panel and the audience.
First of all, we're here in Thessaloniki. In a few hours from now, we are going to listen to the announcements of the Prime Minister of Greece. We expect to hear announcements that will be about measures that will improve the daily lives of the Greek citizens. And this is very important because what is politics about? Politics is about making an effort to improve the daily lives of the citizens of this country. And this improvement won't come unless we achieve to have a strong economy. And strong economy can be achieved through a government that believes in that. And seeing who we are here in this panel, and I believe that at least one member of this panel wouldn't be here if the Prime Minister of Greece did not really believe in the vision of a strong Greek economy. So let me tell you that since 2019, things have changed a lot, and it means that we have 72 different taxes that do not exist anymore, and hopefully we will even see even further reduction in the taxes and even further increase in the pensions and wages. Greece is trying to do that by making use of all the possible instruments that they can have access to. Growth in Greece is 3 times higher than the average of Europe. And at the same time, we can see that unemployment rates are going lower and lower. And in this way, we are able to offer hope, to offer jobs to many young people. Dear Alasdair, Greece today is completely different to what it used to be back in 2019. And what we want to do is, through the digital transformation, through investments, through all of those things that are happening during the past years, the better quality of conditions and the better quality of investments to actually improve the quality of the everyday lives of the Greek citizens. That's the thing that also the Minister of Education and the Rector of the National and Capodistrian Universities previously mentioned. Back in 2019, the program of public investments was 5.4 billion euros. Now it's 14.6 billion euros. You can see that we're talking about an increase of 175%, and it's going to go even further higher. And that's what is going to give the result of the creation of many job positions in Greece from now on.
Because my Greek isn't as good as I pretended it was, so apologies for that. Well, let's move along to Lukia Saranti. Greek industries are operating in what's happily a relatively stable domestic environment, but a very difficult and unpredictable international environment. How difficult is it for Greek industries? Your thoughts, please.
Well, thanking you very much for the invitation. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Well, thank you very much for having me. After the dear Minister, what I can tell for sure is that those financing instruments are very important, but the industry that I represent is actually offering some added value. Innovation is the oxygen of industry. This is what gives us extroversion and competitiveness. We are in an era of constant transition. Everything is happening so fast. AI, for instance, we talked about that previously. AI is very important for industry, and it's something that if we don't have innovation, we can't have access to those tools. So what's the situation of industry? Well, today, industry in Greece seems to be doing rather well. It is actually a sector that can contribute a lot to productivity, because unfortunately so far we haven't achieved much in that field, and all of this is thanks to innovation, thanks to research and technology, and Thessaloniki in specific is setting a new goal to become a center of innovation. Let me explain my point. Why is this so important? We have very positive examples of other countries. For example, Israel, when it comes to defense industry, how Israel managed to equip the rest of the world, getting started from their own industry. The same goes for Ireland as well. A country which in the area of digital skills managed to attract huge companies such as Google, for example, and this is a huge success story for Ireland. So success does not come on its own. It requires planning, strategy, the participation of various institutions, research, the government of a country. We need collaboration among those stakeholders, and all of them all together need to make a joint effort to have a common goal. And I think that this does not have to do with politics or elections anymore. It has to do with the future of a country. This is all very important. The most important advantage, however, is still the manpower, the people that work in a country. Greece is a country that has a very high level of scientists, so we need to have an ecosystem at the moment that will be able to expand even further with the support of the necessary infrastructure, such as big ports that will be connected to the railroad system and the main road system between Thessaloniki and Athens. If we don't have this upgrade in the infrastructure, we won't see any big change in industry in Greece at the moment. And this goes also for energy issues, digitalization issues that were mentioned in the previous sessions. We have long been talking about Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki has always been the town that aspired to become the hub of technology in Greece. But let's not repeat ourselves. Let's not talk about the same things again and again. Let's just make up our minds and turn Thessaloniki into a center of industrial development. Make it a real center of industry for Southeastern Europe. We and Association of Industries of Greece, we want to support such projects. One of these projects was the creation of a technological port, and we are eager to offer our full support because it's something that Thessaloniki actually needs. So in my view, what we need to do is to be more focused. We need to be more concentrated on what we want to achieve. We need to focus more on all the energy and green transition that has to be achieved.
That's an excellent answer. Panagiotis, it's good to see you again. We meet regularly up on this stage, but I'm really looking forward to hearing your update, your latest thoughts, how Texan is doing, and the importance of innovation, where you see the investment opportunities in the future in Greece. Please go ahead.
First of all,
keep an eye on the clock, but
no problem. As always, thank you for your invitation. Αξιότιμη κύριε Υπουργέ, αξιότιμη.
Dear Minister, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, our group is very proud to be here for the 5th time in the Economist Conference. This is a very important conference, a conference through which we can see the things that will happen the next day, in the near future. So back in September 2018, we actually announced the big investments of the production of recycling machines. Greece was chosen among its competitors as the country that would host these investments. The investment was celebrated in 2019, and this was a promise for us to create at least 90 new job positions. Today, we're happy to share with you that we are close to 600 new job positions, and we have pledged that by the end of year 2026, we will create 1,000 new job positions. So this is actually a success story of an American investment that was very important for our country. Our country can be innovative, can be a pioneer. We're really very happy to see that the brains that left our country during the brain drain are back here again, because we need them. We need to have our scientists back. We need to have income coming to the Greek families, and we need to see big companies acting in a responsible manner. We have a very big CSR program at the moment based on 4 different pillars: society, environment, education, and economy. We're really happy to have this, and this year we will present the first mobile photovoltaic center of recycling. We're very proud of this project of ours, because it is a project that can cover a lot of needs across the country. We're talking about a center that can do recycling of different materials in different places according to what the needs are. And now we are producing recycling machines based on the American knowledge, the American technology, but they are produced here in Greece. And so we need the support on behalf of the Greek states in order to continue to do so. We need to be able to continue to invest in a safe environment which is characterized by stability, a stable legal framework, where we can program and organize our investments to come. So soon we will make even more new announcements, investments that will focus on the part of circular economy.
Thank you, and admirable timing. Well done.
Πραγματικά.
Christos Palaskas, Vice President, Commercial Growth and External Relations, Eldorado Gold, and President of Hellas Gold. What are you observing from your point of view in the investment environment here in Greece and the role of innovation in allowing your business to grow?
Allow me to respond in Greek, as our audience is predominantly Greek.
Of course.
As the dear Minister also mentioned, yes, the truth is that there was great chance for me not to be participating in this panel today if 6 years ago, the Greek government had not supported our project in Eastern Chalkidiki. At the moment now, we have a mine in Olympias, a mine of gold and basic metals, and at the same time we are creating the site of Skouries for the production of copper. This is an investment that would never have been true otherwise. We're talking about an investment of more than $3 billion, and at the moment we have at least 3,300 people working for us. Based on the official figures, our contribution to the GDP of Greece is going to be more than 500 million euros. This makes a huge difference. Makes a huge difference for the balance sheet of Greece. At the same time, we are trying to help with the participation of society, the communication with the society, and the conservation of the environment. As a representative of one of the pillars of industry in Greece, apart from the tourism sector, we still have other industries. I believe that mining is one of the sectors that we need to support even further. And I believe that because, as I told you, investing in critical metals such as copper can be connected with innovation, digital transition, and green transition, but it can also help Greece become independent from other countries. These raw materials are absolutely necessary for industry and for green transition. If we move on with this type of investments, I firmly believe that we will be able to put Greece in the international investment map. Probably one of the most important issues that we needed to face in the past was the fact that people thought that mining couldn't go hand in hand with other industries such as tourism, but this is not true. Of course it can happen. Of course we can have coexistence of the mining industry and tourism industry as long as there is mutual respect, as long as we have conservation of the environment, and as long as we are in an open dialogue with the local society. This is the most important thing. And of course, with the usage of technology, because if we don't innovate, if we don't use the best practices that we can have at our disposal at the moment, if we don't invest in our own people through trainings, through good universities, we won't be able to achieve anything. It is the CSR of our company that helps us move forward towards this, and I believe that we're trying our best to show that we want to become better at everything, and I think that we are on the right path, to be honest.
Wonderful. Let's move on. Andreas Andreadis, Chief Executive and Co-Managing Partner at Sani Ecos Group. The same question really to you. Please go ahead.
Okay. For the invitation. Where should I start now? Firstly, I'll try to be objective on what Greece has really succeeded to do since 2010. When Greece was really an impossible case. And I have to be fair that the last years, and I think the last 6 years, as well as the previous years, Greece did a miracle, right? I mean, did we do everything we should? No, but we did a lot. So we need to say objectively that everybody says this has been a success story, and I think we should be fair to accept, and this is that many people helped to this direction. So we cannot just complain all the time, this is not like this and the other is not like that. Now, how did we make it? We made it because, to be honest, we had the the lenders who dictated to us, like 6 years ago, what to do, right? We had a plan. I remember the minister remembers the Greece 10 years ahead and all the things that were planned at the time because of the impossible situation we had to get out. And so it was, to a big extent, a dictated effort, right? It was not an initiative of the country, the political system, the country had to do it. And we managed to do it pretty well. In the last 6 years, without being in a memorandum anymore, we continue doing it, and to reach a point now where I'm really worried about the future. And I'm worried about the future because I think there is a risk of the focus being lost simply because there's not anymore the COVID, there's not anymore the 2010 crisis, and we don't have a clear direction. I'll give an example about the business I'm in, tourism, hospitality, and I think I'm entitled to say we are probably the biggest business, certainly in Greece. We are planning more than 600 million investments, which are actually doing in the next few years. We employ 7,000 people. So, you know, I can give you a good idea of where I feel the focus can be lost. It is that, you know, when people feel, and I get the example of the over-tourism as a good example of where we can lose the focus. Why should we do more tourism and we should do more, not more industry? One doesn't contradict at all with the other. We have to add, we have to, not to subtract. You know, the country needs more investments. This is a good example of an investment, your example. The country needs it. We have to do every investment that is innovative, helps, doesn't hurt the environment, gives, brings money to the people, brings, you know, more people to work. We cannot say we want this, we don't want that. So the problem now is there's not a clear line because we Greeks have this tendency to lose focus once we're out of the emergency room, right? We have this. And we need to focus now and laser focus what we are going to do. In the political system, all parties are responsible to focus on what is coming next. And you know, we need a clear plan of where tourism, first we need to look in history. 2010 to 2020, tourism doubled, and the other industries went 40% down. Now the other industries grow, tourism has to grow as well. We cannot say we don't need that because everything brings this, and innovation, AI, everything is around any activity that brings income and makes the Greek nation richer. So we need really to see this country with a vision to 2030, where exactly we need to go. And this is what I'm really worried. We are getting into the micro-politics. Every day we look at this survey says versus the other, what people like, what they don't like, and we lose the big picture that we need to focus as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's really interesting because worthy of applause. Neatly, our opening session of today, this morning, and I spoke to Minister Pierakakis, and I put that to him directly that in some ways the low-hanging fruit of recovery had been picked, and maybe now it's much harder to achieve the marginal gains that you need to continue to achieve. An awful lot there, I thought, that came out of that discussion, but fundamentally, I think I'm not sure I agree with you, so I'm going to hand this over to the Minister so he can disagree with you rather than me, which is the diplomatic way of doing it. I'm not sure that you can have everything, that you can. I suspect that what the Minister will be thinking is that actually there are trade-offs, and the job of a government is to decide which way in those trade-offs policy goes. But let me not put words into your mouth. How do you respond to what you've heard, Minister?
Δεν νομίζω ότι
The truth is that I don't really need to disagree with Mr. Andreadis. Probably I can just add a few things. We're here in the Economist Impact Conference. This is a panel with businessmen, and we are talking in front of an audience coming mainly from the business world, and we're here to talk about what is going to happen from now on. We are here to see what we have already achieved, how part of the recovery plan has been completed, and what's going to happen from now on. As I told you previously, at the moment, Greece is moving in a faster pace than many other countries in Europe. We need to have a point of reference. We started with 11% of investments in 2019, and now it's at 15.3%. Of course, there is still a long way to go, but we have achieved things. The unemployment rate used to be almost 18%, and now it's close to 8%. This is also great improvement. If we don't have a government that believes in entrepreneurship, if we don't have a government that believes in economic growth, we would never have been able to talk about the reduction of taxes, because this is what can help with the improvement of the daily lives of the Greek citizens. We wouldn't have 3,000 new job positions as Eldorado has created in Eastern Halkidiki. So now our program for public investments is much higher than what it used to be back in 2019. In 2019, it used to be 5.4 billion euros, and now it's more than 14 billion euros, and it's going to become even bigger. It is thanks to these resources that we can see the improvement in the economic growth of the country, and this is the result of an everyday effort to support the Greek entrepreneurs. So let me point out something. On the one hand, we have the social aspects of it all, the supports of the young people. This is, of course, very important. We still have high rates of unemployment, lower than what it used to be in the past, but still it's there, especially among young women. And that's why we want to support small and medium enterprises, and that's we have decided to launch special programs for employability among young women. We really want to support entrepreneurship. We really want to open the door for banking institutions. And all of this is the result of the fact that Greece is moving really fast at the moment. And we have achieved part of our goals when it comes to our fiscal policies, and imagine that other countries that are considered to be stronger than Greece, such as Spain, are not doing equally well, then you can understand that things have really changed. Of course, we still have a long way to go, but we can go together along this way, all together, as long as every single one of us here feels safe enough to take the next step. What do we need for that? We need reform, we need new legislation, we need reduction of taxes, we need the launching of projects. Reforms, however, is not an easy thing to do. It can't happen overnight. But we are here today. We are here today to pledge that we will offer our support to small and medium enterprises, and this is going to happen thanks to reassuring our access to 3 different European funds for the modernization and the digitalization of businesses. We're also negotiating to not reduce the cohesion funds. we can't afford to not have cohesion funds, and we are already preparing to announce the new development plan. And we can design the next 5 years thanks to the fact that we can see that the Greek economy is doing rather well at the moment. So it's not just theory, it's also practice. And these governments can make the Greek citizens feel safe enough, make them feel positive that their kids will be able to find a job in the near future here in Greece and create their own life and their own family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I want to hand in the last couple of minutes of our session, I want to hand over to the other 4 members of our panel. Now is a really great opportunity for you because we have Mr. Tsipras coming in a second to make his pitch to replace this government at the next election. So what would you like to see from this government tomorrow that would reinforce your commitment to, well, I'm not going to ask you which way you're going to vote, but what would you like to see from them that would make you happier to see them remain in government for a 3rd term? Let's go in order. Let's start with you.
Well, I'll stick to the industry, because this is what I represent, and this is the reason why I'm here. Ο Σύνδεσμος Βιομηχανιών Ελλάδος είναι
Our association is one of the big partners of Greece. We have members from across the country, and mainly from northern Greece. One of our main requests towards all governments is that we need to have a national strategy for the Greek industry. Unfortunately, many times these is not very easy because we need to have plans in the long run. So we need to have a commitment on behalf of the Greek government in order to have these plans and be sustainable. That's what we're asking for. There's no doubt that the Greek government today is very friendly towards investments. We have seen great changes, great progress over the past few years. However, the world is moving in a really fast pace, and we need to enhance productivity. Productivity will be enhanced only through industry. Let's admit that. We have carried out a small study across industries in Greece, and the truth is that that Greek industries do invest, and they don't always invest with money coming from public funds because they don't have a choice. So let's create a framework in order to support industries towards this direction. This is what we are asking for. We are asking for more extroversion. With no extroversion, we won't exist anymore in the future. And as I told you before, Thessaloniki can actually play a very important role. Innovation is something very important, is the key, and Thessaloniki will be the destination for innovation from now on.
Minister.
He doesn't need to. He knows very well.
I'm sure he does. Panagiotis, your thoughts, please.
It's really important to say that we are all here in Greece, and we can all understand that the situation is not maybe the most favorable one. Many times we can see that people cannot make ends meet. It feels as if we are still going through a crisis, an economic crisis. There's conflict close to our country, in our neighborhood, but still we seem to be quite adaptive. So we need a government that will be able to create even more motivation for businesses, for industries. We need to find clever ways and good practices in which businesses will be able to offer a dividend back to the society through its CSR, but at the same time to get supported by the government. We don't simply want some of the businesses to invest in that. We do need a single strategy, a national strategy for this purpose. We need to have the society going hand in hand with the economy. It's not possible to see growth, economic growth, and no social growth. We have to support Greek businesses and foreign investments. We need to have close collaboration between the private sector and the government, and to find clever ways to give back to society, because we are all society and we're all proud to be able to help our workers, our employees, the members of the local communities, and because they, on their own part, are the ones that help us to become creative and innovative. Thank you very much. Well, my message to you is multiple. It is a message to the Greek government, but probably all of the governments that we will see in Greece from now on. We, on behalf of the industry, what we need is to have a single strategy. We need to have support for investment, because in this way we will see the improvement of the standards of living in Greece. But at the same time, we need to be responsible, to act responsibly, to keep in mind always all aspects, such as the local communities and the environment. When it comes to mining, whether we like it or not, if we don't have mining industry in Greece, there's absolutely no chance for Greece to achieve its goals, to achieve its transition, to be at the center of the geopolitical developments, or even try to solve our demographic problems. And as I mentioned before, we can coexist together with all the fields of industry, with microeconomy, and with tourism. All together, we can make it.
Concerns about momentum. What are the specifics here?
Look, my recommendation to this government and to the future governments is to work, if possible, together, very unlikely, but that is a recommendation, to create a new 10 years ahead plan. We don't have a plan.
When you say work together with who?
Work together with the industry and work together with the political parties and find a minimum consensus where this country, in this very difficult geopolitical environment, has to be 10 years ahead. You know, my investors are also GIC from Singapore. I can tell you the story of Singapore and what they made, because they had a plan, okay? And so we need a plan. We desperately need a plan. As you said, and as the minister said, and I will not deny, we did the part we had to do. This was the easier part, the part that we had to recover because we were so low, we had to do these things. But now we go to more difficult parts. And it's not only about investment and money. Go out and see the level of the local authorities, the cleanliness, the parks, the simple things that give so much added value to the desirability to invest. Well, here in Thessaloniki, in any town, it's really a disaster compared to any European city, you know? Any European, we don't have beautiful beachfronts. We don't take care of our towns. We have basic needs of mindset, of education to get better. And these things don't cost money. The problem is not at the ministries, at the Senate. The problem is at the local level of the authorities, of the local people, where we have a long way to go. And if we don't find a plan that will address this, it will be very difficult to follow up these percentages of growth simply because the investments are not going to come to us, they will go somewhere else.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think that deserves some applause as well. Everybody else got some, so don't leave yet. We're still waiting for Mr. Tsipras, and I would expect that every minute he's late, he loses another 1,000 votes. But that's up to him.
We can talk more.
We can talk more.
So we have some more time to speak about this government.
A little bit more time to speak about this government.
Yeah.
So fire.
Well, what I want to do actually is shift focus slightly, and I'm slightly wary about this because we do have some time, but we don't have infinite time. But I want to open the conversation outside Greece and look at the global context, which is extraordinarily complex. I mean, it's not hard enough for you guys on your own, but you're trying to operate within this unpredictable, ever-changing global situation. And the area I wanted to focus on particularly was trade policy. I'll come to you on this one because, you know, industry is probably in the front line in the tariff question. Not only is it hard to plan for a regime where you expect tariffs to be imposed, it's doubly hard because you don't know what level those tariffs are going to be imposed at, how long they're going to last, what carve-outs there are going to be, and so on and so forth. So how are you approaching that? What are you doing in your organization? What are your member companies doing? And what do you think the government should be doing to prepare for this?
Well, tariffs is not something that we can deal with only by ourselves, I mean, as a country. Sorry, I have to switch in Greek. Πρέπει να το αντιμετωπίσουμε.
It's something that needs to be dealt with as a European Union. It's not something that we can be faced with on our own as a country. Of course, for industry, which is the biggest exporter of the country, almost 80% of exports comes from the Greek industry. This is, of course, a big issue for us because this is an extra cost. From that point on, if we have a stable and long-term framework, you know, industry can always be adaptive. Industry, if it functions within a framework, a safe one, can overcome those obstacles. However, unfortunately, at the moment, the situation is not stable. It is completely unpredictable. Of course, this is a source of skepticism and concern, but we're members of the European Union, and I do believe that it is only as a union that we can deal with these things. For example, dairy products. Part of the big part of the European exports comes from the dairy industry, and for them it is even more important, as you know.
There's not a lot you can do about it. You don't have a great deal of agency in changing the policy environment, but you do have to respond to what's the circumstances you find yourselves in as an organization and as an industrial sector. So what is the response? How are Greek companies future-proofing themselves against what clearly is a major risk, and particularly, as you say, because industry is such an important exporter?
Θεωρώ ότι είναι κάτι που ακόμα είναι σε μετάβαση.
I believe that we are still in a transition phase. The landscape is not clear enough yet, and we are waiting for the European Union and the member states to rise to the occasion. It's not something that we can do it on our own. All the people that are involved in experts, they do agree on that, but they can't do it on their own. We need to see action being taken by the EU together with the United States.
I hope you don't have to wait too long for
I think nobody knows.
Nobody knows, no, indeed. That's part of the problem, I suppose. Christos, how important is exporting to your mining business? How much of your production ends up abroad?
Almost. I will make your life easier not to have to listen to the translators.
Okay.
Almost all of our production is exported. Actually, 100% is exported. Mm-hmm. So in this case, since we are exporting a lot in Asia, we are exporting in Africa, we're also exporting in Latin America. Very small percentage goes to the United States. So practically, we are not affected directly by the situation of the tariffs. But that doesn't mean that our industry is not going to be affected indirectly about the tariffs. So we will pay the price also, because whatever it has to do with the rest of the metals, with construction, with energy, that is going to cost us. So yes, we feel more happy that we are not directly affected, but that doesn't mean that our industry is not going to be affected. So that's why we want to invest even further. We want to invest even further in the area of strategic metals, and we do know that in Greece, as previous panels you heard, there is a lot of potential in Greece, so that we can make Europe independent and not having to import all the strategic and critical raw materials. We are planning an investment in Thrace. We are at the stage where we're looking at the environmental impact assessment studies and also designing the new mines there, and assuming that we will get the green light from the community, from the local communities, we will bring on stream investments on gold, but also on copper, that will make the difference. And we strongly believe that Europe should focus in investment in the area of critical raw materials. I think that would be the answer, to be more independent, and also playing in an environment of geostrategic landscape it has actually become very unpredictable. That's why also the price of gold has gone almost to 4,000 euros. It's now approaching the $3,500 per ounce. This shows how much uncertainty exists at the moment with tariffs and with a wider environment.
Okay. Panagiotis, I will come back to you in a second, Minister, but first, Andreas and Panagiotis, I imagine for you this question really is one of the indirect impacts, how this might feed through into demand, domestic demand and global economic demand that might damage your prospects. How do you see it? Let's start with you, Panagiotis.
First of all, let me tell you, we import spare parts from the United States, so we don't export, we import from the US. What I can tell you for sure is that in any case, entrepreneurs always are able to find a solution. We have been functioning under crisis circumstances for too many years after the financial crisis and the pandemic. But we've seen that entrepreneurship is very resilient. All of these are challenges, and we are adapting ourselves. We need to be adaptive. Through crisis, we can always have new opportunities, and this is the only way in which entrepreneurship can actually be developed and to overcome all of those obstacles and navigate through crisis. So we do import spare parts from the United States, and this means that after the imposing of tariffs has changed the game, because it's not only a one-sided issue. But one thing is for sure, businesses will adapt. Businesses will be able to modify themselves in order to overcome those obstacles. We've seen some de-escalation in different costs, such as energy costs, so I think that we will be able to find a solution.
Signal in the air. I just get this sense that maybe it's time to finish the panel.
No worries. I just saw this gentleman with whom he won a bet with me a few years ago.
Okay.
Welcome.
Well, let's finish the panel there. Thank you very much. That was really, really interesting. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I probably shouldn't share this. Thank you. Thanks very much. Shouldn't share this, but it's not coming from me. This is coming from the Economist Intelligence Unit, which is the forecasting and research arm of the Economist Group. They take a view on political and economic outlooks for all of the countries in the world. And looking at their forecast for Greece, they're expecting a new democracy third term at the next election, but it wouldn't be the first time they've got things wrong. Don't tell them I said that. So our next speaker has been the Prime Minister, but would like to be the Prime Minister once again at the next election. Please join me in welcoming for our closing speech Alexis Tsipras. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank wholeheartedly the organizers of this conference for the invitation to be among the speakers. I'd like to thank also all those who honor me with their presence and, of course, for your interest. Because I do confess that until I get in this venue, I was a bit concerned because in the last days, the officially formulated position of the government through its spokesperson was that only the rapists, the criminals attract interest. But I see you all here, and I think that this is not the case. Fortunately, I can't say, however, that the toxicity harms the democratic discourse and dialogue, and the subject of this conference, the summit, requires a calm exchange of views, arguments, and an essential dialogue. The economy and Greece in 2030 is a topic that is a great challenge for each one of us, because when you try to speak about the future, you have the luxury to see the big image, to see the future in terms of vision, but also realism, and to try to see what is going on today, which of course is a decisive factor for tomorrow. So by looking at this global image for the country, I want to clarify that I will not be pleasant today. I don't have good news for you today. I will try to be useful for the concerns that you have for the country, for its future, but that means that I will not be pleasant. If you want to listen to more pleasant things, you can come in this very venue tomorrow to listen to what the Prime Minister will say, because he will present his own perspective, which is going to be adorned with bright colors, and of course he will have a package of benefits to be announced. Therefore, he will give back a big plus of their surplus that was 8 billion euros in the 7 first months of the year, while it was 6.4 billion above the targets. So pay attention to that. I'm talking about figures above and beyond the ones that were required in order to achieve the budget objectives and to preserve the public debt in a sustainable track. So please don't rush to say that this is a fruit of economic growth, because especially for 2024, the real growth rate of the economy was significantly lower than the one which was used for drafting the budget. And the main source of this systematic excess were both the direct direct taxes and the revenue tax of natural persons, which of course burden in a non-proportional way the households. And the reason for this is not for restoring the credibility of the country in terms of budgetary terms in order to get out of the bailouts, as it was the case during the crisis. The only objective currently is to have to increase the number of votes in favor. So, but I think that this time the objective will not be reached because no benefit that will be announced, whether generous or not, will improve the global picture, which not only is deceiving, but it's a gloomy one. And this image, this gloomy image, requires decisions that will change our direction before it's too late. And I'm talking about fundamental decisions regarding the transformation of the production model. So these decisions require political willing, social sensitivity, and of course harmonization with needs and the requirements. So we need a radical project of reforms that will give us the possibility to change the situation and to transform Greece. To prevent Greece from being the country that in the Balkans is lagging behind. So, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, 7 years ago, our country came out of a financial and social crisis that had also humanitarian characteristics, the characteristics of a humanitarian crisis, that is. I'm sure that you all remember who led to this country and who managed, thanks to the sacrifices of the human people, to get rid, to go out of this crisis, and who managed to restore its geopolitical credibility and budgetary also credibility. So this way out was a great opportunity for Greece to move forward without the problems that had resulted in its crisis. However, it proved to be a missed opportunity because today our country is moving forward with having as a compass the previous bankruptcy policies with a very obsolete production model, which is mostly based on real estate and tourism. And it has a shallow development, which is based on the consumption by the few. It is eroded state, which not only doesn't protect the citizens, but it blocks the sound entrepreneurship. And there is widespread corruption, which affects all the aspects of the economy, and it's unprecedented since the end of the Second World and the restoration of democracy in terms of depth. So it is a missed opportunity because every year we move farther away from the EU average. Before the crisis, the GDP per capita was 80% of the EU average. Today it's 60%. The average salary is less than 50% to the EU average, and the purchasing power is 30% lower. The inequalities are one of the main characteristics in Greece of 2025. Well, the paradox is that after the end of the bailouts and the creation of favorable conditions, instead of having a shrinkage of the inequalities, we see that they are increasing. So there has been a measurable improvement in the indexes right after the bailouts, and while after in the recent years these indexes went down. So 21 in 2019, the poverty threshold was lower than the one that we have today. So the deterioration is even worse for the population which have lower education. And so in 2019, compared to 2019, it has gone up, and it's among the highest one in Europe, at least for the countries that we have available data, with the exception of Bulgaria. So it is a missed opportunity because the indexes of the economic growth should make us feel ashamed, because the effectiveness of the public state is very low compared to the EU average. We rank 26 when it comes to purchasing power, and we rank very low as well when it comes to the administration of justice. I'd like to insist, and of course I'm very willing to have a dialogue with the government on this. Is the government aware of all this? I mean, is the government aware of all these risks? So let's discuss with arguments. Let's be serious, and let's talk about the reality and how we can improve this reality. Isn't it true that today's government had received a sustainable public debt and money from the RRF for the transformation of the production model, which was unprecedented in the history of the European Union. And therefore, it had a unique and historical opportunity to reshape the economy, the economical structure, and to improve the prospects of the country, to reinforce the resilience of the country, and to prepare it for the challenges of the future in a high-risk environment due to the geopolitical instability, the climate challenges, and of course the inherent difficulties of regulated but still high public debt. So is any logical person cannot disagree with this, regardless of his political beliefs. So Plato said that the responsibility lies with the person, the one that has. The God is not responsible. So the government of New Democracy is responsible for all this, because it did nothing of the things that the economy needs. So it was not impartial. And actually, it's implemented. It builds a society which, based on official data, can be characterized as a society of gaps. The society of the 1/5, where the 1/5 of the population can live well and can save money, and on the other hand, the vast majority, that is a 4/5, can either cope in a very difficult way or are very deeply indebted. The inflation, of course, doesn't help at all. It doesn't, and it affects, of course, not only the weakest, but also the middle classes. In the recent months, there are some polls of the public opinion that were published and asked the people, when did you do better, back in 2019 or in 2019 or now? And they responded 2019, and in 2019 was the year that we came out being traumatized by the bailouts. However, this was not made up, and it was not just a reaction on behalf of the people, the respondents in this poll. And if you see the purchasing power of the people back then, you will realize that they were true, that they were right. So the money that they receive today, the salary actually today has lost 1/3 of its value. At the same time that the average Greeks have difficulties, financial difficulties, we see that the cartels get big profits, and so do the big players. The big 10 listed companies had 11.5 million, which is a high record for the 15 past years. However, neither the economy nor the society or our country can face the future with optimism, because prosperity without social cohesion and basic justice cannot exist. It never exists, never and nowhere existed. We used to say in the past that, okay, the figures may be prosperous, but the people know. But this is not even the case now. Not even the figures are prosperous. And we see the deterioration of the figures, and our country imports 5 times more commodities than the ones that it exports. And it's not difficult to understand how this undermines the economy and creates a need for external financing, and it reduces every possibility of having an independent economic process. So we import and we undermine the future. So the foreign direct investments went down in the recent years, and the ones that do take place are directed to the tourism and the real estate. And most of them are funded by the domestic banking sector, which refuses to finance the domestic SMEs. However, an economy that is deprived of these foreign direct investments and creates wealth through the increase in the real estate prices and through tourism is a non-sustainable economy which produces and reproduces inequalities. So, if we also take into account, apart from the things that I already say, the scandalous distribution with the cartels, the private debt, the high private debt, the real estate housing crisis, the demographic aging, and all the climate change related risks, and of course the regional problems, of course we will realize that the economy and the country already are in a needy condition, and they have a flashing SOS sign and a no way out sign also. Ladies and gentlemen, the country needs a development, a shock, which is going to be equal to the ones of the Trikoupian Venizelos era. Otherwise, it will miss the train of the convergence and will be found again in existential crisis. So what the country needs is a national plan for a reorganization, which is going to be a 5-year plan. It needs a plan with until 2030, aiming at the sustainable development, resilience, safety, justice, redistribution, and of course the restoration of the smooth operation of the institutions and democracy. I will try today, as briefly as possible, to describe my thoughts and express the main axes of this plan. The first axis, okay, I'm starting from the state. So every single effort of reconstruction and reorganization begins from the state. And we desperately need a powerful and a fair state, a state that will operate based on rules, meritocracy, and transparency. It will a state that will serve and will not make the life of the citizens difficult. A state that will guide the production forces with measures and incentives in a new, modern, and very effective model. Allow me, however, to start from another issue, which nowadays has become prominent political and social issue, but also financial one. Honesty. Because the corruption prevailing, deriving from the state, erodes the government, and of course, everything that starts from the state erodes trust towards the state, and the fact that the government is not impartial, and the fact that all these start from the executive power and spreads to the justice, and it results in the citizens losing their trust towards the state, and this affects the relations of trust between the citizens and the state, but also affects the economy. Whatever we say about a better Greece in 2030, we need to make sure that the state will restore its trust-based relations with the people. And that the justice also will administer justice in a fair way. So from the corrupted state, based on the clientele relations, and the incapacity, of course, we need to move forward to a state that will be friendly to the development and to the citizens. And it will be open to the majority that will undertake to codify its priorities, and in a dialogue with all the productive forces, it will guide the economy, aiming at fair justice, fair development, and of course, that means that the justice will become fairer. We will use AI in order to cut red tape and increase transparency. We will evaluate structures and people, and we will reward the offer of the public officials. We will reconstruct and upgrade the administrative mechanism and protected from interventions of each government and the side powers, the collateral powers. Now, we urgently need a production model, a new production model, and it is on the state to guide the economy with a set of incentives and counter-incentives in the field of innovation, utilization of new technologies, in order for growth to have have a constant pace. We will need to increase the primary sector, and we will need to increase the quality of farm products. We need strategic investments in smart and green farming by utilizing the comparative advantage of the country, the climate conditions that prevail in Greece. But we need to reinforce the transformation in order for made in Greece to be honorable and to provide added value to the products that are made here. Through the plan, we also need to plan a holistic industrial policy for the reconstruction of the Greek industry. We need to support innovation, the startups, the high-tech startups, the pharmaceutical shipyards, and through we need to create some clusters. In all these spheres, we need to reinforce the logistics and develop also logistics parks. We need to invest on the digital economy. Greece can obtain a production compass, and by utilizing its unique geographical position, it can become a hub, transit hub, technological hub, and energy hub, because its natural environment favors the production of renewable sources of energy. The third axis is labor. We cannot talk about growth if we downgrade labor. There are many prohibitions in the field of labor, and therefore we need to restore the collective labor negotiations in order to provide fair work conditions and fair pay. We also need to make sure that there are controls and there are rises in the pays, which currently are not sufficient for the survival, and these are really a bad problem for the country. Our aim should be the productive labor with decent salaries, and therefore that implies increasing the salaries in order to have 35 hours working hours per week and higher salaries. And of course, to reduce the taxes on salaried work. The fourth axis of the plan is resilience and energy safety. In an era in which climate change becomes a huge problem, Greece needs to have a more resilient infrastructure and to be a pioneer in reducing the CO2 emissions. To this end, we'll need to move towards two directions. We need to create the ideal conditions and reinforce our energy safety by creating an energy democracy framework. By creating an energy market outside the stock exchange where the prices will not be determined by the cartels of 4 large companies. And also we need to support through the provision of incentives to the producers of renewable sources of energy in order to install batteries on the existing infrastructure. Only in the first 6 months of 2025, 9% of the production was wasted because of insufficiency of the grid and insufficient storage capacities. And this, of course, leads to an increase in the prices. So we need also to connect with the grid of Europe to improve the domestic network and to convert it into a smart grid by utilizing the high tech. And we also need to prioritize provision as incentives to SMEs. We need to expand the productivity and the energy, the virtual net metering at the level of household. These are things that are feasible but are not done. A fifth axis is the demographic resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, be careful because Greece is aging, and this is an existential risk. It is a plague. It is the source of all our problems. Without the labor market, without the labor force, productivity will be in vain. So everywhere, in the primary sector, in the construction field, in tourism, that applies everywhere. But even social security, this will also collapse if things do not change. The drop in the population has to do with the number of births, deaths, and immigration. Therefore, there are two ways to deal with it. First of all, we need to increase the number of births and also to decrease the immigration flow. The states, of course, need to take radical measures in order to make housing affordable to young couples. And there are very detailed measures that can achieve that. And of course, we need to provide good education, good health. We need to increase the lower and also the medium wage, and we need to provide incentives to families that have 2 or more children. We need to provide tax incentives for the young people, and also we need to have a creative immigration policy. Of course, we do not want an open borders policy, but an open labor market policy, especially in such sectors where there is a lack of labor force. And of course, by respecting the rules, the regulations and the laws, and by stipulating integration rules. So let's have a look at the example of Spain, which is a champion when it comes to this field at the European level. The integration in the labor market of more than 500,000 people in Spain in the last years led to a very significant increase of the growth rate. The sixth axis is the debt. After regulating the public debt, one of the main issues that remain unsolved is the private debt, the so-called red loans are still haunting many households. They amount to 75 billion euros, and there are more than 500,000 loans and 220,000 people that have these loans. So the public state has provided guarantees of 23 million euros by taking on disproportional risk. But the funds aim at maximizing their profits, so they proceed to liquidations and to very bad measures. So the state will end up bearing weight. So we need a plan in order to prevent this from happening. We need a plan, a realistic plan, in order to help many citizens that are left outside the banking sector to become active again and to be reintegrated. And the aim should be the management of these red loans in order, especially for the more vulnerable households. We should provide low interest rates to them, and we have to give them, these citizens, to reimburse, to serve their loans at low rates and close to the value of purchase by the funds. Greece cannot depend on the import of high technologies forever, whether this is the defense industry, applied technology. So one of our major comparative advantages is the human capital. Greek scientists stand out all over the world. It's useless to hope that they will come back to Greece, especially now that they are at the peak of their career. But it's completely feasible to hope that they will contribute, they will help Greece thanks to their experience. Through a network of scientists of the diaspora and increasing the expenses for research and development, through the establishment of technological nuclei around the universities and the research centers, with the participation of the private sector, and with public investments in AI, in algorithms, and cybersecurity, in order not to miss the train of the new era. The eighth axis, which is the most interesting, is the one in which we are called upon to give some crucial answers. So how we will achieve all this? How we will finance all this? How we will finance the change of the production model? Because it's easy to say, but how we will achieve this growth leap in order to restore the situation, and how we will deal with inequalities, the children poverty, the housing problem, and how we will reinforce social security, social protection structures, and the national health system. We must say that it is not collapsing, it has already collapsed. And of course, everything that I've said about the resilience of the country towards climate change consequences, the infrastructure, the technological autonomy of the country, we cannot expect all these things to come from abroad. We need to utilize in a sound manner the RRF funds. We didn't do well, however, in this regard. However, this tool will be exhausted in a year from now. And therefore, we need to find a way to mobilize new national resources, both public and private ones. And we need new funding tools, funding instruments. Therefore, my proposal consists of utilizing part of the annual resources of public investments and utilizing the Growth Fund and the Development Bank in order to create a national fund for funding the growth process, the National Convergence Fund, in order to implement investments in sectors of strategic importance, in order to have PPPs and to leverage private capitals. And these investments will materialize the transformation of the production model of the country. I don't reinvent the wheel. There is a similar fund in Great Britain. It was the National Wealth Fund, as it is called. And also in Germany, There is a fund for the infrastructure and defense. 900 billion will be provided by this fund in the 12 coming years. But apart from these instruments, funding instruments, we also need a different fiscal mix that will correct all the inequalities, fiscal tax inequalities, and would promote sustainability by reducing the public debt. Let's hear how this can be done. Firstly, a big part of today's budgetary margin, 3.5 billion, has been established. It is a permanent, so it has to be given back to those who bear disproportional weight from all the charges, taxes, etc. That is, it has to be given back to the large number of employees from the public and private sector, and also to the pensioners. This is an inequality that exists in tax system in the 6 years, which of course keeps on increasing the profits of the large companies and leads to a shrinkage of the income of the SMEs and the people with a lower income. Second, we need to reduce the social security for the pay for salaried work in order for the salaried people to have less taxes, and same thing for the enterprises. We need to structure social protection and vulnerable citizens who have been abandoned in order to reverse the trend of increasing inequalities and to prevent child poverty. Also, we need a significant reinforcement of the national public investments program for multi-annual of modernization of the infrastructure of the national health system, public health, and resilience towards climate change, in order to lay the foundations for the convergence towards a European average. Finally, the further reinforcement of these resources must, ladies and gentlemen, all this must be based by those who do have financial resources. Because I spoke about the inequalities, about the vast majority of the people that have financial issues, and I also spoke about the minority of people that have a lot of profits, especially in the last years. And I think that it's high time for this minority to contribute to the efforts for the organization of the country. Those who have large incomes, regardless of the source, must support the country through the of the introduction of a patriotic contribution, if we can call it this way. And this will be destined for a closed account that will aim at supporting the education, research and innovation, and housing for the youth. Because if you are well off, and if you claim to be a patriot, you need to care about the future of this land, the future of the next generations, and the new generations must stay in Greece and offer and contribute to Greece, and not miss the train in the field of technology, etc. I have already said that previously that what we mostly need is a new type of patriotism, a new vision in order to make our country better. I often hear, and I'm sure that that's the case for everyone, that, okay, there are people that say, okay, well, what do you expect? Greece is like that. Especially when you see the inefficiency of the state, the corruption, the lack of meritocracy, etc. And when you also see all the subsidized executives that got money from APKP driving Porsche cars. But on the other hand, there is another part of another Greece that we need to promote, the Greece of solidarity, of the so-called philotomy, of the genuine patriotism, the Greece of Athina Papachristou from Thessaloniki, who offered her money to the state in order to buy an ambulance to serve her town. So this is the Greece of the solidarity, this is the Greece of the contribution, this is the Greece of patriotism. And I believe that we are obliged to offer, we all need to offer in order for to end up being proud and in order to have an efficient state and an initiative of patriotism and solidarity. So we need to say, yes, that's Greece, and we are proud of it. And to conclude, I hope that I didn't tire you. So the last axis of this reorganization plan has to do with the national safety. I won't say much. I just want to say that in the difficult times of geopolitical turmoil, we need to increase national security. Up to now, Greece, over time, has been buying protection through very, very expensive and not always necessary military equipment. The current government in the 6 years bought military equipment of over 20 billion euros, but hasn't spent a single euro on the national defense of the country. Therefore, the organization of national defense must be a top priority for the 5 coming years. But you know, defense is not just a question of equipment, but also it's related to credibility and resilience, because the military deferral must be based on power and diplomacy. Greece needs to restore its multidimensional policy that it implemented in the period 2015-2019. It must act as an energy hub together with Asia and Africa, and it must develop its relations beyond the region, together with India, China, and Russia, with which, of course, it needs to restore its traditional good relations, hopefully soon after the end of the war with Ukraine. Most importantly, Greece has to play a pioneer role in the Balkans and in the Eastern Mediterranean as a pillar of peace and stability, but we are still far from that. But I promise not to speak more. I will close here. I hope that I didn't tire you with all the thoughts that I shared with you. But, you know, I'm concerned, just like you are, I suppose. I'm concerned with the future of this land. And this future, of course, will be determined by what will happen today. If we insist on spreading social injustice, corruption, and increase of wealth to the few people, we will end up having an existential crisis. There are no magic formulas, and of course, the political stereotypes that we're used to are not sufficient. The need for changing track and for adopting a new production model needs persistence, fight, and even conflicts with the past, which resists by nature. So such a fundamental change cannot be imposed from top down. We need a new national compass. We need a new patriotism, which understands the health economy and the social cohesion, the trust to the state and to the institution as a condition for the safety and the progress of our country. And in this effort, we need all the productive social forces need to contribute. Thank you wholeheartedly for your attention.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Excellent speech and a comprehensive, coherent vision for a different way forward for Greece, I think, is what we heard there. Before I close the event, I do want to add the usual thank yous. We always thank these people, but it's always tremendously important to do so because their contribution is immense. First of all, our hosting partner, Powergame, who've been excellent partners once again this year. Our sponsors, Capital Clean Energy Carriers, Public Power Corporation, Actor, Texan, Metka, Vivartia, Hellas Gold, Hellenic Energy, Hedno, AVAX Group, Enaon, Anakem, DEPA Commercial, EIATH, and the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industry. Thanks to all of them, without whom we couldn't have put on the day. I want to give my personal thanks to the technology guys at the back who make us audible, give us voices, and the interpreters upstairs who make us comprehensible to each other. And of course, our own economist team who once again have pulled off a fantastic feat of organisation. My heartfelt thanks go to you for the attention you've given us today and the time you've given us. I look forward to seeing all of you again next year. Thank you.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher.